Lord of the Mysteries, Silver Key by author Xiang Bu Dao by Ming Liao. Chapter 327-354. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 327, Speculation. Whoosh. The sound of wind suddenly echoed deeply, and circles of rapid air currents swirled in the room, wrapping around Syrian's limbs, making it difficult for him to move as if he were stuck in a quagmire. The elf Olivia held a cold gleaming iron-black dagger and charged at him at extreme speed, riding the wind. At the same time, the man in gray standing behind him surged with an indescribable majesty and spoke in a low voice, "Substitution is forbidden here. The Taiwan Novel Network provides a great experience, it's fantastic." Syrian stood in place, the illusory book reflected in his eyes flipping rapidly. Immediately after, a clear and holy dawn light surged from his body, quickly condensing into a layer of refined full-body armor on his skin. Clang! The iron-black dagger slashed across the surface of the silver armor on his chest, and the immense force accompanied by the sound of clashing metal forced him back several steps. In the eyes visible through the slits of the crested helmet, the illusory book was still flipping. Then he reached out, gripping the air and making a slashing motion. A silver-white, clear dawn light appeared in his hand, quickly condensing into a sharp, sturdy, heavy, and broad greatsword. The elf Olivia's azure pupils contracted slightly as the silver-white greatsword swung by Syrian grew larger in her eyes. A violent blast of air erupted between the two, pushing them both backward and slightly delaying Syrian's swing. After a brief delay, the broad silver-white blade traced a bright white line through the air, leaving a crimson wound on the elf Olivia's chest and abdomen. Bright red blood seeped from her wound, transforming into a tall, thin, blood-colored figure that lunged at Syrian. Bang! Amidst a dull sound, Syrian took another 2 steps back and hit the wall. The blood-colored figure slammed into the silver armor of dawn. It failed to break through the armor's defense and instead found itself purified, becoming somewhat thinner. Meanwhile, the gray-clad man in the back began chanting in ancient Hermes language once more, "This place." Before he could finish his declaration, Syrian had already thrust the silver greatsword into the floor, the illusory book in his eyes flipping rapidly. Storm of light. The greatsword then disintegrated, turning into fragments of light like pieces of dawn. They were dense and countless, forming a shimmering and violent sharp hurricane that swept forward. The blood-colored figure was instantly sliced into fragments by the dense blades of light, dissipating into nothingness. The elf Olivia, who had just stabilized herself with the help of the wind, and the gray-clad man behind her had a sudden change in expression. There was hardly any place for them to hide in the not-so-spacious bar hall. Under Syrian's deliberate control, the shimmering and sharp storm of light had already blocked their retreat. Bright and warm flames, like spring sunshine, suddenly ignited on the gray-clad man. His aura began to climb, and a deep, indescribable majesty rose within him. Then he raised his hands and pushed forward with force. Seal. Countless flowing, extremely viscous transparent liquids gushed out of thin air, forming a giant transparent amber around him and Olivia. The moment the giant amber formed, the shimmering and violent sharp hurricane collided with it, erupting into the ear-piercing sound of countless blades scraping across glass. Dense scratches appeared on the giant transparent amber. It vibrated and shook continuously, but it did not break. After a few breaths, the storm of light, shimmering with sharp silver light, dissipated. The giant amber, covered in dense cracks from the cutting, disintegrated silently, revealing the pale-faced gray-clad man and the elf Olivia behind it, both covered in shallow and deep cuts. He had just strengthened his abilities by burning his life force, yet he still hadn't completely withstood the impact of the storm of light, leaving him with many non-fatal wounds. "I need to replenish my life force," he whispered, panting heavily. As he finished, black flames, flaunting an unmasked evil, ignited on the elf Olivia, who was standing in front of him and about to voice her concern. Like leeches sensing blood, they clung tightly to Olivia's body, burning her life and draining her energy. Bright red blood continuously seeped from her wounds, spilling into the air before turning into tall, thin, blood-colored figures. The blood-colored figures clung tightly to her, restricting her movements while continuously absorbing her blood to make themselves more distinct. "What do you want to do?" Her face turned deathly pale as her stamina, blood, and life force rapidly drained away, and her body grew weak. While she struggled to question him, circles of high-speed rotating wind formed around her, attempting to push away the black flames and blood-colored figures clinging to her. PFF'd. A hand covered in deep wrinkles, with pointed fingertips like embedded wooden thorns, thrust into her body from behind. The tearing pain from her back made her body stiffen and tremble instinctively. The newly formed gales and wind blades instantly collapsed. At the same time, a deep fear spread in her heart. The black flames on her burned even more fiercely, and the blood-colored figures became clearer. Meanwhile, the gray-clad man who had thrust his hand into her back gradually regained color in his face, and his wounds began to disappear rapidly. In the next second, bright flames like spring sunshine ignited on him once more. The man appeared as if he were an envoy of spring and life, clear, holy, and possessing a natural majesty and affinity. He looked at Syrian with a gentle gaze, like a kind mother or father, and swung his right fist while his lips moved slightly. Death. A blurry afterimage, bearing a 50% resemblance to the gray-clad man, appeared out of thin air in front of Syrian and threw a punch in an irresistible and unavoidable manner. Syrian's figure instantly collapsed under the strike of the blurry figure, revealing a 1-to-1 scale portrait behind it. The gray-clad man's face turned ugly instantly, his kindness and gentleness gone, a substitute. Impossible, how could you violate the rules I established? This isn't a substitute, it's simply that you cannot distinguish between fantasy and reality. Further behind the scroll, cyan flames continuously condensed in Syrian's hand, and a solid spear wreathed in fire had already taken shape. As he spoke, he took a step forward, leaned his body, and threw the flaming spear in his hand. The gray-clad man's pupils contracted, he felt a genuine threat of death like never before. Seal. In front of him, layer after layer of transparent walls appeared out of thin air, only to silently melt and shatter, breached by the cyan flaming spear carrying terrifying heat and power. He only had time to pull the already controlled elf Olivia in front of him as a shield, while thick, dark brown wrinkles like tree bark appeared on his own body. Boom! In an explosion more violent than high explosives, waves of crimson, pale blue, and cyan fire rippled out. Carrying terrifying impact and temperature, they flipped floorboards and chairs, shattered the ceiling, and tore through the walls. Syrian was pushed against the wall by the rippling fire waves, and dense cracks appeared on his armor of dawn. Phew, good thing I had the foresight to put on a layer of armor of dawn. Using the War Bishop ability in a narrow space is quite thrilling. He paused, then raised his hand and snapped his fingers, creating a gust of wind. The wailing, restless air currents blew the heat waves and flames in the opposite direction. In the center of the bar, where the action had been, there was now a charred pit nearly 10 meters in diameter with obvious signs of carbonization. The elf, who had been used as a blood bag by her companion, and the mother goddess of depravity, believer had completely vanished, seemingly reduced to nothing under the violent strike. After waiting a few seconds, Syrian saw azure and silver specks of light precipitating from the air above the charred pit, slowly aggregating. Mixed within were traces of deep black, they surfaced briefly and then quickly dissipated naturally. Amidst a hum that sounded like the vibration of a blade, a pool of flowing silver liquid metal descended from the sky. They spread out into a large expanse of viscous, heavy mercury. After extinguishing the surrounding flames, they quickly regrouped, condensing into a man wearing a silver robe with a gentle temperament, looking like a kind elder. Silver Knight. Syrian's expression was stunned for a moment before returning to normal. As one of the two most important ports on Sonia Island, combined with its geographical location and the tense relationship with Loan, it was normal for the God of Combat Church to have a Sequence 3 saint stationed here. The newly arrived, Silver Knight, looked at Syrian with a deep gaze. His temperament suddenly shifted, becoming like an unsheathed blade hanging over one's head. Gulp. Syrian couldn't help but swallow hard. The aura from the other party seemed to turn into a physical edge, making his eyes and spirit feel a stinging pain. In the next second, the already crack-filled armor of dawn on his body quietly shattered, turning into countless fine silver light spots that dissipated bit by bit in the air. A low voice sounded in his ear, Randolph Carter. I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Syrian looked at this Silver Knight, whose attitude didn't match his temperament, with some surprise. He then pointed at the light spots slowly rotating and aggregating above the charred pit. I was cleaning up, well, the believers and the bestowed of that great mother. Not the Earth Mother, but the great mother who has been influencing her, a terrifying evil god. I can't say more, but you can pray to the great god of knights. I believe he will provide an answer. The Silver Knight frowned slightly, looking in the direction he pointed at the azure and silver light spots mixed with deep black. A complex dark green symbol appeared in his eyes. After a brief gaze, he withdrew his look and turned back to Syrian. There is an aura of extreme evil, but it is dissipating rapidly. He paused and added, you made too much of a commotion. Such matters should seek official cooperation. We are not the folk of rage, from the Church of Storms who are used to thinking with their muscles. In reasonable circumstances, even for wanted adventurers or bounty hunters, we would provide help and cooperation. Syrian was somewhat surprised by the other's attitude, then smiled and nodded, all right, definitely next time. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed something and turned his head, seeing a flaming spear, crimson and glowing with white heat, shooting in from the distant sky. Boom! The flaming spear plunged into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust before splitting into streams of pale yellow and white fire. They quickly gathered on the ground, reforming into a figure wearing a red military uniform. His gaze carried a sense of natural authority. He calmly scanned the surroundings, finally landing on Syrian. Syrian returned a faint smile. He could feel the scrutiny in the other's eyes, along with a faint trace of malice. After a brief contact, their gazes crossed. Syrian pressed his hand to his chest and bowed to the other party. The illusory book in his eyes flipped, and as he took a step forward, his figure vanished like a fading oil painting. The man in the military uniform turned to the Silver Knight beside him and frowned. A wanted adventurer, why did you let him leave? The Silver Knight held his hands in a sword-gripping posture against his chest and said in a deep voice, the Lord said, respect him, ignore him. 7. The pupils in the military uniformed man's light brown eyes contracted. This is an oracle. But why would the God of Combat pay attention to someone who isn't even his believer, and even hand down an oracle for him? Or, is the identity of Randolph Carter just a disguise, and he's actually a member of a secret team formed by the God of Combat Church? As thoughts churned, the Silver Knight briefly recounted his conversation with Syrian to him. Believers of the Great Mother, the Bestowed. After frowning and thinking for a while, he said, this is one of the strongholds for those elves. The military has always had informants watching this place. They have indeed been more active in the last 2 months than before. It seems our indifference has made these fellows, who should have been swept into the dustbin of history, restless again, thinking an opportunity has arisen. Humph, they even dare to cooperate with evil gods, aren't they afraid of being eaten alive, bones and all? After a slight pause, he added, I will report this matter to the Empire. We should organize armed forces to conduct a purge of these restless elves on Sonia Island. The Silver Knight nodded with a serious expression, the Lord will be watching and will give us revelations when necessary. The man in the military uniform nodded slightly, while silently raising the importance and danger level of this matter by several grades in his heart. To have the God of Combat personally pay attention, that evil god known as the Great Mother, is not simple. Could she be related to the Earth Mother worshipped in Phenobot? Perhaps the Randolph Carter who just left doesn't belong to the secret team formed by the Church, but instead represents the Earth Mother, which is why the God of Combat handed down an oracle for him. The relationship between these two deities has always been good. While lost in thought, he noticed a group of tall, light-armored warriors carrying weapons approaching from the end of the street. This was the Twilight Sword Squad belonging to the God of Combat Church. Chapter 328, Ordinary Friends. In the rented inn, Syrian's figure quickly outlined itself in the center of the room. Phew. The storm of light I just recorded yesterday, it's already been used up today. Why do I feel like every time I record a Beander ability at Father Utravsky's place, a battle breaks out shortly after, and I end up using most of the newly recorded abilities? And the Mother Goddess of Depravity, has her power already begun to infiltrate at this time? I thought it would have to wait until after the War of the Gods, when the power of the gods blocking the barrier weakens. Composing his thoughts, he lowered his head and whispered, Adam. The next second, a familiar, warm voice echoed in his heart, I am here. After a pause, he asked, were you watching just now? I encountered a believer of the Mother Goddess of Depravity, and the kind who has been bestowed with power. After a brief silence, Adam's voice echoed again, I know, someone will go to investigate this. The closer we get to the apocalypse, the stronger the power they can infiltrate through the barrier. Even if the 7 gods use their divine kingdoms to plug those cracks, they cannot completely block their infiltration, it just becomes much more troublesome and slower. At this time, we are already very close to the apocalypse. Many people in the world have already learned about or come into contact with them in various ways. However, since the power that can be infiltrated is limited, most of those affected will hide themselves. Syrian nodded understandingly, then asked curiously, do you not need me to participate in the investigation of this matter? For you, compared to tracking down those evil god believers, raising your sequence is more important. Adam's voice echoed leisurely in his mind, and he could almost picture the other party smiling and shaking his head. After a slight pause, Adam's voice continued, even if you don't go looking for her believers, they will take the initiative to find you. Why? Syrian could not hide the surprise on his face. He remembered that the high-dimensional overseer and the mother goddess of depravity shouldn't have any conflict in terms of authority or symbolism. The mother goddess of depravity also didn't involve fate. Adam's voice narrated flatly, the mother goddess of depravity is the first mother of this universe and the mother of all spiritual power, but your spirituality is not included in that. Syrian blinked. So, Adam, so she will want to give birth to you again. Opening parenthesis, semicolon closing parenthesis. Give birth again. Is it the kind of birth again I'm thinking of? How would that even work? Crumple me into a ball, stuff me into her stomach, and then perform a C-section. Syrian shook his head, clearing away the mental pollution-like images that surfaced in his mind, then followed up with, in other words, just my existence alone has caused 4 outer deities to harbor malice toward me. Adam's voice rang out leisurely, you could put it that way. On this matter, the high-dimensional overseer is on the same side as you. He wouldn't want you to be birthed by the mother goddess of depravity, nor would he want you to be corrected by fate. Quote. Syrian raised his hand and rubbed his brow, not comforted at all. Amidst his drifting thoughts, Adam's voice suddenly rang out, do you wish for Medici to become the calamity of destruction? Ah. Syrian was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously shook his head. I feel that as long as it's not the primordial demoness, it doesn't matter who becomes the calamity of destruction. I understand. Adam's voice gradually drifted away until it went silent. After a moment of silence, Syrian reached out and tossed a gold horn. After completing a simple divination to confirm that Adam had left, he finally let his thoughts wander. Why did he suddenly ask me this question? Did my previous behavior cause him to misunderstand, or has he come up with a new script? But why does his script require my opinion? The steam train station in Constant City, the capital of Intercepting County. As the low whistle echoed in the distance, Haven and Syrian walked out of the station with the dense crowd. Haven glanced at the silent Syrian beside him, who was carrying a black suitcase, and asked with some concern, what are you thinking about? I feel like you've been a bit absent-minded all the way here. Did something happen at sea? Syrian shook his head slightly. No, I'm thinking about how many days we're going to stay in Intercepting County, and how I'm going to handle the questioning from father and mother during this time. Haven was silent for a moment, then explained, that's not called questioning, they're just concerned about you. Under Syrian's faint gaze, he let out a long sigh. Alright, their concern is indeed a bit much to handle. Fortunately, it's only less than 2 weeks. We can endure it and it'll be over. Forget 2 weeks, I can't even take 2 days. Syrian curled his lip. Seeing the station exit approaching, he suddenly stopped and looked at Haven beside him. How about, we coordinate our stories in advance? Haven, who had always been a good student and a good son, paused for a moment. After a conflicted expression for a while, he nodded slightly, all right. On the deck of the White Agate in the Sonia Sea, intending to get some fresh air, feel the sea breeze, and enjoy the scenery, Klein was walking along the gunwale when he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar melody. He followed the direction of the melodious tune to a large shaded area on the back of the deck. Quite a few people had already gathered here, but most remained quiet, seemingly enjoying the melody and the wind. Looking around, he soon saw a familiar figure leaning against the gunwale at the far end of the shadows on the deck. Sensing his gaze, the person playing the mouth organ stopped and looked over. After a slight nod, he moved his lips a few times, saying to him through silent mouth movements, long time no see. After 2 seconds of silence, he stepped closer. Why are you here? Syrian tossed the mouth organ used to summon the messenger in his hand and chuckled. As a qualified scribe, I naturally go wherever there's excitement. Seeing more and recording more is the only way to digest the potion. Klein couldn't help but frown, then asked, is there something wrong with this ship? Syrian shook his head slightly. No problem, it's just that I feel things will be very lively around you. And, astrologers, intuition tells me that as long as I follow you around the sea, I'll soon finish digesting the rest of the scribe potion. Klein twitched his lips, but remembering the persona he had created for his current identity, he controlled his expression and replied flatly, hey, seers, intuition tells me that this is just an excuse you made up on the fly. Syrian gave him a thumbs up. Congratulations, you guessed right, but there's no reward. 97. This guy is definitely the biggest challenge on my journey of acting as a faceless. I have to find a way to get rid of him. Moreover, the identity of painter Randolph Carter is too famous at sea. It wouldn't be good if the authorities or the pirates he's provoked mistook me for his accomplice. Composing his thoughts, he asked casually, "How come I didn't see you when boarding?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized he had asked a stupid question. The other party could teleport, he had obviously smuggled himself on board. To hide his embarrassment, he quickly changed the question, "How did you do your disguise?" "I didn't even realize this face was fake at first." Syrian glanced at him and replied casually, "Painted it on. Since you're here, listen to me play some music." 95. After saying that, he put the mouth organ back to his lips and began to play without infusing it with spirituality. As the melodious and passionate tune echoed, Klein finally remembered where the familiarity of this melody came from. It was from a hot-blooded anime about ninjas that he had followed for a long time before he transmigrated. As he thought about it, his mind gradually drifted away, immersed in the memories brought by this melody. While playing, Syrian turned to look at the sea beyond the gunwale. The blue waves rose and fell gently, and silver-white flying fish occasionally leapt out of the water, soaring in midair as if chasing the melody floating in the wind. Looking at the flying fish, leaping from the sea and reflecting silver light in the sun, Syrian's thoughts began to scatter. "I remember that this kind of fish that can both fly and swim is considered by many to be a blessed creature of the Lord of Storms, which results in fishermen not catching them, and they've never made it onto the dining table. I wonder how they taste. If I were to grill and eat them in front of someone who believes in the Lord of Storms, would it randomly spawn a few folk of rage?" In the office beneath St. Hilern Cathedral in Backland, Archbishop Horamik Haydn sat at the head of the table, with deacons and captains of the machinery hivemind sitting on either side. The most prominent among them was Ekinzer, whose hair was standing on end and reflecting a hint of green. He looked as if he had been injected with a hallucinogenic drug, his body shaking violently uncontrollably. It took a good while before he finally recovered. Once he regained clarity, Horamik Haydn looked around and said, "There are a few more questions. The royal family's angels appeared on the outskirts of Empress Borough that day. Who is it that had a conflict with them, what was the reason, and what was the result? Who among you will continue to use 2 to 111? After he finished speaking, the machinery hivemind deacons and captains looked at each other, and for a moment, no one responded. After a moment of silence, Ekinzer spoke with a raspy voice, "This matter involves several angels and possibly evil gods. Even with the ability of 2 to 111, we may not be able to see clearly." Archbishop Holamik sighed, "We'll take whatever information we can get. Once the rest is organized, perhaps God will give us some revelation." After a brief silence, a Mechanical Heart squad captain sitting next to Ekinzer spoke up, "I'll ask these questions." 1. With that, he took the ancient silver mirror from the table in front of Ekinzer and, under everyone's gaze, reached out and stroked the surface of the silver mirror 3 times. After the misty water light appeared, he took several deep breaths, and once he had prepared himself mentally, he asked, "Respected Erodes, my question is, who is the person, or who were the people, that had a conflict with the royal family's angels that day?" On the surface of the silver mirror, the water light wavered for a long while before dim and blurry images finally emerged. It was a silver figure with a blurred face, reaching out and making a swiping motion in the air. The image was instantly divided into 2 halves, top and bottom. On the top was an equally blurred silver figure, with 3 also hazy figures standing opposite him, 1 grayish-white, 1 crimson, and 1 deep blue. They seemed to be in a standoff. On the bottom half of the mirror, a blurred silver figure was in a standoff with a figure flashing with variegated starlight. The image flashed for only a brief moment before being filled with all sorts of colors that looked like light pollution. This is, a group of angels in a standoff in Backland, and they even had a battle. Those 2 silver blurred figures should represent the royal family's angels. The image being divided into 2 represents divided battlefields. But those 2 battlefields don't look balanced at all. Perhaps the balance was distorted by some power, or perhaps that was a perfectly logical balance. Nearly half a minute passed before the surface of the silver mirror returned to darkness, but this darkness inexplicably gave off a sense of weakness. After a ripple of water, words in ancient Fasak appeared on the mirror, large, bold, blood dripping, and burning with blood-colored flames. "Do you choose to take the punishment directly, or answer my question first?" The Mechanical Heart squad captain who had just asked the question gulped. He inexplicably felt the anger of the mirror in front of him from the words on the surface. It seemed that 2 to 111 was now determined to strike him with lightning, and it would definitely be a more powerful bolt than the one that hit Deacon Ekinzer just now. After a pause, he said hesitantly, "I choose to answer the question." Another ripple of water spread, and in less than a second, a complete sentence stood out on the mirror, "Very well, my question is." Do you enjoy the feeling of giving all your affection, energy, and wealth to one person, and then repeatedly being rejected after she accepts your gifts, yet remaining unaffected, persevering, and continuing to be her most loyal pursuer? Seeing the question on the mirror and feeling the gazes from around him, his body suddenly froze. He felt a faint sense of wanting to die and find a hole to crawl into right then and there. After a long silence and hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't enjoy that feeling. I just like her, so I chose to accept it. The answer is correct. You may proceed to the next question." He looked up for help, but the people on either side of the long conference table looked away one after another, pretending not to see. Quote. After a moment of silence, he looked at the mirror in front of him again and asked his second question. "Respected Erodes, my second question is the reason for the conflict between those angels in the image just now." On the surface of the silver mirror, water ripples spread out again. After a good while, a blurry image emerged. It was a carriage cabin covered in shards of glass and mirrors. A crimson figure, burning like fire, sat in the center of the mirror, with small points of light like tiny flames constantly gathering toward it. Then the image zoomed in, magnifying those small flame-like points of light until the screen returned to darkness. Chapter 329, The Lucky Gold Coin. 2 seconds later, the mirror's surface returned to darkness. Layers of watery light rippled across it, and one by one, bright red, bloody words jumped out. "My turn to ask a question. Even though you know that the girl you like will wear the dress you gave her, adorn herself with the jewelry you gave her, use the cosmetics you gave her, and meet men of different ages and styles in a lively and passionate bar. And the next morning, eat the breakfast for two that you delivered at the first opportunity, then ride home in the carriage you drive. You still like her and are willing to continue doing these things for her, right?" The captain of the Mechanical Heart Squad, who appeared relatively young but had a receding hairline, suddenly froze in place, his face as if smeared with a layer of cracked, ashen gray. Impossible. She clearly said they were just ordinary friends. I don't believe it, you must have made this up, you must have." He grew more agitated as he spoke, not noticing the strange looks from those around him or the words reappearing on the mirror in front of him. "Time's up. No answer is considered a forfeit. Choose punishment." The next second, a thick, green-tinged bolt of lightning materialized out of thin air in the meeting room, striking the still agitatedly muttering captain of the Mechanical Heart Squad. Immediately, his hair became curly and unruly like Ekinzer's, shimmering with a layer of green light. His neat clothes and face were now covered in an uneven, irregular layer of charred black, and his body swayed left and right as if drunk, twitching occasionally. A few of the Mechanical Heart's deacons and captains nearby swallowed hard and whispered, "I feel like Erodes has been a bit more irritable these past couple of days." "I feel the same. Even Deacon Ekinzer can only withstand one lightning strike. Probably because most of the questions we've been asking it lately involve angels and secrets, making it unhappy." After they quieted down again, Horamek Haydn, seated at the head of the table, looked around and said, "There's one last question. Who will take it?" 5. The deacons and captains on either side of the long conference table, as if still in school and being called on by the teacher, each wished they could bury their heads in their chests. At night, the crashing waves slapped against the hull. The sea breeze, carrying a hint of salty dampness, filled the air. The cabin seemed to enter a slightly tipsy state, rocking irregularly. In the corridor of the white agate leading to the captain's quarters, Syrian walked with light yet steady steps, completely unaffected by the ship's swaying. At the other end of the passage, Captain Erlin stood at the door to his quarters, his expression unreadable but clearly vigilant as he looked in this direction. He quickly approached, greeting the other with a smile as if meeting an old friend. "Long time no see, Captain Erlin. I didn't expect that the ship I randomly chose would be the white agate again. What a coincidence." Erlin, half his face shadowed by the brim of his hat, remained silent. It was clear he wasn't fond of this kind of coincidence. Ignoring Erlin's reaction, he continued on his own, "There should still be vacant rooms on board. Could you arrange one for me?" "Don't worry, I'll pay for the ticket." After a long silence, Erlin finally nodded slightly. "All right, I'll have a crew member, never mind, I'll take you there myself. As for the ticket, I'll just register it for you. Are you still using the name Randolph Carter?" "Of course." Syrian nodded, then pulled 3 10-pound notes from his pocket and handed them over. Erlin hesitated for a moment before reaching out to take them, then led him to an unoccupied first-class cabin. Handing over the key, Erlin began a familiar introduction. "Every first-class cabin has a separate bedroom, servant's room, and bathroom, plus a balcony. There's also a button in the room to call a steward at any time. Stewards respond slower during off hours, the staff need rest too. Also, this is one of the best first-class cabins. The 90-degree angled balcony ensures plenty of sunlight and offers a view of the vast sea. Syrian listened half-heartedly, then suddenly turned his head to look toward another part of the deck. Although he could only see the white-painted, picture-framed wall before him, his spiritual intuition told him there were people gathering over there, faint traces of the meander, and something about to happen. Pausing, he turned to look at Erlen, who had stopped his introduction, and said with a smile, "It seems there's an extra activity organized for tonight. Shall we go and watch? Your spiritual intuition is sharp." Erlen commented seriously, then said, "It's a few former adventurers. They paid a certain price to borrow a few rifles from the ship's guard and asked the patrolling crew not to disturb them for a while. I was originally planning to go keep an eye on them, but then you ran into me, who suddenly wanted to buy a ticket." Syrian finished with a light laugh, then headed out the door. After traversing more than half the ship, he and Erlen arrived at the foredeck, just in time to see a fish person stumbling towards the ship's rail. A humanoid fish monster, its body covered in dark green scales with a layer of mucus flowing over the surface. Though called a fish person, its only similarity to humans was probably its approximate height and having limbs and a head. While he was observing this fish person, Erlen beside him had already shouldered his rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang! A yellow bullet shot out, accurately piercing the fish person's eye socket and scrambling its brain. Thump! The fish person stumbled and fell. From the bloody hole that was its eye socket, a white, gelatinous substance faintly oozed. Its body still twitched, its limbs still strained, but it was powerless to stand or crawl. After struggling for a few breaths, it died completely. Excellent marksmanship, Syrian praised sincerely. He had used firearms before, but his skill couldn't be called good, it was more like he was good at missing. It was only after becoming an astrologer and gaining exceptional spiritual intuition that his shooting accuracy improved, but he still couldn't match Erlen's level against moving targets. Erlen lowered his rifle and replied in a very calm tone, "I served on the Royal Navy's William V before. For a soldier, marksmanship is the most basic skill." As he spoke, he stepped out from the shadows of the cabin and looked toward the former adventurers who had been hunting the fish person, now standing scattered on the other side of the deck. Seeing two children present, he was slightly surprised, but his expression didn't change as he smiled slightly and said, "As the captain, I must ensure no accidents occur. Please forgive my earlier shot. It's your ship. By convention, you have the right to a share of the spoils." Syrian walked past the two men whose conversation was laced with probing and headed straight for Klein, who was standing with the two children. His action caused the man speaking with Erlen to pause mid-sentence, then signal with his eyes for his companion to follow. Klein, standing beside the two children, took a step forward and said in a familiar tone, "You're here to join in this commotion too." Syrian shrugged. "It's in my nature to join the fun. Otherwise, what a boring, empty journey this would be." 1. The two children nearby looked over curiously. The more outgoing older sister immediately asked, "Big brother, are you an adventurer too?" Klein's face, already stiff from his disguise, froze further, his eye twitching slightly. Why does she call him big brother, but calls me uncle? In terms of appearance, we're not that different, right? Did I make my face look too mature when I crafted it? I lean more towards being a bounty hunter than an adventurer. As he spoke, Syrian raised an eyebrow, in a very good mood, and pulled 2 gold horns from his pocket, handing them to the children. These are lucky gold coins blessed by a certain deity who governs good fortune. Carrying them can ward off misfortune and bring luck. Consider them a meeting gift from me. Klein, carrot. I don't spout nonsense. And even if I could give blessings, I'd definitely use Lowen pounds, not Fosic gold horns. After all, pounds are the most valuable coin. But casually giving away gold horns is a meeting gift, that's 1/5 of a pound each, 2/5 for both. This guy is still rich. The two children glanced at the bodyguard who had just approached, then at Klein, before reaching out to take the gold horns he offered. Wow, thank you, big brother. After accepting the gold horns and saying their thanks, the two children, both excited and scared, ran over to the fish person's corpse, observing the monster with great curiosity. When everyone else had moved away, Klein suddenly leaned closer and asked in a low voice, "Do those 2 gold horns really have a special blessing on them?" Syrian looked at him with some surprise, then shook his head. "Of course not, but I've used them frequently for divination before, so I'm familiar with them. Within a not too distant range, my spiritual intuition can pick up some feedback. You could consider that a kind of blessing, I suppose. But there's a range limit and a time limit." Klein maintained his persona with a slight nod. A moment later, Erlen came over holding 2 slices of pale, tender meat stained with a bit of red. "Have a taste. This is the most delicious part of the fish person. Best eaten raw. It's a very rare delicacy, only occasionally encountered at sea. On land, even nobles rarely get the chance to try it. Syrian and Klein examined it curiously, then each took a slice of meat and placed it in their mouths, chewing gently. Not bad at all. It almost makes me want to go hunt fish people. Erlin responded with a smile, then your wish will likely go unfulfilled. This is a safe shipping lane, repeatedly swept by forces organized by the Church of Storms. You almost never encounter Beander creatures here. It's already rare luck to have a fish person appear tonight. Of course, even outside safe lanes, Beander creatures aren't that numerous or easily encountered. More danger actually comes from those pirates. After a slight pause, he said as if casually, you two seem to get along well. Are you companions on a sea adventure together? Before Syrian could speak, Klein he answered first. No, we met on the ship yesterday. We just had a good chat. I must draw a clear line, otherwise my adventuring career might end before it even starts, saddled with a 10 or 20,000 pound bounty. Hearing this, Erlin smiled and nodded, then moved past the topic, saying instead, some parts of the fish person's meat taste excellent. I plan to have the ship's chef work overtime right now. Would you two be interested in staying to sample the delicacies and wine, and exchange tales of the sea? Tales of the sea. Then I'm very interested. Syrian raised an eyebrow and nodded. Klein also nodded. I look forward to it. On the deck, everyone sat around a newly set round table. Not far away was the head chef, who had just been about to sleep when Erlin called him in for overtime. This somewhat portly-looking head chef was very quiet, but his hands moved swiftly, slicing the meat taken from the fish person into uniform thin pieces with each stroke of his knife, fast and forceful. Syrian suspected he was treating the fish person meat under his knife as Captain Erlin, who had made him work overtime late at night. Around the round table, everyone waiting for the feast chatted. Erlin seemed to be in a good mood, bringing out his treasured Sonia blood wine. But the adventurers and former adventurers present all declined alcohol, and the two children were underage, so it became a drinking session between just Syrian and him. Chapter 330, Night Talk. During their conversation, Captain Erlin casually mentioned the White Agot's route, and then brought up Bansancy. Originally, we would have had 3 ports of call before arriving at the capital of the Rorstad archipelago. However, because Bansancy port hasn't finished its renovations yet, we will head directly to Tiana port after passing Demir port. That's a voyage of nearly 4 days, during which I won't see a single glimpse of land. That's quite a nice port. There are remnants of elven customs and some very famous local delicacies. Danton, the young boy who was drinking sweet iced tea, immediately chimed in. I know. Father mentioned it before we set off. He originally planned to take us there for a meal. His older sister, Donna, also nodded in agreement. I heard there's a very famous local restaurant that every tourist who visits eats at. It's a pity we won't get to eat there this time. I wonder if the port will be finished by the next time we pass through. What a shame. I really wanted to see the elven customs there. Klein echoed the sentiment with a sigh, his gaze subconsciously flickering toward Syrian. Then he noticed that Captain Erlin also seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally sweeping his gaze over Syrian, as if observing him, as if on guard. Did he recognize him? It made sense. How could a captain who had been active at sea for a long time not recognize a wanted criminal with a bounty of tens of thousands of pounds? Perhaps when the ship docked at Demir port, local punishers would come aboard to check the gas meters. Then again, maybe Captain Erlin hoped he would just quietly disembark upon reaching his destination, maintaining a tacit understanding where neither side acknowledged the other. Ignoring the subtle glances directed at him, Syrian looked at Captain Erlin and asked thoughtfully, Captain Erlin, will the White Agate pass near Bansancy Island? Captain Erlin immediately shook his head and replied, no. The Church of Storms has people stationed in those waters, and no one is allowed to approach. At our closest point, we can only see the general shape of the island from a distance. Clevis, the former adventurer turned bodyguard, said thoughtfully, that doesn't sound like a normal port renovation. Syrian added casually, perhaps there's a large-scale gas leak, putting the entire sea area at risk of ignition. Don't you agree? Klein was silent for a moment, then nodded. Probably. The conversation between the two, which was incredibly perfunctory yet strangely serious, caused everyone else at the round table to fall silent for a moment. Captain Erlin took a sip of the alcohol in his cup and suddenly asked, Mr. Randolph, are you still planning to go and see that island? Syrian nodded. If there's an opportunity, I'd like to finish what the Church of Storms left undone. With that, Conqueror, characteristic, Tobias, who could barely exert Sequence 1 power, might be able to kill the corrupted original body. Of course, it was also possible that he would be corrupted again, essentially delivering both a life and equipment to the enemy. As his thoughts wandered, he heard Captain Erlin stiffly change the subject. Before this voyage began, I just received news regarding a change in the official bounties. He paused, and seeing everyone look toward him, he continued, the Loan officials have raised the bounty on Queen Mystic. Now, in Loan alone, her bounty has reached a staggering £2 million. £2 million. Oh my god, that's the largest number I've ever heard, Donna. That just shows you weren't paying attention in class again. One of the 4 pirate kings, Queen Mystic. Captain Erlin nodded slightly. Yes. Danton asked with great curiosity, Uncle Clevis, what are the 4 pirate kings? Are they the 4 most powerful pirates? Clevis showed great patience when facing his employer's child. You could understand it that way. They are the most powerful and dangerous existences upon the sea. If you encounter ordinary pirates, you can still try to resist using advanced cannons and firearms. But if you encounter a pirate king, you can only pray that the other party only covets wealth and won't harm your life. They are so powerful that even the Church of Storms, the most dominant force at sea, has to acknowledge their king-like status. So amazing. Danton whispered in awe. His sister sitting beside him corrected him, it's so dangerous. During the conversation, several crew members brought large ceramic platters of murloc meat prepared by the chef to the round table. As a sea breeze blew past, a tantalizing aroma immediately flooded everyone's nostrils, making their throats move and saliva secrete involuntarily. Captain Erlin picked up his glass and gave the most common toast on the sea, to a beautiful night, may the storm be with us. Syrian followed suit, raising his glass to clink with the other, and smiled. May the storm stay far away from me. Captain Erlin smiled, not minding this somewhat impolite response. In fact, he felt the other party was being very sincere. An adventurer and part-time bounty hunter wanted by the Church of Storms would indeed hope the storm stayed far away from them. To a beautiful night, cheers. With the enthusiastic influence of the 2 children, the atmosphere quickly became lively. Everyone drank, tasted the delicacies, and chatted about various rumors and events at sea. Syrian leaned back against his chair, listening quietly. At a certain moment, his spiritual intuition was suddenly triggered. At the same time, a folded piece of letter paper fell out of thin air in front of him, which he caught just in time. Across the round table, Klein, who was drinking sweet iced tea, suddenly shuddered, as if being stared at by something terrifying. His spiritual intuition was screaming frantically. It felt as if in the next second, a surging wave would rise and sink the white agate along with him into the depths of the ocean. Noticing Klein's abnormality, Syrian lowered his gaze, and an illusory, constantly flipping book appeared within his eyes. In the next second, a warm power spread out, merging into the sea breeze and causing the originally cold wind to carry a hint of warmth. The warm sea breeze dispelled the fear, bringing warmth and peace of mind. This was the immune to fear ability he had recorded previously. Captain Erlin tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on Syrian. The white agate was his jurisdiction, and he had naturally sensed that obvious spiritual fluctuation just now. He just didn't know what Syrian was doing. That warmth contained power belonging to the sun domain, seemingly immune to fear or a sun halo. Did something happen just now that I didn't notice, forcing him to react? Danton and Donna didn't pay it any mind, only feeling that the surroundings had become a bit warmer. Clevis and the other bodyguard looked toward the grill on the other side, wondering if the sea breeze had blown the heat from there over to them. Klein let out a soft breath. Once the fear brought by that blatant, undisguised malice and the warning from his spiritual intuition subsided, he was finally able to adjust his emotions and state. Syrian set down his wine glass and said apologetically, Edfarna was struck by a curse not long ago, so her current state isn't very good. Klein, Edfarna, is that the name of the messenger? State not good. Then why was she still able to target me so precisely? Klein didn't quite believe this explanation. He clearly remembered that the last time the other party's messenger delivered a letter to him, she also bore a great deal of malice. This time she wasn't even delivering a letter to me, and there are so many people around, so why was I the only one targeted? He suspected this was Syrian's wicked sense of humor, or perhaps there was something about him that the messenger found offensive and loathsome. Clevis saw the letter paper that had appeared in Syrian's hand at some unknown point. Hearing the mention of a curse and feeling that mysterious warmth, he suddenly thought of something, and his pupils contracted slightly. As a former adventurer at sea, he still had some understanding of Beyonders. He immediately understood that Syrian was a member of that miraculous and powerful group. Besides him, there should be another person present who possessed Beyonder powers. His seemingly random words just now were an explanation to that person. But, was it Captain Erlin, or that novice adventurer who had just gone to sea? After some thought, he settled on Captain Erlin as the other candidate for being a Beyonder. Anyone who could serve as a captain must have extraordinary qualities, such as possessing beyonder powers that ordinary people found difficult to comprehend. Captain Erlin himself had a similar thought, believing Syrian was explaining to him, although he hadn't sensed Edfarna's influence on himself just now. Was the Edfarna he mentioned already powerful to an incredible degree, or were only those few ordinary people affected, which is why I didn't notice? A letter suddenly appeared in his hand. The so-called Edfarna should be a messenger in mysticism, some kind of eerie and powerful spirit world creature. Given the strength Syrian had displayed, it wasn't impossible for him to have his own mystical messenger. Danton and Donna looked at each other for a moment. They didn't know who Syrian was talking to just now, but they were very interested in the curse he mentioned. However, seeing everyone else suddenly fall silent, they also remained quiet. Amidst this silence where everyone had their own thoughts, Syrian unfolded the letter and began to read. It was a letter sent to him by Triss. She mentioned that she had already digested a good portion of her demoness of pleasure potion and wanted to obtain clues for the next sequence from him in advance. The formula for the next sequence, huh? Perfect, I can have her do something. There are some matters a demoness is better suited for. Given Triss's previous experiences, her potion for the affliction stage should digest very quickly. As he pondered, his fingers lightly rubbed against the letter paper. Crimson flames instantly flared up. In less than 2 seconds, the letter turned to ash in his hand, scattering into the blowing sea breeze. Wow, so cool. Is that magic? Danton, noticing this scene, immediately cheered. Syrian glanced at him, then nodded. Yes. Want to help me with a performance? Can I? An excited expression appeared on Danton's face, his eyes becoming bright and sparkling. Syrian nodded with a smile. Do you like your sweet iced tea hot, or with extra ice? With extra ice. Then hand me your cup for a moment. Okay. Danton responded and hurriedly handed over his half-finished sweet iced tea. After Syrian took it, he gently swirled the cup. As the pale red liquid sloshed, a clinking sound echoed from within, and a layer of cold white mist condensed on the cup's walls. After taking his sweet iced tea back from Syrian, Danton couldn't wait to take a sip. So cold. Syrian then looked at Donna and asked with a smile, do you need yours iced or hot? Hot. After taking the cup she handed over, Syrian lowered his eyelids, and an illusory book within his eyes flipped continuously. In his hand, a clear and brilliant pale golden fire bloomed within the gently swirling sweet iced tea. Seeing this, Klein's eyes widened slightly. How can sweet iced tea be drunk hot? Donna, you're actually a heretic. No, wait, what kind of logic does it take to think of using holy light fire to heat sweet iced tea? Soon, a cup of warm, stomach-soothing sweet iced tea, or perhaps it should now be called sweet hot tea, was placed in front of Donna. She also took a sip very quickly, then her eyes widened as she said, it really is hot. It's not scalding, just like the temperature of hot spring water. So magical. Clevis and his companion looked at Syrian with hesitation, but in the end, both chose to remain silent. They had already recognized Syrian, but since the other party showed no malice, they also decided to act as if they knew nothing. The other party's bounty had already surpassed many pirate generals. Pirate generals had such high bounties because they commanded entire pirate crews, but Randolph Carter had been alone from start to finish. Greater than. Chapter 331, Blazing, Danitz. In Constant City, the capital of Intersea County, in a villa near the coast. Syrian and Haven sat on the sofa by the fireplace in the dining room, one flipping through a picture album and the other through a manuscript. At the dining table not far away, a middle-aged gentleman with slightly flushed cheeks was talking about his various exploits from his youth. His audience was a mature-looking young man with a somewhat stiff temperament. Further away by the window, 2 ladies were playing with little Thomas. Syrian glanced at them, closed the album in his hand, tilted his head slightly, and whispered into Haven's ear, every year, no, every time we meet, he has to recount his heroic deeds from his youth. He even manages to change some details every time. I've lost track of how many versions of the story I've heard. Haven nodded slightly. Perhaps it's so we don't get tired of hearing it. Father is often away from home due to business dealings. This is his way of trying to get closer to us. You should understand. Syrian looked back behind him, then curled his lips and said, of course I understand. After all, I don't have to be the loyal listener now. Hearing this, Haven lowered his head a bit, a smile he couldn't suppress tugging at the corners of his mouth, his shoulders shaking slightly. Their private conversation didn't last long. Mr. Gray, the middle-aged gentleman who was talking eloquently, seemed to feel that one listener wasn't enough, so he called them back to the table. Haven, Syrian, don't just bury yourselves in your own things. It's the holidays, a time to enjoy life. Work matters should be set aside for now. Syrian and Haven exchanged a look and nodded helplessly. All right. On the White Agate, a temporary and unique dinner party ended in a strange atmosphere that gradually quieted down. After parting with the others, Syrian stayed on the deck, leaning against the railing, bathed in the crimson veil, watching the waves that jumped darker and darker into the distance, enjoying the cool and damp sea breeze. This is a perfect time to recite a poem. Klein's voice came from behind him. He stopped by the railing and looked out at the sea in the distance. Syrian pondered and raised his hands. Oh, the sea, you are full of water. Oh, goddess. His voice suddenly stopped. He gave a dry laugh and lowered his hands, acting as if nothing had happened. Leaning on the railing, he turned his gaze into the distance. For a moment just now, he had felt a warning from his spiritual intuition. It was as if an obscure gaze had glanced over here, intentionally or unintentionally, sweeping across him. It shouldn't have been possible for him to be heard, right? Because Klein was here, the goddess had always been paying attention to him, so he noticed it. While his thoughts wandered, Klein's expression beside him was a bit stiff. He could only stare fixedly at the rising and falling sea ahead, trying not to laugh out loud. What a character. I actually thought he was going to recite some elegant poem just now. No, hold it in. Gehrman Sparrow has a cold persona, I can't laugh. After enduring for a while and suppressing the urge to laugh, he said in a sighing tone, similar things are better suited for a savant. For them, whatever they've seen, they won't forget. Unlike me, I can only sigh and say, what a beautiful night. Syrian raised an eyebrow. Are you looking down on my modern realistic poetry? Klein fell into silence. This was hard to evaluate. After 2 seconds of silence, he decisively changed the subject. Captain Erlin, and those 2 former adventurers acting as bodyguards, seem to have discovered your identity. Syrian nodded without much surprise. I didn't add any extra disguise for myself. If they couldn't recognize me, they would be unqualified. My lucky gold coin tells me there won't be any danger. Smart people will choose to see nothing. As he spoke, he produced a gold horn in his hand like a magic trick, flicking it into the air with a clink. Klein watched the ordinary-looking gold horn spin in the air and land back in the other's hand, unable to tell for a moment if it was truly a lucky gold coin or if the other was playing some kind of joke. Amidst his wandering thoughts, a damp and cold sea breeze slapped against him. Klein couldn't help but shiver. After wrapping his overcoat tighter, he decisively bid farewell and returned to the cabin. Backland, East Borough, which was gradually returning to its former state as the migrant population flowed back in. In a cheap rental room, Triss, wearing a loose white men's shirt, suddenly turned her head alertly. Pale yellow flames kept pouring in from the cracks of the door and windows of the rental room. Under Triss's stunned and panicked gaze, they quickly converged and reformed into a handsome figure wearing a thin, dark robe with a sharp temperament. Tobias's emotionless gaze swept over Triss, then he spoke plainly, "You're the one who wants the potion formula for demoness of afflictions." Triss's heart rate suddenly quickened. The powerful spiritual intuition of a demoness made her feel a pressure from him even more terrifying than that of a high-ranking demoness, as well as an indescribable charm that made one want to follow and be loyal. An intuition inexplicably rose in her heart that as long as she slept with him, let him experience true pleasure, and sink into it, she could completely digest the demoness of pleasure potion. Taking a deep breath, she bit her lip to clear her head, then nodded. Yes, yes. Tobias nodded slightly and tapped his finger in the air. Threads of crimson fire overflowed from the void, outlining lines of leaping words in midair. Sequence 5, Affliction. Main ingredients: the head of a flower-faced bat, the gallbladder of a double-tailed black snake. Supplementary ingredients: 30 milliliters of flower-faced bat blood, 50 milliliters of blood from a severely ill human, the tail tip of a double-tailed black snake, 10 drops of blue label eucalyptus essential oil. Ritual: do not use a substitute, be burned on a stake for 15 minutes and survive without going mad. Triss was stunned by his straightforward action, then quickly memorized the demoness of afflictions potion formula displayed before her. After a few breaths, the fire in the air dissipated. Triss looked away and asked instead, "What price do I need to pay for this formula?" Tobias thought for a moment before saying, "The one who wrote to inform me of this didn't mention that you needed to pay a price. As for my needs, you don't seem able to help. How about this? Secretly spread the name of my lord in this oppressive and lost East Borough. No need for grand proclamations, and don't conflict with the authorities. Focus on the quality of believers rather than the quantity." "I understand." Triss nodded seriously, then half-clenched her right hand, extended 3 fingers, and pressed them against her left chest. Tobias chuckled, took a step back, and his figure suddenly collapsed, turning into puffs of pale yellow fire that disappeared through the cracks of the door and window frames. In an alley not far from the low-rent house, fire suddenly flared up, and then Tobias stepped out from the flames. Looking back in the direction of Triss's low-rent room, his lips curled up in a quite good mood. Having a demoness spread faith, what an insightful decision that understands the human heart. Even though it was already planned, he still wanted me to act it out. That fellow isn't old, but he understands the human heart surprisingly well. Was I also fooled by him using such a method back then? Unfortunately, the Ruin royal family and the demoness sect certainly won't let the matter of snatching the conqueror characteristic go. Before I regain the strength of an angel, it's not suitable for me to show my face. I can also help spread the faith. Although I don't know why that person isn't very keen on spreading the faith, the existence of anchors is very important to all great existences. It certainly won't be wrong for me to contribute to this. Whether it's a resurrected ancient god or a true god's persona, this is the only opportunity I can grasp right now. Although I have already separated from my other self, as my strength gradually recovers, I feel the influence of the City of Calamity again. While whispering, he stepped out of the alley and naturally blended into the crowd on the street. Woo! Amidst the low sound of the steam whistle, the White Agot sailed into Demir Port. Because the next stop, Bansancy Port, was skipped, the White Agot's stay at Demir Port was extended to facilitate replenishing more food and fresh water. On the deck, which became empty after many passengers disembarked, Syrian met Captain Erlin and his first mate, who were also preparing to go ashore. Noticing Syrian approaching, Captain Erlin quickly said, "We aren't going to the telegraph office." This makes it sound like I'm here to threaten you. After a slight nod, he walked right past the two of them toward the stairs lowered by the railing. After Syrian had gone far, the plump first mate with a beer belly looked at Captain Erlin in surprise. "Captain," he. Captain Erlin shook his head and sighed. "Just act as if you know nothing. As long as we don't do anything unnecessary, he won't do anything to us. Wasn't it the same last time? We are just a passenger ship. This kind of thing should be left to the Church of Storms and the kingdom's military to worry about." The first mate shook his head and explained, "I just don't understand why he boarded the White Agot again. Does he like this ship?" Captain Erlin suddenly fell into silence. He thought of a very serious problem. If this painter appeared on the White Agot a few more times, would rumors of him being in league with the other party start spreading at sea? Even if the shipping company and MI9 didn't care, once such rumors spread, passengers would avoid their White Agot as much as possible. After a long silence, he let out a long sigh. "We'll talk about this problem later. Our current goal is to arrive safely in Bayam. Come on, let's go to the bar for a couple of drinks. Alcohol might not solve the problem, but it can make me forget it for a while." The first mate shook his head and refused his suggestion. "I won't go. I can't get drunk anyway. Besides, after seeing that guy, I've developed a shadow over going ashore." Hearing this, Captain Erlin didn't press further. He turned and followed the route Syrian had just taken down the stairs. After disembarking, Syrian walked around the port and finally stopped in front of a wall covered with various bounty posters. The bounty posters on it seemed to be updated frequently, even the oldest-looking ones showed no signs of yellowing. As he scanned them, he quickly saw two familiar bounty posters. One belonged to Queen Mystic, with a bounty as high as £2 million, and the other belonged to him, with a bounty of only £45,000. Withdrawing his gaze, he put a bucket hat he was holding onto his head and then turned back the way he came. Not long after he left, the bounty poster with his portrait on the wall suddenly spontaneously combusted, turning into ashes and scattering in the wind. Within the next 2 minutes, all bounty posters of him in Demir Port silently self-destructed. Meanwhile, in a quiet and dark alley, a man in a black cloak coughed slightly, making his voice sound serious and deep as he said, "I am a subordinate of Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina Edwards, the fourth bosun of the Golden Dream, blazing, Danitz." After a second of silence, another voice rang out from the opposite side of the alley, "Blazing, Danitz, with a bounty of £3,000. The low voice seemed to suppress a terrifying and bloodthirsty madness, as if a hungry monster, coveting his flesh and soul, was pouncing toward him. Danitz froze in place for a moment, his body tense to the point of slightly trembling. It seemed like only a brief moment, yet also like a long time had passed, before the feeling of bloodlust and madness from the opposite side finally receded. Then his shoulder sank as a hand suddenly reached out from behind him and landed on his shoulder with osmic gulp. Danitz instinctively swallowed. In front of him was a mad, bloodthirsty monster, and behind him was a silent ghost. He felt this was probably his last vacation. He clenched his fists tightly, and crimson fire suddenly appeared. Then, a somewhat familiar voice sounded in his ear. "Yo, we meet again, Mr. Danitz of the 3,000-pound bounty." Danitz turned his head in surprise, and the face of Randolph Carter, which he had just seen on the bounty wall not long ago, was right in front of him. "It's you." Pausing for a moment, he bent his knees and moved his feet, breaking his shoulder free from Syrian's hand, then retreated 2 steps inconspicuously until he was behind him. Feeling a bit safer, he pointed at Klein, who had restrained his aura, and said, "This guy is a dangerous element, very much like those mindless bloodthirsty monsters. I just came to preach our program and ask him if he wanted to join the Golden Dream, and he wanted to eat me." After half a second of silence, Syrian looked at Danitz, who had moved behind him, and complained, "If you weren't a pirate, you would definitely be a very talented comedian." Seeing this, Klein, on the opposite side, felt as if a crow was flying over his head. This guy has not been at sea for long, so how does it feel like he knows people everywhere? Chapter 332, Inzangil the Evil Spirit. Klein looked at Danitz, who had shrunk behind Syrian, and asked indifferently while maintaining his persona, "An acquaintance of yours?" After a pause, he added, "I don't eat people." Syrian took a step to the side, crossing his arms over his chest in a spectator's pose. "Not well acquainted. I wouldn't mind if you fed him to that glove of yours. After all, pyromaniac's abilities are quite useful." Open black lens bracket note. Read more at twcon.com close black lens bracket. Glove. Danitz subconsciously looked at Klein's hands across the alley. There were no gloves. Just as the thought arose, he once again felt that fleeting, oppressive, and crazed sense of hunger. After his thoughts briefly stiffened, he thought of a very famous glove that had appeared at sea, the wriggling hunger, wielded by Hurricane General Kilangos. Shit, it couldn't be that thing, could it? I heard the captain say that thing really eats people and can graze souls. It's a terrifying mystical item. No, anyone capable of holding an item like the wriggling hunger is terrifying in their own right. As thoughts raced through his mind, he slowly backed away while shouting, "We're very well acquainted, really. We just met on the Golden Dream last week. And my captain, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, is in these waters, along with the Golden Dream." "You." Feeling Klein's suddenly sharp gaze, his words halted. He then feigned a relaxed look at Syrian. "For the captain's sake, could you try to persuade your friend?" Syrian raised an eyebrow and asked casually, "How are you so sure he and I are friends?" Danitz maintained a stiff smile. "I feel like someone like you." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Klein. "Where is White Shark?" "The second floor of that tavern just now." Blazing, Danitz's dignity made him not want to answer such a question, but his mouth honestly provided the answer. Klein didn't respond. He reached up to press down on his silk top hat before turning to walk toward the other end of the alley, his figure soon disappearing from their sight. Danitz watched his disappearing back, find it somewhat unbelievable. He just left like that. If you feel your performance just now was too embarrassing, you could chase after him and pick a fight to regain some face through a glorious defeat. "I only lost face, not my brains." Syrian smiled. Before Danitz could turn around, he reached out and pressed a hand on his shoulder. "I suppose I just saved you. Shouldn't you repay me a little?" Danitz's heart, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. "What do you want to do?" My bounty is only 3,000 pounds. I'm not worth much." Syrian nodded noncommittally and then asked, "So, do you know who on this island has a higher bounty?" Without thinking, Danitz said, "Vice Admiral Disease. Her ship, the Black Death, was spotted in nearby waters a few days ago. One of the captains under, Admiral Hell, also appeared nearby. Although he was in disguise, I still recognized him. I'm not sure if he's left by now, though. I only know of those two. Most pirates who come ashore disguise themselves and have their own areas of activity. It's hard for others to find them. After all, once you have a bounty on your head, you have to constantly watch out for the navy, the churches, bounty hunters, adventurers, and fellow pirates." As he said the last sentence, Danitz tilted his head slightly, gazing at the sky outside the alley at a 45-degree angle. Several seconds passed like this, but the expected words or interruption never came. He couldn't help but lower his head to look at Syrian, only to find that the other man's figure had disappeared at some unknown point. Looking around and confirming no one was there, he couldn't help but mutter, "What a ghost-like fellow." He then pulled his cloak's hood back on and turned to walk quickly away from that unpleasant little alley. In the evening, as the last light of dusk was about to vanish from the distant horizon, Syrian, who had just finished dinner and was preparing to head back to the ship for a rest, suddenly felt a stir in his spirituality. It's very faint, but it seems to have some connection to me. Muttering to himself, he pulled a gold coin from his pocket, tossed it into the air, and caught it. After repeating this twice, an illusory book was reflected in his eyes. Simultaneously, he took a step forward, and his figure quickly faded and disappeared. On the street near the pier, the dim yellow light of the gas lamps suddenly became intermittent, as if the lamps had come to life and were constantly blinking. They won't find us, will they? Don't talk. Danton and Donna huddled in their mother's arms, their bodies trembling slightly. Clevis and his companion stood at the front and back, surrounding their employers. Their gazes swept around constantly, alert to their surroundings. Donna's father was affected by the tense atmosphere and felt a bit spooked, but he still plucked up the courage to shield his wife and 2 children behind him. Seeing that the gas lamps around them kept flickering but there was no other movement, he couldn't help but ask, "It's just a gas lamp malfunction, right?" Clevis didn't relax in the slightest. While staying alert, he said in a low voice, "I don't know, but my intuition tells me something has targeted us. It's very dangerous." "Cecil, you." The sudden screams of the 2 children interrupted his words. Before he could even turn around, the surroundings suddenly turned a brilliant white. The piercing light made him subconsciously close his eyes. After adjusting slightly and reopening his eyes, he saw a dense cluster of golden, illusory flames burning all around them. Within the firelight, illusory, transparent faces were vanishing amidst silent screams. Clevis froze for a second before reacting. He hurriedly turned back to look at his employers and companion, but saw nothing, not a single figure. Ripples of deep blue spread out beneath his feet. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, he suddenly snapped awake. He saw the dim yellow but no longer flickering gas lamps, as well as his pale-faced but visibly uninjured employers and companion. As memories surfaced in his mind, he finally realized that he had just had a nightmare. He opened his mouth, but for some reason, he couldn't make a sound. His body felt as though it were stuck in a quagmire, making movement difficult. Just as fear began to rise in his heart, it was washed away by a warm power. In the next second, a majestic voice that made one want to bow and prostrate themselves rang in his ears, "Sleep is forbidden here." As the voice sounded, he felt everything around him vanishing, moving away from him. After a burst of indescribable emptiness and loss, he woke up from the dream once again. He saw Donna and Danton gesture for him to be silent, and then they pointed behind him. He took a deep breath, turned abruptly, and saw darkness surging like a tide, layers of transparent barriers like invisible walls, golden flames burning fiercely, a pillar of pure and holy light, and countless transparent, twisted revenants and evil spirits. Randolph Carter, whom he had eaten murloc meat with on the deck of the White Agot earlier, was holding a broad, silver-white greatsword that seemed condensed from light. He stood beneath the pillar of pure, holy light, confronting a figure within the surging darkness. Under the flickering golden firelight, he could barely see the figure standing in the darkness. The person wore a black double-breasted formal suit. His features were like a classical sculpture, without a single wrinkle. Most striking was that one of his eyes was completely devoid of luster. Syrian watched Inzangil, who stood in the darkness, neither leaving nor attacking, but constantly summoning dead spirits and wraiths to harass him, and felt somewhat puzzled. He didn't know if the other's mind was broken or if there was some hidden conspiracy. After 2 seconds of silence, he asked tentatively, "Inzangil, or Medici Soren Einhorn?" As soon as he finished speaking, the surging darkness suddenly receded, and Inzangil's figure was completely exposed under the dim yellow light. 2 lip-like wounds split across his pale cheeks, but they were suppressed by an invisible force and could not open. Then, his lips moved, and he emitted a somewhat raspy voice belonging to Medici. "Oh, you finally guessed it. I was wondering if I should give you a hint." Syrian frowned. "What do you want to do?" Medici Soren Einhorn, wearing Inzangil's face, looked at him with a smile. "I saw 2 cute little friends while passing by and came to say hello." As he spoke, his gaze moved past Syrian to Donna and Danton behind him. The 2 children were pale with fright, trembling as they huddled in their mother's arms. Syrian frowned. He didn't think Medici Soren Einhorn, as an evil spirit, would be this bored. After a second of silence, he suddenly thrust his fist forward and shouted in ancient Hermes language, "Exile." A surge of invisible, massive power erupted. Caught off guard, Inzangil was sent flying, his figure rapidly fading and disappearing in midair. Before his figure completely vanished, Syrian saw his lips move slightly as if saying something to him, but his voice was drowned out by the resulting air currents. Something was wrong, very, very wrong. Whether it was Inzangil or Medici Soren Einhorn, something wasn't right. Syrian frowned. He swung the silver greatsword in his hand, purifying a transparent soul body that approached him, then raised his hand and pushed forward. Imprisonment. Layer upon layer of transparent walls appeared out of thin air, freezing the wandering dead spirits and wraiths in place. Then, an illusory, constantly flipping book appeared in his eyes. Snap. With a crisp snap of his fingers, golden illusory flames carrying the pure and holy aura of the sun ignited out of thin air. Notarization. Effective. Following his words, the golden firelight intensified once more. The spirits frozen in place melted like lit candles, vanishing amidst silent screams. The few remaining spirits that hadn't been imprisoned quickly fled the area once they were no longer driven by Inzangil. Seeing the problem resolved, Syrian let the silver greatsword in his hand dissolve into spots of light and disappear, then walked toward Clevis and the others. Having witnessed a battle between Beyonders, they had not yet come to their senses. Although dead spirits and wraiths are normally invisible to ordinary people, when the flames of light scorched them, their twisted, transparent faces would appear within the fire. Furthermore, the surging tide of darkness, the figure that suddenly vanished while flying backward, and the layer upon layer of dreams, all of it surpassed their imagination. He reached out and patted the young boy Danton on the shoulder. After the boy came to, he asked, "Where is your lucky gold coin?" "Oh, here." Danton hurriedly pulled the gold horn from his coat pocket and handed it to him. Taking it, Syrian flicked his finger, sending the coin into the air with a "jung" sound. Jung. Everyone's eyes subconsciously followed the gold coin upward. Then they saw a holy, clear, brilliant, and pure warm light descend from the sky, bathing them. In the warm, pale gold light, the fatigue, cold, and fear on everyone were swept away. Snap. Syrian caught the falling gold horn. He looked at Danton, raised an eyebrow, and smiled. "This lucky gold coin of yours has been used up, so I'm taking it back." Hearing that his lucky gold coin was being taken back, Danton felt a bit disappointed, but he still nodded. "Okay. Can I get another lucky gold coin in the future?" "That depends on whether you are lucky enough." Syrian twirled the coin in his hand and looked at Clevis. "I'm a bit curious about what you experienced before. Can you tell me about it?" Clevis nodded, then frowned and shook his head. "Actually, I'm not quite sure what just happened. I only know I had many dreams in succession and can no longer distinguish which parts were dreams and which were reality." "I see. You should all head back to the ship quickly. I think you need the warmth of bedding or a hearth right now." Syrian nodded and didn't press the matter further. For ordinary people, it was indeed difficult to distinguish between reality and dreams in such alternating cycles. Donna and Danton's father stepped forward and gave a very sincere and gentlemanly bow. "My name is Uldi Blanche. Brave and kind sir, I am very grateful for your help just now. If not for you, we would likely have encountered unimaginable danger and paid with our lives. Sir, you are also a crew member on the White Agot, aren't you? Once I've settled my frightened wife and children, I will come to thank you properly with a gift." Syrian nodded, saying no more. After everyone had thanked him, the group hurried toward where the White Agot was docked. Watching their figures disappear, Syrian glanced toward where Inzangil had vanished. A slip of paper torn from a notebook was lying there quietly. Interesting. In the end, Medici's evil spirit still chose Inzangil, the former gatekeeper. Is this a correction from fate, or a correction from a certain author? Chapter 333, Tobias's Past. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain name, Taiwan Novel Network, accompanying you in your leisure, waiting for your search, close black lens bracket. Help me, Lord. 008. The note left by Inzangil was full of blackened marks, only a few scribbled words could barely be recognized. Syrian frowned. There was too little useful information, he couldn't tell what the other party wanted to express, or if it was simply a prank left for him. Even a cryptologist wouldn't be able to decipher anything from such fragmented information, right? Mumbling to himself, he held the note in one hand and pulled out a scroll with the other, taking from it a crystal ball containing a sealed azure eye. He pressed the crystal ball against his forehead and looked again at the note left by Inzangil. A deep purple surfaced within the azure eye in the crystal ball, and then another image appeared in his mind. The black and white on the note spread like ink, followed by large patches of mottled blood red that obscured all visible information. Frowning, he lowered the crystal ball from his forehead and let the note in his hand turn to ash. Leaving a message and then obscuring it himself. Is Medici's evil spirit performing a battle between his left and right brain? For a 3-in-1 evil spirit, this kind of situation seems normal. The previous situation seemed more like the wills of Medici, Sauron, and Einhorn pulling at each other. Inzangil must have also been involved to some extent. It's a real mess. Are they trying to attract someone else's attention to break the balance between them? Amidst his whispers, he flicked a gold coin with a sharp ping. After repeating this a few times, he retrieved the gold coin and turned toward where the white agate was docked. Not long after returning to the ship, Captain Erlin knocked on the door with the Uldi Blanche family. Glancing at the crowd outside and then at the single sofa and 2 wooden chairs in the room, he felt they wouldn't all fit, so he didn't step aside. Erlin still smelled of alcohol. His tone wasn't very calm as he said, "Mr. Branch said you saved his family and wanted to thank you in person. As the captain of the White Agate, I'm responsible for the safety of all passengers, but Mr. Branch and his family don't quite understand what happened to them, so I wanted to ask you." Syrian nodded slightly and said calmly, "They encountered Inzangil." Inzangil. Erlin was blank for a moment, then something occurred to him. He said in sudden realization and shock, "The Archbishop of the Church of the Night who defected with a Grade 0 sealed artifact, the Inzangil who masterminded the Tingan City tragedy. He's in Demir Port now." Syrian shook his head slightly. "He might not be there now, he has means of spirit world traversal." Erlin nodded slightly, feeling a bit relieved, but then another question came to mind. Did you have a conflict with him? And you made a terrorist carrying a Grade 0 sealed artifact retreat. Could Randolph Carter already be a true demigod? Noticing Erlin seemed lost in thought, he shook his head slightly. "No, he only tested the waters and then left. His condition doesn't seem very good. He shouldn't attack the White Agate, there's nothing in it for him." Erlin nodded, then said with some hesitation, "I understand. I plan to head back to Demir Port in a bit. This matter needs to be reported immediately, Inzangil is extremely dangerous." Syrian nodded slightly, unconcerned. Although Erlin seemed urgent about the matter, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stepped aside, leaving the rest of the conversation to the Branch family who had come to give thanks, while he watched from the side. Being able to make Inzangil, who carried a Grade 0 sealed artifact, retreat voluntarily meant he had made the other party feel threatened. As his thoughts churned, his assessment of Randolph Carter's danger level rose another notch in his mind. Having heard every word of the conversation between Syrian and Captain Erlin, Uldi Blanche had a new assessment of the danger his family had just faced. Wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, he hurried forward and handed over an anonymous bank card and a folded note. "Mr. Randolph, thank you so much for your help just now. If you hadn't appeared in time, I can't imagine what kind of horror we would have faced. This is a small token of my gratitude. Since this trip is mainly for leisure, I didn't bring much cash, only this anonymous bank card. Please, you must accept it. Once we reach Bayam, I'll transfer some money into this account. Also, please allow me to bring a proper gift to thank you in person then. Here is also my contact information. You're welcome to visit anytime, or come to me if you need any help." After a moment's thought, he reached out and took the note but didn't take the anonymous bank card. "No need to be polite. I just happened to be there and took back the lucky gold coin I gave out earlier. So there's no need for thanks. That lucky gold coin I retrieved is the payment." ULDI felt this was inappropriate, but Captain Erlin interrupted him. "Lucky gold coin? What kind of lucky gold coin?" "It's this one." Donna took out her gold horn. "A gift Big Brother Randolph gave to me and Danton when we met before, though Danton's has already been used." Pausing, she asked with curiosity and anticipation, "Big Brother Randolph, if I encounter danger in the future, can I use this lucky gold coin to summon your help?" Syrian nodded. "If I happen to be nearby." After a pause, he continued, I can teach you a method. As long as you're within a large city, I'll be able to receive the message it transmits." "Really?" Donna's eyes instantly sparkled. Syrian nodded slightly to her, and the 2 children were so excited they nearly jumped. Erlin withdrew his gaze from the very ordinary gold horn and couldn't help but chuckle. "If this news gets out, the gold coins you give away might become another kind of treasure of the sea." Syrian smiled. "That would be interesting, wouldn't it?" Then he looked at Clevis and asked, "Do you recall any key memories?" The latter shook his head. "No, my memories from that time are somewhat disjointed and getting blurrier. I've been thinking back for a long time, but I still can't distinguish which were reality and which were dreams." Syrian nodded and didn't ask further. Glancing at the little boy Danton and seeing his hesitant, distressed look, he looked down thoughtfully and asked, "Danton, did you see anything then?" Little Danton nodded hesitantly, then shook his head. "I'm not sure, but it seems I did. There was a person being held by a monster. He had 3 mouths on his face. He looked at me, and then I didn't know anything, like I fell asleep and had many dreams." "I see. Good job." Syrian reached out and patted the boy's shoulder. After talking with them for a while longer until he indicated he needed to rest, the Branch family and the 2 bodyguards thanked him again and took their leave. After seeing them off, Syrian closed the door and reclined on the sofa, once again pondering the purpose of Inzangil's sudden appearance here. Inzangil was struggling with the evil spirit inside him, while the 3 wills within that spirit were fighting each other, trying to seize more dominance. Leaving the note for me was likely Medici's will at work, but it was interrupted by the joint efforts of Sauron and Einhorn, leaving only a few scattered, indecipherable words. Neither Inzangil nor the evil spirit within him involved the domains of divination or prophecy. My appearance should have been unexpected to them, so their initial purpose shouldn't have been complex. Was it simply being seen by Danton and then being unable to control the malice within, thus launching an attack? It wasn't even an attack, just a venting of his own power that affected the Branch family and the 2 bodyguards who happened to be nearby. But my sudden appearance seemed to give Medici an opportunity. He intended for me to do something, but was interrupted by Sauron and Einhorn. It felt quite plausible. Ping! He tossed a gold coin high and caught it. I seem to have overlooked something. 008. I didn't see 008 in Inzangil's hands. Did he put it away, or was it something else? After thinking for a moment, he gave up the idea of asking Adam. He didn't think Adam would fail to pay attention to 008, perhaps tonight's events were one of his arrangements. Pulling his thoughts together, he stood up from the sofa, an illusory, constantly flipping book reflected in his eyes. I came, I saw, I recorded. Shards of brilliant starlight flew out from the void, quickly outlining an illusory, brilliant stargate covered in mysterious patterns and symbols. On an island full of charred marks, looking like ruins after multiple calamities. Wearing a black double-breasted formal suit, the figure of Inzangil, blind in one eye, quickly took shape in the air. His remaining eye, its pupil so blue it looked deep black, appeared somewhat vacant as he wandered aimlessly across the ruined island as if sleepwalking. In his tightly gripped right hand, a dull-colored quill constantly wrote word after word on his hem. The Church of Storms' cleanup of the bloody sacrifices and pollution on Bansancy Island was thorough, but over a long time, that high-level source of pollution has established a deep mystical connection with this island. Even if they were cleaned up before, as time passes, the pollution from calamity has secretly revived on this island. Although this revived pollution is currently very hidden and weak, under the influence of the convergence effect, the Red Angel evil spirit who once contacted it and possesses the status of a king of angels will inevitably find it. The handwriting left by the quill on the hem grew fainter and fainter, as if the ink in the barrel had run out, until it could no longer write. On both sides of Inzangil's cheeks, unreal scars split open, and illusory teeth and tongues grew out. What are you doing here? Commemorating your descendants who were turned to charcoal by the Church of Storms. Charcoal. From the remaining traces, they probably couldn't even leave charcoal behind. How tragic. There's been no reaction after all this time. Medici, it seems the message you sent to that kid failed, or maybe he simply doesn't want to help you. Inzangil curled his lips and spoke with Medici's voice. Of course he doesn't want to help me. I'm not his godfather. I was just playing with him. I didn't expect you two to react so strongly. Just as he spoke, the lips on Inzangil's cheeks made a hoarse, piercing sound. He is Adam's man. In a moment of real danger, do you think he'll call Adam's name, and will Adam act for him? Stop weaving your boring conspiracies. In this state, none of us can hide anything from the others. Inzangil suddenly made a shushing gesture. His remaining eye was now bloodshot, turning a fiery crimson. Quiet. I hear it, the sound of burning iron and blood. Those fellows from the Church of Storms cleaned Bansancy too thoroughly. We need a sacrifice to channel power from the City of Calamity to escape this evil spirit state. As soon as he finished, the lips on his cheeks added, we can't control Inzangil for this long. No matter how weak he is, he's still a demigod. Then use 008. It would be happy to help me write a few stories that screw over its own master. Inside a first-class cabin on the White Agot, Syrian brewed himself a cup of coffee and leaned back on the sofa, looking with some confusion at Tobias, who was leaning against the balcony gazing at the distant horizon. You must have been at sea for a long time. Haven't you grown tired of looking at it? Tobias turned halfway around and said with a sigh, before going to Bansancy, I lived inland. After arriving at Bansancy, it wasn't long before I was contaminated. Most of the time, I was either in a deep sleep or going mad. That's quite tragic. Lamenting in his heart, he asked curiously, what was your identity before? Tobias tilted his head back and narrowed his eyes, seemingly lost in memory. I am from the southern continent. I followed death and participated in the pale calamity stirred up by death and the primordial demoness. After death fell and the primordial demoness retreated, I was lucky enough to not only survive but also obtain a weather warlock Beander characteristic. Thinking about it now, the characteristic I obtained back then probably had issues of its own, which is why I was later contaminated without any defense and fell into an uncontrollable state. Chapter 334, The Complex Personnel of the White Agot. You followed death, and even participated in the Pale Calamity. Syrian looked at Tobias in great surprise, but on second thought, it seemed quite reasonable. Aside from natural mythical creatures, it was difficult to find wild angels in this world. Bernadette only advanced to sage by relying on Emperor Rosel's legacy, and the life school of thoughts will Anseton belongs to the destiny pathway, making him part of the luckiest handful of people in the world. Tobias raised his chin slightly and said, I was even a legion commander of the Bayam Empire back then. Syrian raised an eyebrow and motioned for him to continue with his eyes. Tobias sat down directly on the balcony without much regard for his image, leaning his head back against the railing. Half in memory and half in lament, he said, the primordial demoness came to the Bayam Empire to form an alliance with death. Then he went mad, but he also became stronger. At that time, I couldn't peer into the battlefield of the gods, I could only guess the state of their battle from the anomalies formed by their divine power. As a war bishop, after completing the sacrifice, I was better able than ordinary beyonders to sense the state of death, who had accommodated the Red Priest pathway. This was also why I could leave the battlefield immediately. Unfortunately, in the end, I was the only one from the entire Pale Fire Legion who survived. It wasn't that they had no chance to retreat, even if they couldn't all have left under the enemy's pursuit, but they were too deeply influenced by death. They were unwilling to withdraw at all before receiving an order from death. After leaving the battlefield, I accidentally obtained a weather warlock characteristic. It came from the separation of characteristics from death's body after his fall. To prevent the descendants of death from settling accounts for my desertion, and to avoid pursuit by the believers of the northern continent's gods, I took that weather warlock characteristic and hid on Bansancy Island, recuperating while completing the ritual. You can probably guess what happened after that, right? Syrian nodded with a strange expression. Was this considered lucky or unlucky? To say he was unlucky, he managed to survive the front lines of the Pale Calamity and even picked up a weather warlock characteristic. To say he was lucky, the characteristic he picked up came from the Mad Death, and before death, it had likely been steeped in Tudor's body once, and he even chose Bansancy as the place to hold his ritual. Talk about stacking buffs. Tobias's ability to hold out until the fifth epoch without being completely turned into the shape of the City of Calamity could be considered a testament to his firm will. Pulling back his wandering thoughts, he suddenly asked, do you know Isaac Eggers? Tobias cast a surprised look. You know him. He is the child of death and was the death consul of the Bayam Empire at that time. I remember he didn't seem to fall in the Pale Calamity. I don't know what happened later, it's unlikely he could have survived the pursuit of the Seven Gods believers. Such direct blood descendants have always been primary targets for the churches. Syrian shook his head slightly. He is still alive. I saw him when I was in Backland before. However, he is currently in a state of amnesia and is working hard to find his past memories. Tobias's expression was somewhat surprised. Amnesia. I recall he passed the undying stage a long time ago. Did death arrange a backup plan for resurrection through him? Tisk, the ultimate destiny of all God's sons, vessels and backup plans for the true God's return. But for him to live so long without being discovered by the god of combat and the Evernight goddess, is it because he was in a deep sleep before? It was because he had long been found by the Evernight goddess and hidden away. Pausing, he looked at Tobias and suggested, you could ask him. Since he is looking for his past memories, how about I introduce him to you? Although he hasn't fully recovered his memories and power, he is still an angel after all. It just so happens that Edfarna is not in a good state lately and it's inconvenient for her to take action again. We can have Isaac Eggers help handle the problem of you and the other you. Tobias frowned. Two angels whose states haven't recovered. Even if I can use the power of that conqueror characteristic to a certain extent, it would be very difficult to hunt the other me, and I might even be counter-killed. What is your real plan and who is the outside help? Syrian took a sip of the bitter coffee and then said leisurely, Adam is very interested in the City of Calamity. He will certainly be willing to write a reasonable script for this matter. So we just need to act according to our ideas, and he will arrange the rest. The battle with the other you is also very simple. We just need to expose him and stall for a bit, the subsequent matters can be entirely left to the Seven Gods. At worst, we won't recover that weather warlock characteristic. It's already been marinated by the City of Calamity anyway. Tobias was silent for a moment, then parted his lips and said, what a simple plan. Saying that, He stood up from the floor and walked toward the door. I'm going out for some activity. I have the Red Priest card and the Conqueror characteristic on me. I'm curious about what kind of people will gather on this ship. On the deck, Klein, who was standing at the bow blowing in the sea breeze, suddenly felt his spirituality twitch. He raised his hand to press down on the silk top hat on his head, turned around casually, and looked in the direction that triggered his spirituality. He just happened to see a man wearing a dark coat and a peculiar crown walking out from the cabin. The other party gave him the feeling of a blazing fire, or like an unceasing blade harvesting lives, full of danger and heat. A Bayander, and not an ordinary one. Even while restraining his aura, the pressure he gave me exceeded what I felt from the wriggling hunger. A demigod. I haven't seen him before. Did he suddenly appear on the white Agot, or did he sneak on board like Syrian? As his thoughts wandered, he smoothly shifted his gaze and saw an acquaintance boarding from the stairs lowered by the ship's side. The fourth bosun of the Golden Dream, blazing, Danitz, worth 3,000 pounds. Although he had disguised himself, wearing a wig and darkening his eyebrows, for a faceless, such a crude disguise could be seen through at a glance. How did this guy get on the ship too? Aren't there a bit too many Beyonders on the white Agot? I always feel that the upcoming journey won't be peaceful, but I just want to quietly take the ship to Bayam. By the ship's side, Danitz, who also saw Gehrman Sparrow standing at the bow looking his way, felt his originally good mood vanish instantly, and his facial muscles gradually became stiff. Why is this terrifying and crazy guy on the ship too? No, I'm wearing a disguise, he might not recognize me. While his thoughts fluctuated, he saw the other party approaching him step by step, and then, showing a smile that hid madness within its calm, a normal smile, said to him, "Good morning, we meet again." After taking a deep breath, Danitz forced an awkward but polite smile onto his face. "Good morning." On the other side of the deck, Tobias retracted his gaze from the two Beyonders and looked out at the distant horizon again. After a while, he felt an extremely aggressive gaze fall upon him. He turned his head thoughtfully and saw a beautiful lady walking toward him with a beaming smile. She wore a complex azure gown inlaid with fine diamonds, and she was adorned with sparkling bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and headpieces. Her blonde hair fell in curls, her blue eyes were more crystalline than gems, her chin was delicate and small, and her red lips were moist and lustrous. She was beautiful and moving, like a jewelry model from a magazine walking out of a painting. She held up her skirt and approached with slow, elegant steps. "Handsome gentleman, would you be willing to have lunch with me in a while?" Tobias's straightforward gaze, devoid of any lust, swept over her. A demoness. The expression on the lady's face froze for a moment, then she nodded generously. "That's right. You seem to know a lot about demonesses. Are you interested in experiencing true pleasure with me? I rarely invite people so proactively, you're the first." Tobias looked at her calmly and asked casually, "A member of the demoness sect?" As he spoke, an indescribable charm suddenly surged from him, a charm that made people want to follow and pledge loyalty from the bottom of their hearts, along with a desire and admiration for his body. In the eyes of the lady in the azure gown, Tobias's figure suddenly became tall, and his temperament became majestic, filled with an irresistible charm. Her body, heart, and soul all wanted to surrender at his feet. "No. You." Her breathing gradually became rapid, her body was heating up, and she felt weak and limp, as if exhausted after several consecutive sessions of pleasure. She wanted to flee, but her body was out of control. She wanted to call for help, but what came out of her mouth was an invitation. "My room is 302, sir. Would you be willing to walk me back to my room?" After Tobias nodded slightly, she turned around with a smile and walked toward the cabin. Tobias ignored the envious or jealous gazes around him, lowered his eyes, and quietly followed behind her. In the first-class dining room, after declining the repeated invitations of the Blanche family, Syrian walked toward the table where Klein and Danitz were seated. Before he could speak, Danitz proactively pulled out a chair for him and invited him to sit. "Since everyone knows each other, why don't we sit down and dine together?" As he spoke, he kept casting pleading looks toward Syrian. Silent for half a second, Syrian turned his head to look at Klein. "Did you abuse him?" 6. Don't use words that could cause misunderstandings about the relationship between him and me. After grumbling in his heart, Klein said coldly, "He is a hostage." "Oh," Syrian nodded, then looked at Danitz and said, "You're really a disgrace to the Golden Dream." "Danitz, are you people more abnormal the higher your sequence is?" Ignoring Danitz's colorful expression, Syrian looked at Klein and brought up the topic of Agot. "You seem to be able to contact the Death Consul. I happened to meet a former Legion commander of the Bayam Empire recently. They used to know each other, so perhaps he can help him recover some memories." Klein could no longer maintain German Sparrow's aloofness and hurriedly asked, "Really? Where is he?" "He'll be on the ship these few days. You can contact that person to come find him anytime." "Good." To one side, Danitz looked at this scene with a dazed expression. Death Consul. I think the captain mentioned that this refers to the consul during the Bayam Empire period in the southern continent, supposedly a descendant of Death. Him. Could that Death Consul be an angel? It seems to make sense. If he wasn't an angel, how could he have lived from the 4th epoch's Bayam Empire until now? German Sparrow actually knows such a big figure and can even contact him. It's also possible the two of them are just bragging. Those are an angel and a legion commander who lived from the 4th epoch, can you just meet them casually? Why are you all looking at me? Syrian retracted his gaze and, while calling for a waiter, said, "You have your thoughts written all over your face and in your eyes." 7. Danitz rubbed his cheeks with a dry laugh and changed the subject. "Hey, the food on the White Agot today is really good, much better than those ships that just rotate through beer, canned food, and salted meat." Sigh, what are you staring out the window for? Haven't you gotten tired of looking at it after being at sea for so long? A pirate ship is coming, Syrian calmly interrupted him. The expression on Danitz's face froze, and he looked sheepishly at Klein. "It has nothing to do with me. The Golden Dream pursues treasures at sea, not robbing passenger ships. Your friend can testify, he has been aboard the Golden Dream." Syrian nodded. "I can testify to that, but I can't guarantee whether they take on private jobs." "You." Danitz's eyes widened, and he said indignantly, "Everyone on our ship is an educated, civilized person, treasure hunters pursuing dreams. If anyone dares to do such a thing in private, they'll be kicked off the ship by the captain." To one side, Klein shook his head silently in his heart. Why does it feel like Vice Admiral Iceberg's The Golden Dream is always refreshing my understanding of pirates? At the same time, a crew member ran in with large strides, rushing toward the table where Captain Erlin was seated. "Captain, there's a pirate ship." Most of the passengers in the dining room heard his voice, and they were instantly filled with suspicion and alarm, losing their appetite for the meal. After understanding the situation, Captain Erlin immediately spoke to stabilize the emotions of the passengers in the dining room and had the crew organize the passengers to return to their rooms, while he himself returned to the captain's cabin. Danitz, who had already stood up, looked at Syrian, who remained seated, and asked curiously, "Aren't you leaving? Or are you planning to help them deal with the pirates?" Syrian didn't answer but asked back, "If the pirate ship on the other side sinks, is there a way to salvage the loot?" Danitz said without thinking, "You can ask Captain Erlin to help with the salvage, he certainly wouldn't dare refuse you. Although it's a passenger ship, there are certainly fishing nets and lifeboats on board. As long as you're fast enough, you should be able to salvage quite a bit of stuff." Greater than. Chapter 335, Sinking a Ship with One Blow. Danitz asked with some curiosity, "How are you going to sink the pirate ship on the other side?" Open black lens bracket note. At this point, I hope readers will remember our domain name. To find Taiwan novels, go to Taiwan Novel Network. The best content is all here. Close black lens bracket. Wait for it to enter the range of the cannons. By then, we'll be within the opponent's range too. Or do you plan to teleport directly onto the opponent's ship and carry out an inhumane massacre? Syrian didn't answer. Instead, he patted Danitz on the shoulder, stood up from his seat, and stretched. "To the deck. Let's see if their bounties are worth my effort. Do I have to go too?" Danitz pointed at himself, his expression clearly reluctant. "Do you expect me to recognize every pirate and their bounty?" Without giving the other party a chance to argue, he reached out and pressed his hands on their shoulders. Illusory book pages instantly surfaced in his eyes. In the next second, the figures of the three disappeared from the dining room like a fading oil painting. On the deck, the three figures silently appeared at the bow. The crew members standing by on deck looked at this scene in shock and instinctively raised their rifles. With so many rifles pointed at him, a drop of cold sweat rolled down Danitz's forehead. He quickly raised his hands and shouted, "Wait a minute, we're passengers." The next second, a deep, indescribable majesty erupted behind him, as if a great figure capable of dominating the lives of everyone present had cast their gaze. His heart pounded wildly, and his body became sluggish. A sense of fear rose for no reason in the hearts of everyone on deck. They couldn't help but want to lower their heads, to prostrate themselves, to listen to his every word, and follow his every command. "Put down your rifles. Don't make a sound. Just watch from the side." Following Syrian's words, the rifle-wielding crew members all put down their weapons and stood in place, obediently bowing their heads. Danitz swallowed hard, trembling. Although his body was still uncomfortable under that terrifying majesty, his thoughts had become active again. Is this the bounty hunter worth 45,000 pounds? That kind of majesty that deters the body and soul. I feel like even the captain is no match for him. No, the captain definitely isn't his match. Although the captain's spells are miraculous and comprehensive, this guy gives me the feeling that he no longer belongs to the range of a normal Beander. Could he really be, as the rumors say, approaching the level of a demigod? As his thoughts wandered, he noticed Gehrman Sparrow nearby, still expressionless, standing in place with his hands in his pockets. The hem of his coat swayed in the wind, adding a touch of indifference to his aura. Shit, with such a terrifying presence just now, was this guy not affected at all? As expected, only another freak can be friends with a freak. Syrian's calm voice echoed in his ears, "Go get me a harpoon." Oh, okay. Danitz's body responded faster than his brain. By the time he realized it, he could only walk toward the side of the deck near the cabin with a bitter smile, heading toward the row of crew members who were standing like punished elementary school students. He pointed at a crew member at random and said, "You, find me a harpoon." The crew member he pointed at stared at him blankly, and the surrounding crew members also turned their heads to look at him. The atmosphere froze for a moment. Danitz's outstretched finger froze in place, and he was so embarrassed he wanted to dig a hole with his toes. Shit, aren't these guys supposed to be intimidated? Why won't they listen to my orders? Can't they see I'm with those two terrifying guys? A bunch of people with no vision. No wonder they can only be crew members being ordered around on a ship. While both sides were at a stalemate, Captain Erlin, carrying a straight sword and holding a rifle, rushed over from the captain's quarters. After glancing at the situation, he said in a deep voice to the crew member Danitz had pointed at, "Go get him a harpoon." "Yes, Captain." That crew member relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted, then turned, stumbled slightly, and jogged into the cabin. Captain Erlin looked at Danitz and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "I don't know, I'm just an ordinary passenger." Danitz shook his head while looking back at the two people talking softly at the bow. At the bow, Klein gazed at the ship gradually approaching on the distant horizon and then asked, "Do you know this group of pirates?" Syrian shook his head slightly. "I don't know them, but I've seen the bounties for them. The Red Skull Pirates, a small to medium pirate group with only one ship. The captain is worth 900 pounds, and the first mate is 500 pounds. Although his head isn't worth much, it's enough to make a small profit." As they spoke, Danitz had already brought the harpoon over, accompanied by Captain Erlin and two crew members following behind him. "Are you planning to intercept that pirate ship?" However, with so many famous sea figures gathered at the bow, they might just flee directly. As if to verify his words, the distant pirate ship, now gradually clear with its Red Skull flag flying, began to shift its course. Seeing this, Danitz crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. Tisk, the unlucky bastards of the Red Skull Pirates finally realized there are too many people on this ship they can't afford to provoke. Klein turned his head to look at Syrian, who was holding the harpoon and examining something, and asked, "Are you going to chase them?" Syrian shook his head slightly. "No need. Within 10 kilometers, there's no problem." As he spoke, a large amount of pure cyan flame surged from him, continuously merging into the harpoon he held. The harpoon was instantly melted into glowing red molten iron, yet it strangely maintained the shape of a weapon before turning into a section of iron black steel. As more flames merged into it, it gradually transformed into a bright, red cyan, high-temperature fire spear. Once the infused flames reached their limit, he took a step forward, exerted force from his waist and back, and threw the fire spear out. Syrian's face turned slightly pale, but he quickly recovered. Using the War Bishop weaponization and long-range bombardment abilities consecutively was a significant burden on his spirituality, but as a member of a team, he could obtain spirituality from Tobias. After calming his breathing, he stood at the bow, slightly raising his chin as he gazed ahead. The red cyan fire spear continuously rotated and accelerated in the air, finally shooting toward the pirate ship at several times the speed of sound. About 10 seconds later, a burst of red fire suddenly bloomed on the pirate ship, flying the Red Skull flag in the distance. Centered on the pirate ship, a circle of whitish waves rippled out across the sea. Under the massive impact, the pirate ship was snapped in half, lifted out of the water, and then crashed back down heavily. After a long while, the muffled sound of the explosion reached the white agate, leaving everyone who saw it in silence. Gulp. Danitz's throat bobbed as he swallowed the saliva that had unconsciously secreted in his mouth. He stared blankly at the pirate ship on the distant sea, which had been blown into two pieces by a single harpoon and was now gradually sinking. The expression on his face had frozen. This is a demigod, this is absolutely a power that only a demigod possesses. Nearby, Captain Erlin and the two crew members he brought along had similar dumbfounded expressions, as if their understanding of Beyonders had been refreshed. After coming to his senses, Captain Erlin looked at Syrian, who was standing at the bow with his back to them, with a complex expression. No wonder he never disguises or hides himself. With this kind of power, there's no need to disguise or hide at all. As long as he doesn't show malice, even the authorities will only choose to monitor and be wary, rather than directly spark a conflict. On the other side, Klein, maintaining his expression through the clown ability, stood coldly to the side, as if he weren't surprised or amazed by this scene. Danitz and Captain Erlin noticed his reaction and silently raised their evaluation of this adventurer in their hearts. Klein, who was being secretly observed by them, was not calm inside at the moment. He was even complaining, the scribe is just too ridiculous. As long as one's social network is good enough, they're practically a mini demigod. Both are sequence 6 and are even from interchangeable neighboring pathways, but compared to my faceless, this is somewhat biased. Could it be that this irrationality and strength between Beyonder pathways is also a manifestation of the chaotic underlying rules of this world? Clang! A gold coin was tossed into the air by Syrian. After doing a simple divination, he turned to look at Captain Erlin. Captain Erlin, please organize a salvage. 1/10 of the harvest will go to you. No problem. Captain Erlin nodded seriously and then led the two crew members, who hadn't fully recovered, toward the cabin. Danitz smacked his lips, looking at this scene with some envy. That was a large pirate ship. Even if the ship had been blown into 2 pieces, the good things that could be salvaged wouldn't be few, the harvest would be at least several thousand pounds. What a pity. If the ship hadn't sunk, even if it were resold secondhand, its value would be at least tens of thousands of pounds. This was a hybrid-powered large ship. 66. Quote, "Don't say it, I already regret it." The corner of Syrian's mouth twitched slightly. He had underestimated the value of a large pirate ship. Thinking that every pirate crew had at least one ship, he asked with some curiosity, "Are you pirates all this wealthy?" Danitz took half a step back and looked at him warily. "Your expression makes me feel very unsafe." After a pause, he explained in a very serious tone, "Actually, most pirates are very poor. They have no concept of saving money. As soon as they have a bit of money, they spend it all at the Red Theater, and then they go out to sea to raid again when they're broke. Although a single raid can earn a lot, it's also possible to be killed directly like the Red Skull pirates just now. Moreover, maintaining a ship normally is also a huge expense, damage from cannons, corrosion from seawater, and those damned barnacles parasitic on the hull. Pirate ships can't dock at regular piers for maintenance, so it's even more expensive. Basically, half of the harvest is spent on this. Because of the high maintenance costs, many small pirate crews use ordinary sailing ships as disposables. They patch them up if they can, and if not, they just get a new one. In this regard, ghost ships have a huge advantage. Unfortunately, most ghost ships at sea are very dangerous, and for some less dangerous pirate ships, their owners are also very dangerous. As expected, in reality, every profession has its own troubles, and pirates are no exception. But this should be a problem for captains to consider. Does a bosun understand these things too? Or is the education level of the Golden Dreams crew generally higher? After lamenting in his heart for a bit, Klein interjected and asked, "What are the famous ghost ships at sea?" Danitz glanced at him and mentally labeled him as a novice adventurer. This guy is very powerful and crazy. Even if he wasn't at sea before, he shouldn't be unknown. Does he belong to some secret organization and only recently started being active? Thinking of this, his gaze quickly swept over Syrian. Although the two of them acted like ordinary friends who had just met, the sense of familiarity revealed occasionally in their interactions was definitely something only people who had known each other for a long time would have. And how could a seemingly normal but actually crazy guy like Gehrman Sparrow have friends? They must be companions from a secret organization, which is why they're familiar. A secret organization suddenly sending so many people to sea, there must be a conspiracy. I feel like the sea won't be peaceful anymore. I have to gather more information and report to the captain later. As his thoughts drifted, he suddenly saw Gehrman Sparrow looking at him with a cold gaze, like someone looking at a sea fish on a cutting board, considering which one was suitable for grilling. He suddenly shuddered and hurriedly said, "The most famous ghost ships at sea are definitely the King of the Five Seas Nasts, Black Emperor, and the Undying King Agalitos, Whisperer. Last year, a lucky guy found a ghost ship and has already made a bit of a name for himself at sea. I remember that ship is called the Azure Avenger." In the evening, Captain Erlin brought the salvaged spoils and knocked on Syrian's door. After opening the door, Syrian stepped aside to let him in. Captain Erlin hesitated for a moment but still didn't enter. Instead, he had the crew members open the boxes they had brought in the hallway. There's quite a lot of salvaged stuff. These are just the more valuable ones, the rest are piled on the deck. That gang of pirates before was the Red Skull Pirates, a small to medium pirate group. Before they met us, they seemed to have just raided another passenger ship, but now it's all our loot. It's a pity the pirate ship was destroyed so thoroughly, otherwise, the ship would have been the most valuable thing, even if we just stripped some parts from it. Fortunately, there are 2 young men on my ship with good swimming skills who rescued quite a few things before the destroyed ship sank to the bottom of the sea. As he spoke, he pointed to the boxes behind him, which contained gold coins, jewelry, exquisite antiques, and many soaked banknotes. After a brief pause, he continued, besides these, there were 2 guys among them who were on the official bounty list. Captain, Seawolf, Johnson, bounty £900, and First Mate, One-Eyed, Anderson, bounty £500. Their heads need to be taken to Bayam to be exchanged for cash, and the process takes 3 to 5 days. If you don't want to wait that long, I can pay you a sum in cash first, and then I'll take their heads to the authorities to claim the bounty once we reach Bayam. Greater than. Chapter 336, Azik's Arrival. While speaking, Erlin pulled 2 iron cigarette cases from his breast pocket, snapped them open, and displayed their contents to Syrian. Inside the 2 iron cigarette cases were a transparent object like a round gemstone, with layers of azure water-like luster rippling out. And a deep blackish stone that seemed to have liquid flowing on its surface, emitting a strong, foul stench. Syrian's gaze lingered briefly on the 2 objects with obvious spiritual luster, and his spiritual intuition gave him a relatively clear feedback. Sailor, and provoker, no wonder we ran into them. Erlin, hearing his whisper, asked in surprise, is there another reason they would appear in this sea area? Seeing that Syrian had no intention of answering, he didn't mind and instead handed over the reclosed iron cigarette cases. There's still quite a lot of stuff on the deck, it'll likely take until evening to fully inventory it. I'll come back to you with the list then. Syrian shook his head after taking the 2 cigarette cases containing the Beander characteristics. No need, distribute it among your crew. Those things would be a hassle for me to deal with anyway. You can also take 20% of the items here. What you salvaged is much more than I expected, it's well deserved. Or, you can choose not to share the salvaged harvest and take the heads of those 2 pirates instead. With your status and channels, you should be able to claim the full bounty, perhaps even several times over. Deal. Erlin only thought for a moment before choosing the second option. Compared to the salvaged property and jewelry, pirate heads were much easier to handle. He wasn't just the captain of the White Agot, he was also a member of MI9. Sharing the spoils could easily make his superiors suspect he had a private relationship or was even secretly cooperating with the officially wanted Randolph Carter. After a brief exchange, Erlin had his crew move the wooden crates into the living room and then left with his men. After closing the door, Syrian looked at the wooden crates in the living room. Though not dripping, they were clearly damp. He rubbed his brow, feeling a bit of a headache as he realized he had no channels to liquidate these items. Who can I ask for help? The hanged man definitely has channels, but with his personality, the commission fee will surely be expensive, and he might even embezzle some. Danitz seems viable. Even if he doesn't have suitable channels, Vice Admiral Iceberg definitely does. As he murmured to himself, his spirituality was suddenly triggered. He saw the surrounding colors suddenly become vivid and intense, the red's redder, the white's whiter, as if it were a haphazardly smeared oil painting. The next second, 2 familiar figures outlined themselves before him. Klein, maintaining his disguise as Gehrman Sparrow, and Isaac Eggers, wearing a silk top hat and a black formal suit, with bronze skin and eyes full of the vicissitudes of life. The vivid and intense colors around them returned to normal as Isaac and Klein appeared in the room. Isaac withdrew his hand from Klein's shoulder, then looked at Syrian, nodding slightly. I heard you know a former Legion commander of the Bayam Empire, and that he also knows me. Syrian nodded and said, yes. Wait a moment, I'll call him over. After saying that, he used the team's mental communication to transmit the message to Tobias, who was fooling around in some corner of the ship. 5 or 6 seconds later, streaks of pale yellow fire darted in from the balcony, interlacing in the living room and quickly reassembling into Tobias's figure. The moment he saw Isaac, the expression on Tobias's face froze for a moment, then he smiled. Long time no see, Prince Isaac. I didn't expect our next meeting to be under these circumstances. Although I am not a Beander skilled in spirit vision or prophecy, I can see some issues. Your current state doesn't seem very good. I originally thought death had left some backhand on you, but now it looks more like you have a problem yourself and have to remain in an undying, state to maintain some stability. Agot looked at Tobias somewhat blankly, seemingly falling into a very distant memory. After a long while, he gradually came to his senses and said with a frown, I know you. Your name is Tobias. Syrian looked at the people standing in different parts of the room and clapped his hands. Let's all sit down and talk. With the movement of his clapping, a piece of drawing paper flew out from his person. The colors on the drawing paper flowed quietly, outlining several black high-backed chairs with soft cushions and a long table filled with exquisite food and drinks in the room. He casually picked up a glass containing half a cup of gradient-colored liquid, took a sip, and smiled. Although the things are fake, the taste is real. And don't worry about gaining weight from eating too much. Of course, don't worry about eating a stomach full of paint either. In essence, they are just false fantasies. Klein looked at the food on the table, and his mouth involuntarily watered. These were all foods he was once familiar with, which he had never seen or eaten again after transmigration. After less than half a second of silence, he decisively found a seat, sat down, and buried his head in tasting the food on the table. Agot and Tobias each scanned the food in front of them. Although curious about these previously unseen foods, there were more important matters at hand, so they continued the previous topic. Do you know the cause of my current state and the solution for it? Tobias shook his head slightly. I am not a meander of the death pathway, and I am not skilled in matters related to spirituality, life, or the soul. I can see your state only because I have some understanding of your pathway and was once an angel, retaining some traits and vision. However, I suspect the problem lies with your soul. As an angel of the death pathway, you are already one of the most prominent people in the field of the soul after the fall of death. If you can't solve it yourself, perhaps only the Evernight Goddess and the Earth Mother would have a way. Well, there might be other methods I don't know about. After all, my understanding of the soul field basically comes from past experiences. Agot raised his hand and pinched the bridge of his nose, not because of Tobias's words but because he recalled some blurred memories again. They didn't seem to be pleasant memories. He could only feel coldness, indifference, and cruelty. It was as if there was another self that was completely unlike him. Pausing for a moment, he suppressed the coldness spreading in his heart and said, regarding my past, can you tell me about it? I only recall some blurred images. No problem. Tobias nodded with a smile, seemingly very happy to see an old acquaintance. Syrian and Klein looked up at each other and chose to be quiet listeners and eaters. A long time passed. The sunset over the sea had completely sunk, and scattered stars were embedded in the dark night sky, surrounding the half-moon of the crimson moon. Meanwhile, the conversation between Agot and Tobias in the room finally drew to a close. Agot closed his eyes and gently rubbed his temples to relieve the persistent headache. Phew. After letting out a long breath, he opened his eyes and looked at Tobias. I've recalled a lot. Thank you. Tobias shook his head. You're welcome. I haven't reminisced about the past for a long time either. Chatting with you has relaxed me a lot. However, I don't think it's necessarily a good thing for you to recall those distant pasts right now. After a short pause, seeing everyone looking at him, he picked up the wine glass in front of him, took a gulp, and continued. You are completely different from the Death Consul of the Bayam Empire in my memory, the biological son of death. The old you was cold, indifferent, and aloof, disregarding all life. Whereas the current you, well, is more like an ordinary human. Memories affect a person's character. If you recall too much of the past, you might turn back into that Death Consul again. I don't think the current you wants to become like that again. Agot nodded while rubbing his brow. I understand. So far, that influence isn't strong yet, and I can still restrain it. After a brief silence, Klein spoke to change the subject. Mr. Tobias, do you know about the War of the Four Emperors and the Pale Calamity? Tobias took another gulp of wine and replied, I'm not clear about the War of the Four Emperors. After all, I'm not that old. However, while following His Majesty's death, I heard some seniors mention some of the situation back then. The first to fall in the War of the Four Emperors was the Black Emperor, Solomon. Afterward, the Night Emperor, Truncest had an issue, and the Blood Emperor, Alistair Tudor went even more insane. The Night Emperor was killed by the 6 gods who supported him, and the Blood Emperor was killed by the Primordial Demoness. Later, the Primordial Demoness brought the Blood Emperor's remains to the southern continent to find death. Afterward, His Majesty, Death, went mad. He and the Primordial Demoness together incited the Pale Calamity that swept across both the northern and southern continents. Klein's eyes widened in surprise. It took him a while to organize his thoughts, and he said with utter disbelief, the 4 emperors didn't actually perish together but died one after another. Even that, death, from the southern continent didn't participate in just one by doing nothing. He added the last sentence in his heart. With a biological son of death and a legion commander who had followed death in the Bayam Empire in the room, he felt it would be somewhat impolite to say that out loud. As his thoughts fluctuated, he heard Syrian's question that went straight to the core. Was the issue with the Night Emperor related to the fall of the Black Emperor, Solomon? Tobias shook his head. I don't know. But it's highly likely. After all, it's impossible for a true god to have an issue for no reason, to the point where the 6 gods who originally supported him had to turn around and kill him. Moreover, Black Emperor and Justiciar happened to be neighboring pathways. After thinking for a moment, Syrian, unable to figure out the answer, changed the question and asked again, why did the primordial demoness kill the Blood Emperor? And could she defeat and kill an already insane true god of the same level who was followed by a king of angels? Tobias shook his head again. I don't know. I wasn't even an angel at that time. Many pieces of information simply wouldn't be told to me. Klein raised his hand and asked curiously, then what about the Pale Calamity? What was the situation? Tobias leaned back against the chair, reminiscing slightly. After His Majesty, Underworld Emperor, went mad, he became even more terrifying. He and the primordial demoness together launched a war against the northern continent. As for the reason, I suspect it might have been a condition proposed by the primordial demoness. There's not much to say about the process of the Pale Calamity. As for the result, His Majesty, Death, was defeated and fell on the way back to the southern continent. The primordial demoness was severely injured and retreated to the mirror world to sleep, though she has awakened now. Rumble. Sudden thunder interrupted their conversation. Tobias suddenly stood up with a serious expression and walked to the balcony to gaze at the distant sea. We've reached Bansancy. And I feel its activity. The effect of convergence is even better than we imagined. While speaking, he pressed down on the strange crown on his head, which was covered in rust and bloodstains, as if he wanted to embed it into his flesh. Then, his entire aura suddenly changed, like an unsheathed blade, full of aggressiveness and hostility. Bansancy. Convergence. What are you planning? Klein looked at Syrian with a surprised expression. A flash of realization crossed his spiritual intuition. He suspected that he and Mr. Agot were also part of the other's plan, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence. Syrian raised an eyebrow and chuckled, hunting a true angel. How about it? Exciting. ... After 2 seconds of silence, Klein said with a complex mood, no wonder you told me you knew an old acquaintance of Mr. Agot at this time. It was so you could obtain Mr. Agot's help now. You could have actually explained this kind of thing in advance. As long as it's reasonable, I think Mr. Agot wouldn't refuse. Syrian shook his head slightly. Don't underestimate an angel's intuition, even an angel who isn't skilled in spirituality or prophecy. As the two talked, Agot, who had been silent since just now, suddenly spoke. I cannot see any future or information. There is a higher level power affecting this place, interfering with the spirit world. However, I can feel that there is an evil spirit undergoing a transformation on the island ahead. The feeling it gives me is very complex. It's not an ordinary evil spirit. It might have been even more powerful than Tobias and me when it was alive. Undergoing a transformation, Syrian looked at Tobias thoughtfully. It seems the timing is just right. The power the City of Calamity can leak is limited. After being intercepted by the Red Angel, evil spirit, the other you won't get support. It's the most suitable time to act. With the timing being so perfect, it should be Adam's script at work. Next, it's your turn to act. Tobias turned halfway around, looked at the people in the room, and said sincerely, everyone, may I invite you to temporarily join my legion. I need to gather more strength. If the upcoming battle affects this area, I can also share power with you at any time to make it easier to avoid danger. Chapter 337, The Team. No problem, Agot nodded slightly. Immediately, he released his spirituality and accepted the other's invitation, a flash of crimson passing through his weathered eyes. Beside him, Syrian and Klein also had flashes of leaping flame like crimson in their eyes. Then, Tobias's voice echoed directly in their hearts. I have completed the sacrifice in advance, allowing me to better exert the power of this conqueror characteristic. Prince Agot, I need to borrow the undead from your underworld and bring them into my temporary legion, so I can directly mobilize their spirituality and power. Agot, very well. Klein curiously studied the telepathic communication within the team. The information surfaced quickly, appearing as if in a flash of thought, and he could clearly distinguish who each piece of information came from. This wasn't an unhindered, unreserved, and secretless communication that linked several minds together, but rather a choice to transmit mental voices. It was essentially a mystical world version of a chat group, and it didn't even require external tools like a phone or computer to operate, just a single thought, truly convenient and magical. As his thoughts drifted, he discovered an extra field of vision in his mind, and he immediately knew it was shared by Tobias. In this field of vision, the darkness around was darker, the reds were redder, and the colors were as intense as an oil painting. Centered on the ruin-like island not far away, the originally blue and black sea surface was stained with the rusty red of iron and blood, extending until it just barely encompassed the position of the white agate. Further below the ruined island and the sea surface, lava-like crimson lines traced patterns similar to a heart, emitting red light at a frequency close to a heartbeat. Like a volcano gradually awakening in silence, or a terrifying monster recovering. This is. Klein's eyes widened, and his heart skipped a beat in acceleration. Just by seeing the image, he felt the smell of gunpowder lingering around his nose, and an uncontrollable surge of impulse and courage rose in his heart. Snap! A crisp snap of fingers sounded in his ear, bringing a swirl of biting cold wind. Stimulated by the cold, Klein finally came back to his senses. He let out a soft breath and looked at Syrian, who hadn't yet lowered his hand, giving him a grateful look. Stay on the ship and do not peek at the battlefield casually, it might bring you unnecessary danger. Azek's voice sounded gently in his heart. In the next second, his figure appeared on the sea surface not far away, his hands pushing forward gently. A massive bronze door, covered in mysterious patterns and filled with an indescribable scent, appeared with a creak and a wobble. The moment the door appeared, the surging waves of the sea suddenly became silent, and the whistling sea wind quieted down, as if even the surrounding seawater and the flowing wind were slowly dying. In this state, countless transparent, twisted, and screaming undead poured out from behind the bronze door. They either sank into the sea, merged into the wind, or clustered around Azek, as if worshipping their king. In a room on the white agate, Syrian raised his hand and snapped his fingers, creating a rumbling sound of thunder, allowing the silent passengers on the ship to come back to their senses. Most of the passengers who regained their senses were bewildered, only feeling that the light had dimmed considerably, the surroundings had grown much colder, and they felt mentally exhausted. In room 312 of the first-class cabin, Danitz, who was sleeping in the servant's room, jumped up from his bed in alarm. In the pitch-black room without any lights, he felt as if countless pairs of eyes were staring at him, greedily sizing him up. Shit, is this ship cursed by fate? One accident after another. No, I have to find Gehrman Sparrow. That guy is dangerous, but he's also powerful. With his personality, he'll definitely take the initiative to attack the dangers in the dark, so I'll be relatively safe. Saying this, flames rose in his hand, condensing into a crimson fireball that illuminated the room. As the darkness was lit up, those ubiquitous greedy gazes dissipated quite a bit, letting him breathe a slight sigh of relief. Without the slightest hesitation, he walked to the door, turned the handle, and entered the living room. Then he saw that the door to Gehrman Sparrow's bedroom was open, but there was no sign of him inside. Shit, this guy actually left me behind and sneaked away. In the captain's cabin, Captain Erland fell into a state of unease after being startled awake by the sudden clap of thunder. As a sheriff, he could feel the situation within his jurisdiction, to a certain extent, and now, his perception of the white agate was filled with the auras of evil, chaos, and death. If his jurisdiction wasn't still functioning, he would have suspected he'd been silently transferred to a ghost ship. Could it be related to him? Amidst his whispers, he turned his head toward the direction of Syrian's room, lost in thought for a moment. A moment later, he picked up his rifle, hung his straight sword at his waist, and left the captain's cabin. At this moment, on the sea surface, whether they were revenants, shadows, or other undead creatures, a flash of crimson appeared deep within their eye sockets at the same time. Tobias, with the help of the Conqueror characteristics power, completed the War Commander ability, making all the undead, those that had appeared and those that hadn't, who submitted to Azek Egger's members of his temporary legion. Greenish-purple flames rose from his body, becoming more and more intense until they turned into purplish-green flames. In his eyes, the surrounding world was layering and converging, with different anomalies eventually evolving into various colored spheres of light that looked like dense balls of yarn. This was power from Syrian, an observational ability on a dimensional level. Soon, his gaze locked onto a rusty red sphere of light wrapped in a liquid-like darkness composed of countless microscopic organisms. Found you. Tobias raised his hand slightly, and a pale fire instantly ignited in his eyes. In an instant, all living things in this part of the ocean were slowly withering, marching toward death in an unavoidable and irreversible way. At the same time, from the now fully opened bronze door, an illusory, dark, deep river, without a single ripple or a hint of life, flowed out. Agot had summoned a projection of a tributary of the underworld river. As the son of death, he always had some privileges regarding the underworld. At this moment, it wasn't just marine life, even the ocean itself was dying, crossing the river named Death inch by inch, rushing toward the end of all things. Xiang heard an illusory creaking in his ears, as if the hull of the white agate was making the sound of rushing toward decay. Agot's voice echoed slightly in his heart, then, he half squatted and pressed his right hand onto the floor. His spirituality rippled out like faint blue illusory waves, and the sense of decay gradually emerging on the white agate instantly vanished, returning it to its normal state. In the cabin corridor, Captain Erlin raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. In that brief moment just now, he seemed to hear the wailing of the white agate and saw the future of the ship and everyone on board. Phew, terrifying. Are there demigods fighting nearby, and the white agate is being caught in the crossfire? After whispering, he quickened his pace, arrived in front of Xiang's room, and raised his hand to knock on the door. Knock, knock. Klein glanced at Xiang, who was still half squatting with his hand pressed against the floor, and turned to open the door. Seeing that it was Gehrman Sparrow who opened the door, Captain Erlin was surprised for a moment, then asked directly, "What's the situation now?" Klein turned halfway, looking toward the fully open balcony, and spoke in a tone as if he were answering what he had for dinner. "Angels are fighting." Opening parenthesis, semicolon closing parenthesis. A bean-sized drop of cold sweat seeped from Captain Erlin's forehead, past his eye, cheek, and chin, then dripped off. His lips moved for a long while before he finally managed to ask, "Are we still savable?" Klein opened his mouth, but his voice was drowned out by the sound from the distant sea, which was like several volcanoes erupting and a large number of meteorites falling. Two massive, blazing white and reddish fireballs, like rising suns, became prominent on the sea surface. They seemed to be wrestling, crushing each other, and splattering large amounts of sparks outward. Every spark that fell brought an explosion-like sound, kicking up waves dozens or even 100 meters high, while simultaneously evaporating a vast amount of seawater, creating a constantly steaming, high-temperature white mist on the sea surface. Xiang's voice echoed in Klein's heart through the team's telepathic communication. "You take over for me, I'll go control the waves and stabilize the ship. Good thing I recorded the cataclysmic Beyander ability in advance, otherwise everyone on this ship would be fish food today." "Okay." Klein responded in his heart, no longer minding Captain Erlin at the door. Relying on the clown's balance ability to stabilize his body as the ship tossed, he pressed his right hand against the nearby wall and released his spirituality. The decay that had begun to spread because Xiang let go was interrupted once again. Xiang walked toward the balcony, an illusory, constantly flipping book reflected in his eyes. "I came, I saw, I recorded." As the incantation surfaced, his spirituality surged, his woolen coat moved without wind, and brilliant starlight flickered around him, as if he were surrounded by a cluster of stars. As he reached forward and pushed his palm, the surging waves instantly froze and then silently collapsed. The waves kicked up by the aftershocks of the two Tobias's confrontation came layer after layer, but as soon as they approached the waters around the white agate, they would silently slow down, then gradually collapse and dissipate, keeping the waves in this area always within a safe range. Klein's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at Xiang, who was surrounded by starlight. With enough spiritual support, a scribe can practically be used as a demigod. As a faceless, I feel this is very unfair. As his thoughts drifted, Xiang's voice echoed in his heart through the team's telepathic communication. "Don't complain. At least, faceless hasn't been nerfed to the ground by Aemon like Prometheus." Klein, smiley face. "How did you know what I was thinking?" Xiang, "I guessed. Based on my understanding of you, it wasn't hard to guess." Klein, quote, "You can still be distracted now. Also, what's the deal with the Prometheus you mentioned?" Xiang, "You get used to it. I have to say, having a constant stream of spirituality to use demigod-level Beyander abilities is really exhilarating. As for Prometheus, it's sequence 6 of the Marauder pathway. This entire pathway has been weakened by Aemon relying on the authority of the uniqueness. Marauders below the demigod level are probably the weakest among the 22 Beyander pathways, bar none. Above the demigod level, they gain the potential and opportunity to directly ascend to King of Angels." Klein, quote, "That's a bit hellish." As his thoughts wandered, he noticed that the sea ahead had been enveloped by a thick white mist at some point. Within the mist, spirituality and spiritual intuition were greatly suppressed and weakened. "This is fog of war. I'll manipulate the waves to push the ship a bit further away." After saying this, Syrian's expression suddenly became focused, his hands raised level, and his surging spirituality formed tangible ripples around him. The hull of the white agate suddenly shook, and the dark blue, almost black seawater below surged up several meters high, like a pair of giant hands stretching out from under the sea, pushing the ship further away. On Bansancy Island, which was enveloped in thick fog, Azic's figure was outlined in the gradually heating air. In front of him, Inzangil, whose face had grown 3 faces and looked hideous and distorted, looked over with a wary gaze. The dull-colored ancient quill in his hand was quickly writing the last line of words with a mocking tone. The struggle between the two Tobiases has fallen into a stalemate. Azik Eggers decided to come to Bansancy to check the situation after sensing the presence of an evil spirit, looking for a breakthrough. He didn't expect that the evil spirit he sensed had possessed Inzangil. As a former gatekeeper, who has become a demigod, Inzangil is undoubtedly the best vessel for the evil spirit to escape its birthplace. What a wonderful fate indeed. Noticing 008's movements, Inzangil's hideous expression actually softened. Azik also brought great pressure to the evil spirit residing in him, allowing him to regain some control over his body. He let the surrounding darkness surge like a tide, creating and extending countless hair-like thin lines. While obstructing Azik, he held 008's right hand and quickly wrote a line of words on his hem. The angel-level struggle that broke out here attracted the attention of a powerful spirit world creature that happened to be passing by. It sympathized greatly with Inzangil, who was caught in multiple predicaments, and decided to help him leave. After writing the last word, he directly gave up the struggle with the evil spirit inside him, temporarily handing over control of his body to the other party. He was no match for Azik, so he could only let the evil spirit with a very unusual origin inside him take over and help him fight. As Inzangil's will faded, the 2 scars on his face that looked like lips instantly split open, letting out a raspy voice. Damn it, why is there an angel of the death domain here? No, his state isn't right, he only has the power of a saint level. That's still enough to restrain us. Greater than. Chapter 338, Timing. Inzangil's body continued to rot, cracks splitting open to leak pale yellow pus and dark red blood that looked like cooling lava. The dripping blood and pus bloomed into black flames and various weather phenomena in midair and on the ground. An aura filled with the sense of destruction and calamity immediately spread out, making the surrounding reds redder, blacks blacker, and yellows yellower. Within the oil-painting colors that resembled a child's graffiti, the blurry phantom of a city, styled completely differently from the northern continent and southern continent, emerged. Countless shadows, like floating heads connected to spines, looked toward Azik in unison, their eyes flickering with an eerie red light, filled with a sense of evil and madness. Azik's footsteps paused slightly, he felt an extremely strong sense of crisis from these phantoms. In the next second, all the phantoms vanished, and Inzangil's figure disappeared along with them, as if it had all been a hallucination just now. Azik frowned and took a step forward, his figure rapidly fading. After all the figures had vanished, dense firelight approached through the thick mist on the sea. On the white agate, Syrian, who had just pushed the ship some distance away, suddenly turned his head toward the bow, his figure flickering and vanishing instantly. Klein also felt the feedback from his spirituality. His body suddenly disintegrated, turning into pale yellow sparks that flew toward the deck. Captain Erlin looked at the 2 who had suddenly left with a dazed expression. In the next second, his face changed drastically, and he turned to run toward the bow. He felt the changes in his jurisdiction, sensing that unspeakable evil, chaos, and madness. Before this suddenly surging power, the white agate was like a piece of paper placed next to a furnace. With the slightest lapse in attention, it could be burned to ashes in an instant. On the deck at the bow, Syrian's figure was rapidly outlined in the air. In the next second, the surrounding colors suddenly became intense and layered, like an overturned paint bucket. The nearby spirit world and reality overlapped to a certain extent. Then, several figures landed one after another. Once he saw these figures clearly, Syrian was slightly stunned. Besides the expected Azik and Inzangil, he also saw a translucent woman as tall as a castle. She wore a complex, magnificent, yet gloomy black gown. She had no head, with a clean cut at her neck, and her down-stretched hands held 4 identical, beautiful heads with blonde hair and red eyes. One of the blonde-haired, red-eyed heads she was holding was even biting Inzangil's collar. What the? How did Miss Messenger get mixed up with Inzangil? Just as the thought flashed through his mind, he saw the lady who would be Klein's future messenger throw Inzangil out. Then, she even made a very disdainful spitting motion. As she turned to leave, she suddenly paused, and the 8 eyes of her 4 heads looked in unison toward Syrian's side. From the sparks that had flown out of the cabin and just gathered, Klein's figure emerged. The four heads held by Miss Messenger suddenly made expressions of surprise, confusion, curiosity, and thought. Then, her figure became transparent and vanished, returning to the spirit world. It wasn't until that translucent lady, as tall as a castle, disappeared that Klein snapped out of his shock. That was, a spirit world creature. Syrian nodded. Clearly, a kind-hearted spirit world creature who happened to be passing by under the pen of 008 and enthusiastically provided help. However, she was clearly very disgusted by Inzangil, breaking free from 008's influence so quickly and throwing him out. Hearing Syrian's words, Klein finally noticed that the somewhat familiar figure in front of Mr. Agot was Inzangil. At this moment, he looked quite wretched. The double-breasted frock coat on his body was already tattered, and the few intact spots were covered with crossed-out and revised sentences. His body looked as if it had been dead for a long time. The surface was blackened, the skin was cracked, the flesh inside was rotting and oozing pus, and some parts were so emaciated that only skin and bone remained. If not for the guidance of his spirituality, Klein would never have believed the person before him was Inzangil. Pale fire burned quietly in Azik's eyes. From his slightly opening and closing lips came a cold and deathly sound that was normally hard to hear. Language of the dead. Inzangil seemed to be crossing the river of death inch by inch, both his body and soul withering away. The evil spirit residing in his body was being pulled out bit by a pair of invisible hands. Syrian watched this scene, hesitating, not knowing how to intervene. Beside him, Klein was very direct. Fine, dark gold scales emerged on the wriggling hunger he wore on his hand, and his eyes turned into pale gold vertical pupils. Frenzy. The movements of the evil spirit being pulled and Inzangil both stiffened simultaneously. Klein didn't stop. The glove on his hand turned silver and black, and streaks of silver-white lightning flashed in his eyes. Mental piercing. In their extremely weakened state, their emotions were ignited. After suffering mental damage, they each showed signs of losing control. Large amounts of pus and blood dripped from the evil spirit, blooming into black flames on the ground and in midair. Coarse wolf hair, white feathers, and dark green-black scales grew on Inzangil's body. The evil spirit, who had almost been dragged out of Inzangil's body, sneered, "Hey, you two cowards. Do you choose to become evil spirits driven by others, or be completely destroyed, or choose to seek help from my lord?" The two pairs of lips on his face spoke one after another. "Give up, we won't give you a chance to pray. For us, what's the difference between being enslaved by a death console and falling into the hands of the true creator?" Medici smacked his lips, sighing as if he hadn't noticed the current crisis at all. To think two cowards actually found some courage. It's truly surprising. What a pity. After an ambiguous sigh, the evil spirit suddenly erupted with a high and mighty aura that was both tyrannical and gentle, filled with a sense of destruction and ending. Everyone on the deck was stunned. Before Syrian's eyes, the city phantom he had seen before, which closely resembled Shanghai from the last century, appeared again. Klein's vision suddenly turned crimson, but it was wreathed in thick gray-white mist, making it impossible for him to see anything clearly. He could only smell the scent of gunpowder filling his nose. Agot also stopped his language of the dead, his body falling into a brief state of stiffness. The evil spirit Medici Soren Einhorn released all the accumulated aura of the City of Calamity, earning himself a brief moment to catch his breath. He took the opportunity to shrink back into Inzangil's body and entered the spirit world by relying on his own level and the ability of a gatekeeper. After entering the spirit world, he immediately detached from Inzangil's body and rushed toward the area of the spirit world corresponding to Bansancy Island. He had already learned of the hatred between Agot and Inzangil. Leaving the latter behind could help draw their fire. With 008 present, Inzangil wouldn't be so easily dealt with, he might even be able to escape. Regardless of Inzangil's fate, it would buy him time to return to Bansancy. Without the protection of a gatekeeper, having already left his territory, he would rapidly weaken. Fortunately, he had left the ghost painting frame on Bansancy Island beforehand to serve as a temporary sanctuary, though it would be hard for him to leave Bansancy now that it was uninhabited. On the other side, Inzangil, abandoned by the evil spirit Medici Soren Einhorn, regained control of his body and quickly wrote a line of words on his hand. My miserable state gained the sympathy and help of a kind spirit world creature, which took me away from this dangerous area of the spirit world. After he wrote the last word, a spirit world creature that looked like both a tree and a human suddenly appeared. A palm larger than a carriage scooped him up, and after squeezing him in its hand to inspect him curiously, it left this area of the spirit world. Within a second or two, Azik's figure appeared in this area of the spirit world. He glanced in the direction the evil spirit had fled, then in the direction Inzangil had been taken, and after hesitating, chose not to pursue. In room 312 of the White Agate. Danit stood up from the floor, drenched in sweat, his legs still trembling slightly as if he hadn't yet recovered from the shock. What was that just now? I felt like I saw a divine kingdom. No, a terrifying place like that should be hell. I almost thought I was dead. This ship is definitely cursed by fate. I'm getting off at the next port and buying a ticket for the next trip to Bayam. At the bow, Klein leaned against the railing, his chest heaving violently. I think I recognize that evil spirit. It used to stay in an underground ruin on William Street in Backland and even tried to tempt me and Miss Sharon to rescue it. Now it seems it achieved its goal through other means. Syrian reached out and rubbed his nose, not knowing how to respond to this topic. Although he didn't know how Medici Soren Einhorn had met Inzangil, its ability to get out of that underground ruin was thanks to him. After a brief silence, he took out that red priest card. Because it involved the city of Calamity, Tobias was unwilling to carry it no matter what, so it remained with him. At this moment, this heresy slate was flickering with a somewhat hot red glow, its rhythm like a heartbeat. In the next second, Azek's figure was outlined beside the two of them. He looked solemnly at the firelight flickering from time to time in the misty sea ahead, his voice low. Too many spirits from the underworld have been destroyed. Both the accumulated spirituality and the power of the collective are declining. If the battle continues for long, Tobias will likely lose. I can no longer intervene in their battle and can only provide support through Beander abilities and spirituality. If you don't have a further plan, their battle has become meaningless. Syrian gazed ahead with slightly unfocused eyes, his voice flat. There are still helpers, but we need the right timing. He had the vision shared by Tobias and knew clearly the situation of the struggle between him and his other self. With the conqueror characteristic and the support of the team, he had been holding the upper hand, just without a decisive advantage. Besides that, he had a third vision, one from the mental domain. Ed Farna was hiding in the nearby mind world. Although his state wasn't very good, it didn't stop him from lending power through the team's connection. The spirituality Syrian had used to maintain demigod-level Beander abilities for a long time came from him. After a pause, he looked down at his left hand tucked in his pocket and tightened his grip on the harmonica. In the area covered by the fog of war, purplish-blue flames splashed, collided, exploded, and recombined everywhere. Tobias's figure emerged from the flames, his eyes covered by pale fire. Beneath the flames, the eyes that originally belonged to a human had already turned into pale gold vertical pupils. It's almost time. Amidst his murmur, he calmly looked at the terrifying giant standing on the sea, wreathed in purplish-green flames. The pale fire in his eyes receded, revealing those pale gold vertical pupils. Violent sounds of wind emerged around him, yet the mist that had always lingered nearby strangely didn't sway in the slightest. This wind seemed to be mixed with the hisses of countless dead, and also like the war cry of a disciplined army, carrying a majestic will as it blew in all directions. Mind deprivation mixed with war cry. The moment he heard the wind, the terrifying giant burning with purplish-green flames stiffened, and the flaming spear in his hand showed signs of collapsing. But this collapse and sluggishness were quickly relieved. A heart full of courage will not be deterred or frightened. As he spoke, the flaming spear in his hand instantly solidified and was thrown out. Boom! The flaming spear was detonated the moment it neared Tobias, exploding into a ball of fire as brilliant as the rising sun over the sea. From within the firelight filled with the sense of destruction, a middle-aged to elderly man in a deep black robe, with facial features resembling someone from the southern continent, stepped out of the void. His pale eyes, devoid of any vitality or emotion, were filled with madness. The flaming giant paused, speaking in shock. Underworld Emperor. No, impossible. Death fell long ago. You are just an illusion. It's that ancient dragon. Where is he hiding? The man in the deep black robe curled his lips into an eerie arc. No, I am the part of the will recovering within the weather warlock characteristic you consumed. Come, merge with me. You will inherit my will and become the second Underworld Emperor. You will bring the next pale calamity to this decaying world. With every word he spoke, he took a step forward, and his figure expanded. By the time the last sentence fell, he had already become a giant serpent that was coiled up, its entire body covered in massive dark green-black scales, with pure white feathers growing from the gaps, pale flames burning in its eye sockets, and a pair of exaggeratedly thick wings spread out on its back. Greater than. Chapter 339, Leodoro. With the appearance of the massive feathered serpent, the entire world became dark, obscure, and deathly still. The coiled feathered serpent writhed its massive body, transforming into a dark, deep shadow that resembled an illusory long river, washing down toward the terrifying flaming giant burning ahead. The flaming giant's body suddenly disintegrated, turning into several streaks of flaming light surrounded by hurricanes. These streaks bypassed the river-like shadow from various directions and rushed toward Tobias. Tobias calmly reached out and dragged a flaming spear from the air that was disproportionate to his size. The hurricane-surrounded flaming light moved faster and faster, crashing into him the moment the flaming spear in his hand took shape. Boom! Amidst a sound that seemed as if it would tear the void apart, a massive, mushroom-like cloud of fire rose again. Simultaneously, Tobias's figure emerged on the other side. From the shadow flowing like a river beneath him, a feathered serpent larger than a mountain range poked out its upper body. The violent sound of wind, mixed with the roars of countless undead, rang out again. The feathered serpent, with its crimson maw wide open, spat out a breath composed of a massive amount of pale flames. Above the gloomy and dark sky, an off-white ancient dragon quietly emerged, likewise spitting an invisible, transparent breath toward the location where the fire cloud rose. The firelight that had yet to fully bloom quickly dissipated, leaving only a few sparks that tried to interweave and reorganize but always missed each other. Soon, the pale flames spat out by the feathered serpent were dyed crimson, and the terrifying giant covered in burning flames reappeared. As soon as he appeared, he stood there blankly as if struck by lightning. Successive psychological suggestions had led him to make wrong judgments, making him take an angel-level spiritual breath and mental deprivation head-on. While his mind and spirit suffered the blow, falling into sluggishness and pain, the previously planted mental plague erupted. His mind and spirit body were tainted with various thoughts that seemed to come from the heart. He no longer had the will to fight, only wanting to tear apart everything around him, even to destroy himself. Taking advantage of the moment when the flaming giant's spirit was in chaos, its thinking twisted, and it was unable to control itself, the massive feathered serpent slithered its body and lowered its mountain-like head. Come, accept me, join me, become me. The voice of the underworld Emperor Salinger echoed eerily from the feathered serpent's mouth. His body disintegrated inch by inch, transforming into a crown composed of black bones that landed on the flaming giant's head. The flaming giant's face suddenly twisted, and his body twitched abnormally, as if a new will that did not belong to him was awakening. Witnessing this scene, Tobias curled his lips, took a step back, and his figure quietly disappeared. Above the sea surface covered by thick fog, a whistling hurricane suddenly blew, dispersing all the fog and revealing the sea surface. That battlefield. Tobias was suspended in midair, lifted by the wind. In front of him, the terrifying giant burning with raging flames had his eyes tightly shut, his face hideous and twisted, as if engaged in a difficult struggle. The ancient dragon's insight is truly terrifying. Any slight mental loophole will be perceived with absolute clarity. The second personality woven for him with the help of a virtual persona won't last long, but it's enough. After a pause, he looked up at the sky, which was devoid of any clouds or mist, and his lips moved slightly to utter, Leodoro. Boom! A silver-white bolt of lightning as thick as a water bucket fell out of thin air, passing directly through Tobias's body and plunging into the sea below, exploding into a pale spray of water. After the lightning vanished, Tobias's figure standing in midair became illusory and extremely unreal. He used Syrian's shared ability to hide in another dimension, dodging the attack in reality. Gulp. Syrian seemed to hear the sound of someone swallowing saliva nearby, and he couldn't help but purse his own lips. On the sea in the distance, the sky that had no clouds just a moment ago was instantly covered by heavy dark clouds. The entire sea area was filled with an oppressive, dull, destructive, and tyrannical aura. A bolt of lightning, not particularly thick but full of a sense of destructive tyranny, fell. Immediately after, as if a signal flare's trigger had been pulled, countless bolts of lightning poured down from the clouds, carrying a tyrannical and destructive aura so strong it was almost tangible, enveloping that entire sea area in a forest of thunder. The light from the lightning ahead was too dazzling, so Syrian had to squint his eyes. This didn't seem like a pure lightning storm, it was also mixed with other things he couldn't see through. Could Tobias really dodge this wave of divine punishment from the Lord of Storms by hiding in another dimension? Syrian, who suddenly didn't have much confidence in his original plan, leaned his hands on the ship's railing and closed his eyes. His spirit left his body and began to climb above the dimensions. Agot, standing at the bow, suddenly turned his head to look over. After staring for a moment, he withdrew his gaze. Above the dimensions, Syrian, who had a team connection, quickly locked onto Tobias. In his vision, Tobias was separated from reality by an invisible wall that was neither thick nor thin, and at this moment, this wall had already been pierced by the silver-white light filled with tyranny and destruction. As expected, unless one hides in a deeper dimension, there's no way to completely dodge this wave of attacks from Leodoro. Muttering to himself, he reached into the void before him and grabbed a lightless, black curtain, throwing it toward Tobias using the team connection. In the dimension offset from reality, Tobias, who was surrounded by silver-white lightning and whose body was tingling and slowly disintegrating, suddenly disappeared, along with the space around him. It was as if a pair of invisible hands from a higher dimension had torn that piece of space from its original position. Tobias, dizzy from the electricity and having lost most of his perception, only felt his surroundings suddenly grow much darker. When the numbing effect of the lightning vanished, the dense, tearing stabs of pain all over his body jolted his spirit. He then noticed the gloom around him, which seemed to be draped in an invisible black curtain, and the phantom images outside this gloom that looked like leaping bolts of lightning. Where is this? In his murmur, he suddenly looked up, following the feeling of being watched. Aside from that gloom so thick it wouldn't dissipate, he saw nothing, but the gaze watching him was exceptionally clear at this moment. After a second of silence, he folded his hands, pressed them against his chin, and chanted in ancient Hermes language, "Exalted One from the unknown, you are the doorway above dimensions, you are the incarnation of art and fantasy. Thank you for your gaze and your timely help. I am willing to pay any price for this." As the words of prayer fell, an indistinguishable phantom flashed before his eyes. It was a great existence seated above the stars, yet seemingly standing outside the world, who cast a gaze toward him across countless spaces and distances. He saw that existence seemed to nod slightly at him, and then everything before his eyes vanished. The next moment, the layer of gloom enveloping the surroundings also disappeared. In reality, the white agate was held up from the sea by countless pale, transparent, decaying arms reaching out from the surface, lifting it away from the surging waves. The heavy dark clouds in the distant sky that had been constantly pouring lightning disappeared as abruptly as they had appeared. In the position where the lightning had poured down before, a massive hole appeared on the sea surface, and seawater was pouring back in. A bit further away, more than half of Bansancy Island, which was already a ruin, had fragmented, evaporated, and disappeared, leaving only a crescent-shaped bay. In midair, Tobias's figure solidified again, and then vanished like a fading oil painting. In the next instant, a majestic and tyrannical will swept across silently. The inflowing seawater and the whistling wind both froze under this will. This will only appeared for a brief moment, but it brought a long-lasting influence to the surrounding sea and wind. After the brief stagnation, they became exceptionally active, like children in a kindergarten cheering in unison after being praised by a teacher. After withdrawing his distant gaze, Syrian flipped the gold coin he was spinning in his hand into the air with a clink. After repeating the divination twice, he put away the gold coin and breathed a light sigh of relief. He was completely destroyed by the Lord of Storms. Just as he finished speaking, Tobias's figure emerged on the deck nearby. He reached up and took off the strange crown full of rust and bloodstains from his head. Several streaks of dark red, warm blood slid down his forehead. Hiss. Using a Bayander characteristic directly to boost power is still too forced. Even with the sacrifice made in advance to obtain help from the source of war, and even though the battle didn't last long, I still feel like I'm about to be assimilated by it. This feeling is more intense than swallowing a potion raw. Syrian turned his head and asked with some curiosity, "You've even swallowed a potion raw?" Tobias paused, then said helplessly, "Of course not, it's just a somewhat exaggerated descriptive technique. Actually, it's not that exaggerated. With use, this conqueror characteristic really is merging into my body bit by bit. If the time were long enough, I really would directly become a sequence 1-foot conqueror, though I would also lose myself at the same time." After a brief pause, he skipped the topic, looked at the sea ahead, and sighed, "A pity. I originally wanted to recover that weather warlock characteristic, but the gaze of the Lord of Storms forced me to give up that idea. Although that characteristic was contaminated, it would still be good for making a mystical item. That's a grade 0 sealed artifact, of which even the Orthodox churches only have a few." Even Klein frowned. This was like finally winning a battle only to be told he couldn't take the spoils of war. It truly was a pity. An angel-level Bayander characteristic, how many gold pounds would that be worth? To be precise, it was no longer something that could be measured by money. Although my role in this battle couldn't even be considered marginal observation, I was still a participant. There should be some participation reward. With an angel-level characteristic, it wouldn't be too much to give me 1,000 pounds, right? Too bad, it's gone now. Collecting his thoughts, he looked at Tobias, who was wiping the blood from his face, and asked, "Then will we just leave that contaminated characteristic alone? What if it combines with surrounding items or creatures to form a dangerous mystical item or monster?" Tobias shrugged and said casually, "That's a headache for the people of the Church of Storms. Who told their god to stop me from recovering the characteristic? It's about time for us to leave." I expect it won't be long before a saint or angel from the Church of Storms arrives. Our current state isn't suitable for a conflict with them. His last sentence was directed at Agot. It wasn't that he wasn't worried about Klein and Syrian, but rather he felt that the Church of Storms' saints or angels wouldn't make things difficult for them. On the surface, only he and Agot were involved in this matter. Although Syrian was wanted by the Church of Storms, he knew clearly that the other party was a god-favored, and the kind of favored who could have that great existence who just watched him descend at any time. Moreover, he knew that Syrian himself had recorded many teleports. If he wanted, he could leave at any time. Gathering his thoughts, he handed the strange, blood-stained, rusty crown back to Syrian, then took out a translucent azure stone and crushed it gently. A deep blue radiance spread out, and his figure instantly and rapidly disappeared from the deck. Agot manipulated the arms reaching out from under the sea to set the white agate back onto the gradually calming surface. Then he looked at Klein and said in a gentle voice with a hint of undetectable coldness, "I've recalled many past memories, but these memories are somewhat different from the ones I recalled before. They are neither warm nor beautiful, they are filled with coldness and death. I think I need some time to digest them properly and calm the negative influence these memories have brought me." Klein nodded. "Yes, I will continue to help you look for potentially useful clues. Starting from the former Bayam Empire should be relatively easy." After a pause, he added, "Perhaps, as Mr. Tobias said, you don't need to be so eager to find back the part of your memories from the Bayam Empire period. Make sufficient preparations so that you can minimize the influence of past memories on yourself before trying again." Although there was only one Mr. Agot, whether in the past or present, he understood and was more willing to accept the current Mr. Agot, rather than the cold, cruel, death consul of the Bayam Empire described by Tobias. Agot smiled and nodded. "That's a good suggestion. I will be careful about the influence in that regard." After saying that, he waved his hand in a farewell gesture, and then his figure quickly disappeared from the spot. "Tonight's warm-up activity is over. Everyone go home and get some sleep." With that, Syrian turned and walked toward the cabin. After a few steps, he suddenly paused, feeling a crazy, bloodthirsty hunger spreading from Klein behind him. Klein's face didn't look too good as he said, "It's the negative effect of the wriggling hunger. There are no pirates filled with sin to be found nearby. I'll throw it above the gray fog to let it hang for a while." Greater than. Chapter 340, Script. Tobias's figure quickly outlined itself on the deck. "I forgot something. In the afternoon, I conquered a witch on the ship. Because it was my first attempt, I was a bit heavy-handed. Her consciousness was wiped out, and without my command, she is currently in a state of a living dead. She can be part of the payment I give to you. Whether you kill her to extract the characteristic or use her as a fully realistic doll, it's up to you." After saying that, he pulled a sky-blue pebble from his pocket, crushed it, and vanished on the spot. Klein blinked and subconsciously complained, as the conquest and realistic doll, he mentioned decent. Syrian shrugged. "Maybe it's both decent and indecent. However, you have the rations for the feeding glove now." Subsequently, the two used divination to find the way and located the one Tobias mentioned he had conquered into unconsciousness. The first-class cabin room where the witch was located. Syrian pressed his hand on the doorknob, applied a little force, and the door opened with a click. Then they saw a beautiful lady in a blue dress lying on the floor with her eyes open but without any signs of life. Syrian leaned against the doorframe, making way for Klein. "This beautiful and unresisting lady is yours." 6, After a moment of speechlessness, Klein took out a gold coin, flipped it twice, then crouched down, reaching out his right hand wearing the wriggling hunger. On the thin glove that looked like it was made of human skin, a crack suddenly opened in the palm, growing illusory teeth and a tongue, greedily devouring the lady in the blue dress lying on the ground. Klein looked away with an expressionless face, turning to Syrian leaning at the door and said, "I performed a divination just now to confirm if she was tainted with sin and if she had killed innocent people. I'm not curious." Syrian shook his head, then chuckled. "You just don't want to look directly at the scene of the wriggling hunger, feeding, right?" After a half-second silence, Klein changed the subject. "You don't seem to have much desire for that angel-level characteristic." Syrian curled his lip. "Perhaps it's disgust, or perhaps annoyance at being used. The Lord of Storms clearly doesn't want us to get that characteristic. The residual divine power and aura of the Lord of Storms on that battlefield haven't dissipated. Going to pick up the characteristic now has a high probability of encountering danger. Maybe the Lord of Storms would take the opportunity to strike down a few lightning bolts. Besides, I already have a Sequence 1 Conqueror characteristic, so that contaminated weather warlock characteristic is naturally optional." Seeing him mention the Conqueror characteristic, Klein couldn't help but ask curiously, where did your conqueror characteristic come from? It couldn't be the one from the transaction between the Ruin royal family and the demonist sect you mentioned before, right? Syrian nodded. Except for that one, I can't get the other two. Even though he had guessed this answer, Gehrman Sparrow's cold face stiffened for a moment when he heard Syrian admit it so openly. This is a Sequence 1 characteristic, and you just snatched it. Did you actually take Emperor Rosel's protagonist script? To be able to snatch something from the Ruin royal family and the demonist sect, multiple angels must have been deployed. What kind of terrifying interpersonal relationships are these? Or, is this actually an operation of that organization, and the conqueror characteristic is just temporarily kept with him? If that's the case, is his status in that organization so high? Pure strength is definitely not enough to gain such a status. So, is he simply the blessed of Ad, well, the leader of that organization? Shaking his head slightly to clear his thoughts, he stopped thinking about the other's status in that organization and asked instead, do you know the whereabouts of the other two conqueror characteristics? Syrian leaned his head back and said gloomily, one is with Aemon, and the other is in the underground of Trier, on a crazed conqueror. Pausing, he looked at where the lady's body had disappeared on the floor and asked curiously, what kind of Beander ability did you obtain? Klein stood up, and the glove on his hand turned into a deep, mirror-like reflective black. He seemed a bit softer and more charming. In the next second, white frost spread from beneath his feet, covering most of the floor before black illusory flames suddenly ignited. There are two abilities, manipulating black flames and frost. Bansancy, now only a crescent-shaped bay. The deep blue, almost black seawater repeatedly slapped against the cliffs, with rocks of various sizes occasionally breaking off and plunging into the sea. The whistling wind echoed in the high sky like a mournful cry. This remnant island and the surrounding waters were filled with a sense of deathly silence. There was no longer any life here, nor was it suitable for life to survive. Crimson moonlight fell, draping over the scorched ground like a thin veil. A transparent, illusory figure bathed in the moonlight, walking slowly on the ground without making a sound. He wore blood-stained black armor, was young and handsome, with red hair and a banner-like mark on his forehead. There were terrifying decayed marks on his face where bone was visible, and two of the split scars formed two mouths that were opening and closing. Damn it, we gave up on Inzangil, and now the ghost painting frame is destroyed by the Lord of Storm's lightning strike. We're about to die completely in this ruin-like place. It's not ruin-like, it is a ruin. Look, this fellow Sauron has already gone mad. Obviously, you, who keep barking like a dog, are madder. The handsome man curled his lips and said in a steady tone, maybe our luck is good enough that if we just find a stone and fuse it with the characteristic from the ghost painting frame, we can get a mystical item with similar effects. As soon as he finished speaking, the lips on both cheeks immediately retorted, bullshit. Are you dreaming, Medici? Medici continued unconcernedly, since you have no other way and don't want to disappear completely, why not pray to my lord? Impossible. That's right, even if we disappear completely, even if we dissipate on this deserted island, we won't let you pray to the true creator. Hey, quote. Medici chuckled, lifting the skull in his hand, which looked like a shattered face, to his eyes. His gaze flickered with an ambiguous meaning. After standing there in silence for nearly half a minute, he suddenly turned his head to look at the deep sea where lightning occasionally flashed. A purple-blue light with strong attraction was flying towards him. Snap! He reached out and caught the light. It was a palm-sized crystal pillar, purple with a hint of green, crystal clear, and with countless holes. Within the different holes of the crystal pillar, various weather phenomena such as mist, hail, rain, and lightning appeared, sometimes spreading outward and sometimes retracting inward. The Beander characteristic of a weather warlock. Haha, it's the Beander characteristic of that fellow who was destroyed by the Lord of Storms. None of those guys recovered it before, so after the characteristic aggregated, it was naturally attracted to us. This is truly a wonderful fate. Not only will we not disappear completely, but we will also escape our status as evil spirits. Fate, huh? After a low murmur, under the urging of Soren's and Einhorn's consciousness, Medici placed this unexpectedly obtained weather warlock characteristic into his translucent body, enveloping it and digesting it bit by bit. After closing his eyes to feel it for a moment, he reopened them. His originally transparent body suddenly solidified quite a bit, almost becoming physical. Time to leave. After the exclamation, he took a step forward and entered the spirit world directly, relying on his status and the newly obtained characteristic. Shortly after Medici Soren Einhorn left, a figure shrouded in a faint silver glow outlined itself in the damp, deathly air. Ouroboros, wearing a simple and plain linen robe, scanned the surroundings with indifferent eyes, a light seemingly blooming in his silver eyes. Just a bit short again, he is preventing me from meeting Medici. After a period of silence, just as he was about to leave, a torn strip of cloth that looked like it was ripped from a shirt was blown by the sea breeze and fell in front of him. On the cloth strip were spots of scorched marks from electric arcs and lines of very faint black words. In a complex and coincidental fate, the Lord of Storms prevented Tobias from recovering his own characteristic, but he didn't notice Medici Soren Einhorn hidden in a corner of Bansancy. With the power of the City of Calamity, Medici Soren Einhorn has escaped the madness of an evil spirit. Also escaped was the mark left by the true creator in Backland. Under the tugging of Soren's and Einhorn's wills, Medici never had the chance to recite the true creator's honorable name. Under the influence of his own status in the City of Calamity, the characteristic extracted from the contaminated Tobias was naturally attracted and gathered around Medici Soren Einhorn. Having obtained the Weather Warlock characteristic, Medici Soren Einhorn chose to leave Bansancy to find a safe place to digest the characteristic and restore his strength, which caused him to just miss Ouroboros, who came looking for him. Ouroboros held the cloth strip expressionlessly, a flash of doubt in his silver eyes. He has already controlled 008. Amidst the murmur, his figure disappeared from the ruin-like island. Just as dawn was breaking, a terrifyingly powerful spirit scanned the surrounding sea area, including the white agate. Syrian was startled from his sleep by this spirit. He reached out to rub his eyes and sighed helplessly. Why work overtime before dawn? After a mumble, he reached into the coat hanging by the bed and pulled out a glass crystal ball. After divining whether there would be danger next, he pulled up the covers, turned over, and went back to sleep. On the deck at the bow, an old man wearing a black soft hat and a black robe embroidered with storm symbols, with exceptionally solemn silver eyes, landed on the deck surrounded by a gale. If Syrian had come to the deck at this time, he would have recognized this old man. The God's Singer, Ace Snake, who had been transferred from the Backland Diocese because of the assassination of Duke Negan. His spirit carefully scanned the entire white agate, causing an unnoticeable breeze to blow through the cabins. In a room in the first-class cabin, Danitz suddenly woke up and sat up abruptly in bed. He looked around nervously, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. At that moment, he felt as if he were being watched by a terrifying deep-sea monster. That pressure was even more terrifying than standing in front of the mouth of the purification cannon on the Golden Dream. There's definitely something wrong with this ship, definitely. Something so terrifying happened yesterday, and today there's actually a follow-up. When we reach Demir Island, I must get off the ship. If I ever get close to this ship again, I'm a piece of shit. While talking to himself, his door was pushed open from the outside. Do you have any orders? After seeing clearly who opened the door, the small flame of anger that had just risen was doused by a bucket of cold seawater. Klein, with German Sparrow's cold face, looked at Danitz's recognizable face and said coldly, "Someone from the Church of Storms has boarded the ship, likely a saint." Shit. Danitz's eyes widened, showing the bloodshot whites, and then he subconsciously reached out to touch his neck. Two choices: use makeup, or seek help from Randolph. Looking at German Sparrow, who turned away after speaking, Danitz was stunned for a moment before reacting, curling his lips and saying, "Thanks." After he finished dressing and came to the living room, he hesitantly knocked on the door of the master bedroom. 2 seconds later, German Sparrow's cold voice rang out, "Speak." Danitz cleared his throat and said, Do you know which room Randolph Carter is staying in?" "I know." Danitz waited for a long time, and seeing no follow-up, he bared his teeth at the door in front of him before asking, specifically, which room. A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. "Hello, the captain has organized a mass for the passengers who were startled last night. The priests of the Lord of Storms Church are already prepared in the dining hall. Please be sure to attend. This is not preaching, it's just to bless everyone for a smooth journey and good health. Hello." Quote. After the voice outside the door repeated twice, Danitz then raised his hand to pat his mouth and said in a yawning voice, "Okay, I'll attend on time. Thank you for your cooperation." Once the person outside the door left, Danitz's face immediately fell. I'll still use makeup to disguise myself. Going out at this time is too conspicuous. That's a saint, maybe he has some means to discover me. With my makeup skills, as long as I blend into the crowd, there's a high probability I won't be recognized. Quote. Klein in the bedroom fell into silence. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about your makeup skills? Chapter 341, Monday. In the exclusive restaurant of the first-class cabin, Klein, who had casually found a seat in an inconspicuous corner, noticed a familiar figure. The person sat down at the same dining table as if they were old friends. After a half-second of silence, he said in a cold tone with a hint of undetectable speechlessness, "Why are you using the appearance of Sherlock Moriarty?" Serene Grey smiled. "Don't you think it's interesting?" "I don't think so." Klein shook his head calmly, then fell silent. Beside him, Danitz, wearing a wig, with his eyebrows painted black and his face and neck painted a deep brownish yellow, buried his head, listening very seriously to the conversation between the two, his thoughts drifting. Sherlock Moriarty. Is this also a member of their secret organization? After getting off the ship, I'll ask around, perhaps I can find out which secret organization they come from and what their goals are. While his thoughts were drifting, a gentle breeze suddenly blew through the restaurant, and a soft voice echoed in everyone's ears along with the wind. "Praise you, King who rules the sky, sing of you, Emperor who dominates the sea." As if caressed by the gentle breeze, the expressions of everyone in the restaurant changed from irritability and drowsiness to enjoyment. Danitz leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He suddenly felt as if his soul had been cleansed. Lasting about 2 or 3 minutes, the old man standing at the very front of the restaurant, wearing a black soft hat and a black robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm, stopped speaking. After sweeping his gaze over the crowd in the restaurant, he walked toward the door. As he walked, the breeze circling the restaurant ceased, and the crowd, who had been listening with eyes closed, gradually woke up. Danitz glanced at the old man's retreating back and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Who is this old man? He seems to have some skill." Serene Grey, sitting to the side, said without raising his head, "Former Archbishop of the Backland Diocese of the Church of Storms, God Singer A Snake." Because he was always late at critical moments, he was transferred away from Backland after a complaint from a certain nobleman who wished to remain anonymous. As his words fell, the dining table fell into a brief silence. God's Singer, A Snake, who had walked to the restaurant entrance, paused. His silver eyes looked seriously and sharply at Sherlock Moriarty, who was sitting in the corner of the restaurant. After a brief silence and thought, he recognized this former well-known detective from Backland. After sizing him up for a moment, he withdrew his gaze, let out a soft breath, turned around, and continued walking toward the restaurant on the lower deck. At the dining table, Klein and Danitz breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Phew, what a terrifying gaze. I just felt like the surrounding air had become a dangerous weapon pointed directly at me. Klein frowned slightly, turned his head to look at Serene Grey, who was disguised as his other identity, and asked, "He knows Sherlock Moriarty. No wonder you chose to disguise yourself as him. Are you trying to borrow the identity of an informant for the Steam Church?" Serene Grey nodded slightly and replied, "That is part of the reason." As a high-ranking member of the church, although he is always a step behind, God's Singer definitely knows the details of the previous Backland incident and won't make things difficult for Sherlock Moriarty. Of course, it's mostly just for fun. During the conversation, the restaurant waiter brought each passenger a breakfast consisting of a few slices of bacon, canned fruit, and a glass of some unknown beverage. After seeing the breakfast combination, Danitz couldn't help but complain, "Has the food on the ship dropped this much? Could it be that the extra funds were used to hire that God's Singer just now?" The waiter seemed used to such reactions and explained very patiently, "I am very sorry, sir. The fresh ingredients we replenished at Tiana Port previously had problems. Except for canned food and bacon with a long shelf life, most of them rotted and spoiled last night. However, the captain has decided to accelerate, and the White Agate will arrive at Tiana Port at the fastest speed. In addition, the sailors on the ship are also working hard, and in the next few days, we will try our best to provide everyone with fresh grilled fish, sea shrimp, and other food. I didn't expect the aftermath of last night's battle to affect the food for the next few days. Since the ingredients have spoiled, the seasonings must have spoiled quite a bit too. However, the salt should be fine, but we can't eat salt-baked shrimp and crab every day." After letting his thoughts drift for a while, Klein tilted his head and looked at Serene Grey. "Is there any way to make your paintings have the ability to satisfy hunger?" Serene Grey shook his head. "It can work for a short time, but it is ultimately a false sense of fullness. If you do it too many times, you might starve to death after a sleep. It would be better to write a letter and have someone send some food over, or use a ritual." The two didn't discuss this topic for long, each burying their heads in the bacon slices and canned fruit on their plates. In the following time, God's Singer, A Snake did not appear again, but Serene Grey's divination showed that he was still on the ship. He suspected that the other party was guarding against him, but the divination result showed no danger for the rest of the voyage, so he chose to remain on the ship. In addition, he also noticed that the speed of the White Agate had indeed increased a lot. It seemed that not only was the ship itself sailing at full speed, but even the surrounding wind and waves were helping it. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Backland time, thick gray fog and deep red illusory light submerged his vision. Above the endless gray fog, the magnificent palace that resembled a giant's residence stood quietly. In the hall, on both sides of the mottled long table cast from bronze, blurry figures quickly appeared and solidified. Then, the Justice Audrey rose from her seat, lifted her skirt slightly, and bowed to the fool at the head of the table. "Good afternoon, Mr. the Fool." After a slight pause, she turned around and greeted everyone in the order they joined the Tarot Club. After everyone exchanged greetings, she looked at Mr. the Fool at the head of the table again before Moon Emlyn could speak to her, and said with a slightly raised tone, "Respected Mr. the Fool, I have collected 3 more pages of Russell's diary this week." Then she noticed that the 2 heresy slate that had disappeared from the desktop in front of Mr. the Fool had reappeared. Huh, the heresy slate have reappeared. Were they previously given to his blessed by Mr. the Fool to do something? Or did someone provide a large amount of Russell's diary in private and borrow them for a few days? It is also possible that they are new ones, not the original 2. As her thoughts drifted, she inevitably looked at the World at the bottom of the table and Destiny opposite him. Mr. the World has never submitted Russell's diary, at least not at the Tarot Club. Does he have contact with Mr. the Fool in private, in daily life? His position is also very special. He didn't sit on the other side like Mr. Hanged Man and Mr. Moon, but sat directly opposite Mr. the Fool. Mr. Destiny is also very suspicious. Although he has submitted Russell's diary to Mr. the Fool, I can tell that he doesn't actually care about Russell's diary. That state is it's like he knows the secrets in the diary. He joined that organization whose name cannot even be mentioned, and his status seems to be high. If Mr. the World's specialty stems from Mr. the Fool, then Mr. Destiny's specialty stems from that organization, from the Angel of Imagination Adam. Does his appearance at the Tarot Club represent the cooperation between the 2 organizations? It doesn't seem quite right. Judging from the previous The Thief Black Emperor incident, Mr. the Fool and that organization are not in a cooperative relationship. Could it be Mr. Destiny also represents a third party, representing the will of an existence that has formed a secret alliance with Mr. the Fool? So complicated. I feel like there are so many secrets about Mr. Destiny. While her thoughts were drifting, Magician Furs also submitted the Russell's diary she had memorized to the Fool, and the Sun Derek submitted legends about ancient gods in the City of Silver. Klein quietly finished reading the Russell's diary and the legends of the ancient gods in his hand, then let the paper in his hand disappear, leaned back slightly, and said, "You may begin." Without waiting for Miss Justice to take the initiative to ask, Moon Emlyn looked at her and said, "I have found both the fruit of the ancient tree and the blood of the mirror dragon. A total of 750 pounds, of course, plus my 100 pounds. Audrey didn't even think about the total price, and nodded directly, "That's fine. I hope to complete the transaction today or tomorrow." "No problem." Emlyn nodded slightly. Although it was a bit urgent, thinking about the 100-pound reward, he didn't mind this small request from Miss Justice. After they finished communicating, the Sun Derek looked at Serene Grey and raised his hand. "Mr. Destiny, with the help of my teammates, I hunted 3 vampire and obtained the contaminated characteristics from them." "Please don't use the word, hunted." Emlyn protested loudly in his heart, but didn't say it out loud. Serene Grey nodded slightly and then asked, "Are they all sequence 7? "Yes." Derek nodded. Serene Grey leaned back against the chair, rubbed his chin, and said, "Their value has exceeded a formula for a sequence 6 notary, or do you have other needs?" Derek had already thought about it and said directly, "Can I not have the potion formula for a notary, and change it to the fruit of the radiant spirit tree, and mystical item?" Serene Grey turned his head to look at Moon Emlyn beside him. The latter raised his chin slightly. "I have already found a seller for the fruit of the radiant spirit tree you need. His asking price is 800 pounds. If you are not in a hurry, I can try to negotiate the price with him. But it may not be effective. After all, although he has some premium, it is not much. In addition, you also need to pay me 100 pounds as a reward." Derek recalled the previous transactions of Justice and Hanged Man and felt that this price was no problem, so he nodded, "That's fine." Then he looked at Serene Grey again. "Mr. Destiny, excluding these 900 pounds, is the remaining money enough to exchange for 2 mystical items?" Serene Grey nodded. "Yes, but they are all low sequence items. I can give you one of them now, and the other will take a few days. We just passed the new year here, and that artificer is still on vacation." "No problem." Derek nodded immediately. This was an agreement he reached with the companions who hunted the vampire together. He took the contaminated characteristics and searched for suitable mystical items for the two of them. If the value of the mystical items exceeded the contaminated characteristics, the others would compensate him for the difference. Without an artificer, the contaminated characteristics on the vampire were not very valuable in the City of Silver. Taking them to trade not only allowed him to get the difference compensated by his companions, but also to trade for the fruit of the radiant spirit tree he needed at the Tarot Club. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, the Hanged Man, Alger looked at Moon Emlyn and said, "Do you still want the legacy of that sanguine baron? 4,500 pounds, this is the best price I have fought for you." The expression on Emlyn's face froze for a moment. After a long while, he said with some struggle, "I'll consider it, no problem." Alger nodded slightly, not caring about the Moon's struggle, because he knew his asking price was indeed on the high side, but Mr. Moon would likely agree in the end. Relying on the internal promotion channels of the Sanguine, it would never be his turn, otherwise he wouldn't be seeking help outside. Although there are vampire active near the City of Silver, the Sun's strength is not enough to hunt the powerful ones. If Moon is anxious about promotion, he can only choose my line. After his thoughts drifted for a while, he looked at Magician Furs. "I have found the lava octopus blood crystal, 800 pounds. Furs was surprised for a moment, then showed the same struggling expression as Emlyn and nodded. "Okay, I will find you to trade within these 2 days. The next royalty payment won't arrive until the end of the month at the earliest. Although playing a trickmaster at the circus also has some salary, it is only enough for my living expenses. To raise 800 pounds in 2 days, the best choice is still to borrow money from the teacher or Viscount Glaint." At the head of the mottled long table, the Fool Klein leaned back in his chair, taking in the expressions of Moon Emlyn and Magician Furs, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The economic crisis plagues everyone in the Tarot Club, except for Miss Justice and Mr. Destiny. After a moment of silence, Serene Grey turned his head to look at Emlyn. 3 vampire characteristics, how about selling them to your Sanguine for 10,000 pounds? Not only can you recover the characteristics that belong to the Moon, but the Sanguine will also add 3 newborns. I only want these 10,000 pounds. No matter how high a price you can sell them for, the excess belongs to you, how about it? Emlyn's eyes widened. This familiar operation reminded him of an annoying person. Opening his mouth, silence, thinking, finally he gritted his teeth and said, "Deal." Chapter 342, The Hanged Man's Speculation. Today's transaction segment fell into silence after Syrian and Emlyn reached their final deal. Everyone either looked around or remained quiet, no one spoke further. From his seat at the head, the Fool, Klein took in the scene and then gave a light chuckle. "You may communicate freely." The Justice Audrey lifted her head, but then, remembering she had nothing worth sharing from the past week, she fell silent again. The Hanged Man, Alger saw Justice lift her head and then refrained from speaking. He felt a bit puzzled but didn't dwell on it. Instead, he raised his hand to be the first to speak. "Have any of you been to Bansancy recently?" Although he addressed everyone, his gaze was fixed on Syrian. He had just returned to the Rorstad archipelago this morning to report on his duties, only to be informed of some startling news and assigned a mission. He instinctively felt that someone at the Tarot Club would know about this matter, perhaps it was related to him, or them. The Justice Audrey still had an impression of the name Bansancy, so she asked curiously, "Bansancy? What happened there now?" The Hanged Man looked around. Seeing that Mr. Destiny seemed uninterested in the matter, his expression faltered slightly, making him doubt if his previous guess was correct. After a pause, he sat up straighter and recounted the news he had received from the Waves Cathedral this morning. "There will be no more Bansancy port, nor will there be a Bansancy island. It is said that all that remains is a crescent bay being constantly eroded by the sea. Perhaps in another 10 or 20 years, Bansancy will completely disappear from the map." Seeing that most of the group looked puzzled and somewhat dazed, he added, "Bansancy Island was a large island. Its surface area was enough to accommodate several metropolises the size of Backland. Justice, Magician, and Moon finally gained a concrete concept of Bansancy's destruction. The Magician, Furs couldn't help but purse her lips and swallow. In other words, a battle occurred there that was sufficient to destroy several entire Backlands. The Hanged Man nodded. "Most likely. I only received the news at noon today, so I don't know much." The World suddenly interjected in a raspy voice, "No, that was just the aftershocks. The true battlefield was at sea. That stretch of ocean is dead, at least the shallow parts are. Just the aftershocks could destroy most of Bansancy Island. Compared to this, I feel like the Great Smog incident that swept through all of Backland was a small matter." "No, I can't think like that. Although on the surface only one demoness was causing havoc during the Great Smog, the evil gods involved behind the scenes were far more serious than this. First clicked her tongue. After reining in her thoughts, she couldn't help but ask, Mr. The World, did you happen to be near Bansancy recently? Or did you witness that battle from a distance? Syrian leaned back against his chair and chuckled. Perhaps he himself participated in that battle. Everyone looked toward him in unison, and then toward the gloomy and reserved the world at the far end of the table. Just as everyone thought the world wouldn't respond, he suddenly turned his head toward Mr. Destiny, Syrian, and said in an eerie tone, he is the one who planned this whole thing. After a brief silence, the hanged man, Alger's thoughts began to wander. Planned. Does the world mean this matter was led by Destiny? A battle capable of causing that level of destruction must have involved multiple angels at the very least. It's even possible the Lord of Storms struck from across the void, otherwise, the church's reaction wouldn't be so swift and attentive. What on earth happened at Bansancy? Could it be a follow-up to the previous incident? And to be able to plan such an event, Destiny must have an angel providing support behind him, and support that is guided by his ideas. Only then could it be called planning. Looking at it this way, Destiny's identity is quite extraordinary. Combined with his performance at the Tarot Club, he clearly possesses many secrets that beyonders of this level shouldn't know. A word gradually surfaced in the hanged man, Alger's mind. God-favored. But whose God-favored is he? Mr. Fool's. Or the leader of that other organization he joined, the King of Angels, Adam. Judging from the world's reaction, he must have also participated in this matter. If one person between him and Destiny represents Mr. Fool's will, then that person should be the world. Destiny, who has also joined other secret organizations, seems more like a bridge maintaining cooperation and relations between the two parties. The recently joined Moon also has a similar background. But from previous events, Mr. Fool and the Twilight Hermit Order are not in a cooperative relationship, they are even faintly antagonistic. Thus, the Bansancy incident is unlikely to be a joint plan between Mr. Fool and the Twilight Hermit Order. Could Destiny also represent a mysterious third party? Was the Bansancy incident the result of cooperation between Mr. Fool and this third-party entity? Destiny joined the Twilight Hermit Order because this third party maintains good relations with both Mr. Fool and the Twilight Hermit Order simultaneously. The more Alger thought about it, the more reasonable this speculation seemed. Only by belonging to a third party could Destiny insert himself into matters involving Mr. Fool and the Twilight Hermit Order, doing things without being liquidated. He took a deep breath, excited and shocked as if he had discovered a massive secret. After calming his emotions slightly, he couldn't help but glance at Syrian and ask, so, why did battle break out at Bansancy again? Hadn't the previous issues already been resolved by the Church of Storms? Syrian shook his head slightly and replied calmly, in reality, the Church of Storms did not have the ability to solve the root cause of the problem, they only addressed the surface issues. As time passed, the problems there would have spread again. However, this time the problem was solved quite thoroughly. After Bansancy Island was destroyed on such a large scale, it will be much harder for that pollution to seep out again. Alger ignored Syrian's questioning of the Church of Storms and continued, did the Church of Storms also participate in this battle? Syrian glanced at him sideways and chuckled. The Church of Storms did not participate, but the Lord of Storms did. Bansancy Island was mostly destroyed by him. Additionally, an angel fell beneath his lightning. An angel has fallen. Except for the world, who already knew the situation, everyone on both sides of the mottled long table was shocked. To most of them, angels were beings from scriptures and legends, entities that could only be heard of but never seen. Although they had more or less received protection from the angels under Mr. Fool since joining the Tarot Club, to them, angels were still mysterious, powerful, and almost godlike existences. Even though they had discussed gods and the King of Angels at the Tarot Club, hearing the news of an angel's fall so suddenly still made it hard to hide their shock. After a brief moment of astonishment and shock, they became excited. This was the major event of an angel's fall, and since Mr. Destiny and Mr. The World were both involved, it meant the Tarot Club was involved too. Rounding it up, they, as members of the Tarot Club, also felt a sense of participation. Is this what exciting and thrilling adventures at sea are like? The Justice Audrey let her thoughts wander for a moment before looking at Syrian and asking very curiously, Mr. Destiny, may I ask which angel fell? And which angels participated in the battle? If this question involves secrets and is inconvenient to answer, then act as if I never asked. It's not much of a secret. Syrian shook his head slightly and then said simply, the one who fell was the god of weather, hidden in Bansancy, who promoted bloody sacrifices. As for the angels participating in the battle, the former legion commander of the Bayam Empire, the former death consul of the Balam Empire, a red angel evil spirit mixed with the consciousnesses of Sauron and Einhorn, and a spirit world creature that happened to be passing by. The evil spirit and the spirit world creature both have the status of an angel, but they are in poor condition and lack the corresponding power. At the head of the table, the fool, Klein was stunned for a moment, nearly blurting out his inner thoughts. The evil spirit possessing Inzangil and that lady carrying 4 heads are also angels. Or were they once angels? After a slight pause, he thought of another question. The evil spirit and the spirit world creature that was influenced by 008 to barge into the battle both possess angelic status. This means they were once angels, but they lost their power or even their lives, and can only exist as an evil spirit and a spirit world creature. Mr. Agot has not yet recovered his angelic power due to his memory loss. That former legion commander of the Balam Empire, Tobias, has also fallen from his angelic status and can only rely on the conqueror characteristic to temporarily exert power at the angel level. Even the hidden god of weather, in Bansancy, who served as the enemy, was in a state of pollution. What kind of disabled people brawling combination is this? Justice, Hanged Man, Magician, and the others, who didn't know these inside details, were shocked by this arguably luxurious lineup. They couldn't help but let their thoughts wander. That death consul of the former Balam Empire should be an extension of Mr. Fool's will. He once acted during the incident with Hurricane General Kilangos. What about that legion commander of the Balam Empire? Whose will does he represent? The third party behind Mr. Destiny. And the evil spirit and spirit world creature with angelic status, for what reason did they participate? The moon, Emlyn lowered his head and silently fiddled with his fingers. 3, no, even 5 angels could be counted. In the end, even the Lord of Storms made a move. No wonder the world said that Stretch of Sea had died. It must be the influence brought by the former Balam Empire's legion commander and death consul. Creating death is what the Balam Empire is best at. Perhaps the fact that only most of Bansancy Island and the surrounding waters were destroyed in this battle is already the result of them, the result of them holding back. As an ancient sanguine, he understood the power of an angel and the destruction multiple angels could bring better than the other members. Thinking of this, he suddenly couldn't help but raise his chin, his gaze sweeping across everyone on both sides of the mottled long table. Until his gaze met Syrian's, he let out a slightly awkward laugh and returned to his previous posture of burying his head in deep thought. Syrian. He looks a bit dim-witted. Are the sanguine trading their IQ for looks? After a moment of silence, Klein controlled the world to break the quiet. Can any of you help me purchase a wireless telegraph transmitter? Seeing that neither Miss Justice nor Mr. Moon intended to answer, the magician, Furs raised her hand and said somewhat nonchalantly, I can give it a try. Good. The world nodded slightly. With this exchange between the world and magician, everyone's thoughts gradually returned from the Bansancy incident. The Justice Audrey thought for a moment and then said, Backland has been very peaceful lately. As soon as she finished, the magician, Furs chimed in, it's a peace born of tension. The authorities are still screening wild beyonders with great intensity. Many gatherings between beyonders have fallen into indefinite suspension. If you aren't an official beyonder, it's best not to come and take risks. Puzzlement flickered across the faces of both, the moon, Emlyn and the Justice, Audrey, but they quickly returned to normal. One was a sanguine with good and regular living habits, the other was a noble lady busy with her coming-of-age ceremony. Neither could empathize with the pain of an ordinary beyonder who couldn't participate in gatherings and had to hide cautiously every day. Noticing the expressions that flashed across the 3 faces, Klein, who knew their identities, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The joys and sorrows of people are not the same goes for people and sanguine. Seeing both ladies speak, in order not to seem like an outsider, the moon, Emlyn also thought and said, the influence of the previous great smog hasn't completely passed, especially regarding health. Most people's physical fitness has generally declined quite a bit. The Hanged Man, Alger looked at the world thoughtfully, wondering if the other party carried a misfortune curse that triggered disasters. During the period he was in Backland, that metropolis was quite lively, and even the great smog occurred. Now that he's just arrived at sea, another major event like the fall of an angel has happened. It's like, he is actively chasing disasters. A crazy and dangerous practice, likely for the purpose of completing Mr. Fool's missions. In this way, I can basically be sure that the world is Mr. Fool's blessed. But which deity is, destiny, favored by? The more I learn, the more mysterious he feels. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, the Hanged Man also shared his own news. Aside from Bansancy and Sonia Island, other places at sea are fairly peaceful. Bansancy port was temporarily removed from the safe shipping routes because of the previous incident and hasn't been open to the public. The Battle of the Angels shouldn't be known by too many people. However, it's foreseeable that when the port is rebuilt and everyone discovers Bansancy Island has become Bansancy Bay, many rumors will appear at sea. Chapter 343, A Handsome Head Worth 3,000 Pounds. Sonia Island. Did something happen there as well? Justice Audrey asked in surprise. She was somewhat curious about this largest island on the 5 seas, because it once belonged to Loan, but during the 20-year war, the kingdom of Loan was defeated and had to cede Sonia Island to the Fasak Empire. Although Loan later achieved victory in the war against Fasak, it failed to reclaim Sonia Island. The Hanged Man, Alger recalled briefly before saying, an officer recently dispatched by the Fasak Empire to garrison the southern part of Sonia Island was assassinated. Shortly after, a Loan officer secretly infiltrated Sonia Island. That officer was killed by Beyonders from the Fasak military and was identified as an evil god believer colluding with the elves. The Kingdom of Loan denied this, insisting that no officer had left their post without permission, and publicly claimed it was a slander by the Fasak Empire. Hey, no one knows whether Fasak or Loan is telling the truth, but the intensification of the conflict between the two countries is real. Justice Audrey thought for a moment and said, perhaps the Fasak Empire suspects their officer's assassination is related to Loan and wants to use this to exert pressure and divert the conflict. The Hanged Man nodded slightly. Perhaps. No one knows which side, Loan or Fasak, is telling the truth. Syrian glanced at him and calmly interjected, Fasak is telling the truth. Why? Audrey followed up in a surprised tone. Syrian smiled and said in a matter-of-fact tone, because I killed that fallen Loan officer who was influenced by an evil god. Influenced by an evil god. Audrey murmured before asking again, was this that officer's personal encounter, or is there a hidden existence targeting the kingdom of Loan? Syrian replied after some thought, perhaps it's a bit of both. Even an officer could be influenced. The magician, Furs shifted her body uneasily, feeling that the world she knew was becoming increasingly dangerous. After a moment of silence, she asked curiously, which evil god influenced the Loan officer? Syrian leaned back. That officer called her the Great Mother. The Great Mother. 3. Everyone at the Tarot Club immediately associated it with the Earth Mother, worshipped in Phenobot, instinctively believing there was a connection between this orthodox deity and the evil god calling herself, the Great Mother. After letting their thoughts wander for a while, they all turned their heads to look at Mr. Fool at the head of the table at roughly the same time. The Fool Klein, shrouded in the grey fog, was also deep in thought. The Great Mother, if it's related to the Earth Mother, could it be a high-level existence of the Moon pathway? For example, the Blood Moon Queen, mentioned by Mr. Moon. This one shouldn't have survived the War of the Four Emperors, otherwise, the Sanguine wouldn't have gone into hiding. After thinking for a while, he didn't voice his guess. After all, there was now a Mr. Moon at the Tarot Club who belonged to the Sanguine, and his guess might affect him. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't give any hints, Audrey and the others felt a bit disappointed but also somewhat relieved. After all, anything pointed out or hinted at by Mr. Fool was a truly major event. Since Mr. Fool didn't give any hints, it perhaps meant that in his eyes, this matter wasn't serious. Afterward, everyone chatted for a bit longer until the Fool Klein tapped the edge of the table in front of him. That's all for today's gathering. I have foreseen that you all will have a new look next week. Thank you for your blessing. Justice Audrey was the first to stand up, her tone more joyful than before. With those words from Mr. Fool, she gained more confidence in her upcoming promotion to psychiatrist. The son Derek had a similar mindset, having greater expectations for his promotion to Solar High Priest. As everyone stood up and bowed, crimson and illusory lights rose, melting their figures and causing them to disappear from the space above the gray fog. Afterward, Klein made the world disappear and held the pitch-black eye, engraved with many sinister symbols, in his hand. I seem to have come across a way to remove the pollution within Beander characteristics. Although Mr. Azik hasn't recovered yet, I can ask Tobias, the former Legion commander of the Bayam Empire, for help. Combined with the Conqueror characteristic, he can exert power at the angel level. The only problem is whether I can afford the price for an angel's help. Although for the sake of Mr. Azik and Syrian, that former Legion commander probably won't refuse, I certainly can't let someone help me for free. I'll ask Syrian later if he has any needs I can fulfill, and then seek his help. There's no rush for this matter for now. It will take a long time to digest the faceless potion. After whispering, he looked at the pile of junk in the corner where the wriggling hunger was lying quietly. Then, he wrapped himself in spirituality, simulated the feeling of falling, and left the space above the gray fog. On the foredeck of the White Agot, Syrian, having finished the Tarot Club meeting, leaned against the bow and played the mouth organ. Before long, people moving on the deck began to cast their gazes toward him one after another, some with curiosity, some with appreciation, and some with scrutiny. His spirituality was touched by that unmasked gaze of scrutiny. He instinctively turned his head and saw an old man wearing a soft cap and a black robe embroidered with storm symbols, his silver eyes exceptionally solemn. The former Archbishop of the Backland Diocese of the Church of Storms, God's singer, Ace Snake. Ace Snake walked toward him with a serious expression. The wind around them changed from a whimper to something viscous, finally forming an invisible wall that isolated him and Ace Snake from the ordinary passengers on the deck. The famous detective from Backland, Mr. Sherlock Moriarty. Why did you suddenly go to sea? Syrian, disguised as Sherlock Moriarty, carefully examined the old man before him. Seeing that the other party showed no hostility, he asked curiously, "Does Your Excellency the Archbishop know me?" Ace Snake nodded slightly, his tone a non-malicious kind of serious. "I've seen your files. You were present during the Great Smog of Backland, and you are also an informant for the Backland machinery hivemind." In addition, I am no longer an archbishop, but a high-ranking deacon of the Punishers responsible for handling mobile incidents. He paused, and there seemed to be a flash of lightning in his silver eyes. He asked with extreme seriousness and a sense of oppression, "Why have you appeared at sea?" Syrian recalled Sherlock Moriarty's speaking style from his memory and shook his head helplessly. "I'm on vacation. The previous events in Backland made me feel I needed to relax and clear my mind. But my luck doesn't seem very good. I encountered so many things on my first boat trip." Ace Snake gave him a deep look and then asked, "As a famous detective, have you noticed any suspicious individuals on the White Agot?" "Yes, the most suspicious person is right in front of you." After grumbling in his heart, he thought and replied, "I noticed a very beautiful lady in a blue dress with blonde hair. She has strong intuition and extraordinary charm. I suspect she is a demoness who sneaked onto the ship. I also saw the painter, Randolph Carter on the ship before, but I haven't seen him since passing Demir Port. As for the other passengers, although many have secrets and some might even be criminals, they probably don't count as the suspicious individuals you're talking about." Ace Snake's right thumb, clenched in a fist behind his back, lightly brushed over the silver ring on his index finger, then he nodded, "I see." Then he stopped halfway through turning around and said as if suddenly remembering, "You didn't use the identity of Sherlock Moriarty to buy a ticket and board the ship." Syrian nodded and admitted it directly. No one wants their itinerary to be completely transparent and subject to supervision. Ace Snake nodded noncommittally and then said with extreme seriousness, "After you arrive in Bayam, you need to register with the official department, or turn around at the next port and return to Backland." With that, he turned and left the deck with steady steps that made no sound. After watching him leave, Syrian fished a gold coin out of his pocket and flicked it into the air with a zing. After doing this several times, he smiled and took back the gold coin. "He didn't suspect me. Although it was partly because I interfered with divination and spiritual intuition, it's mostly because Sherlock Moriarty's identity has a good record with the authorities. I feel like Klein worked so hard to cultivate his persona, but in the end, I'm the one benefiting." After whispering to himself for a few moments, he turned and gazed at the unchanging sea for a while before also leaving the deck. Under the full-speed navigation of the White Agot, it arrived at Tiana Port in the early hours of the next day. Because it was so early, most passengers were still fast asleep. Only the crew and sailors began to get busy under Captain Erland's orders. They needed to restock a large amount of supplies and perform a preliminary inspection of the ship. No one was sure if that terrifying calamity from before would leave any hidden dangers on the ship. When the sun rose from the horizon and bright, warm sunlight flooded the entire sea, the waking passengers realized the ship had docked while they were asleep. In the restaurant, which now had fresh food again, Syrian, Klein, and Danitz sat by the window, chatting while enjoying breakfast. It was mainly Danitz talking by himself, with Syrian chiming in occasionally, while Klein was responsible for casting cold gazes. "Tisk, so many people are disembarking with their suitcases. It seems they were all terrified by the previous experience and are desperate to change ships. I wonder how many people will be left on the White Agot when it sets sail again. Half, a third, or even fewer." Syrian noticed the flash of envy in his eyes as he looked at the people disembarking and asked curiously, "Why don't you get off the ship?" Before Danitz could speak, Klein spoke for him in a flat, cold voice, "He is a captive." Seeing Danitz's face gradually contort, Syrian suppressed a smile and patted his shoulder with little sympathy. "When you return to the Golden Dream, will you become the biggest laughingstock on the ship?" No, you're worth £3,000 after all." Maybe German Sparrow will cash you in one day if he's short on money. Opening parenthesis, semicolon closing parenthesis. The expression on Danitz's face suddenly froze, and his thoughts raced. The more he thought about it, the more he felt such a thing could happen. A large drop of cold sweat rolled down Danitz's forehead and dripped onto the floor along his cheek. He was clearly just taking a boat to Bayam, and he was insignificant compared to real danger, yet this hateful guy insisted on targeting a weak and helpless pirate like him. After repeated deliberation and thought, he finally confirmed that this guy German had his eye on his handsome head worth £3,000. Does he see me as a moving, talking money bag? Damn it, when I get back to the Golden Dream, I'll definitely blast him into the sky with the purification cannon. Amidst his shifting thoughts, he saw the cold gaze German Sparrow cast toward him. His body stiffened, and after a couple of dry laughs, he buried his head in the empty plate in front of him. He's also a guy with a talent for being a comedian. After grumbling in his heart, Klein looked away and turned to Syrian, who had reverted to the appearance of Randolph Carter, and asked calmly, "Did that God's singer, Ace Snake leave?" He left after the ship reached Tiana port, but there are more punishers with hidden identities on this ship now. Syrian said casually, such obvious personnel changes on the ship couldn't be hidden from his spiritual perception. Those punishers with hidden identities were also easy to identify, one could guess from Captain Erlin's attitude toward them. After finishing breakfast, Syrian went straight back to his room. Because of the additional punishers with hidden identities on the ship, he was no longer in the mood to wander around outside, so he stayed in his room focusing on drawing, recording the events that had occurred. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the White Agot set sail again. Its speed was still very fast, as if all the crew members were eager to end this voyage. This high-speed navigation continued until around 3 o'clock the next afternoon, when the City of Generosity, Bayam, appeared on the sea ahead. Through the efforts of the entire crew of the White Agot, the original 2-day voyage was compressed into a day and a half. Unlike the clear weather of the previous days, the closer the White Agot got to Bayam, the worse the weather became. More than half of the scale-like clouds on the horizon were dark clouds, slowly gathering toward Bayam with the direction of the wind. The deep blue waves below rose and fell, causing the ship to pitch and roll violently. A storm was coming. Greater than. Chapter 344 Everyone is richer than me. After the White Agot docked at the pier, sparse passengers began to gather toward the deck carrying suitcases of various sizes. As several sailors worked together to lower the stairs, the passengers, who had been orderly just a moment ago, instantly crowded toward the stairs. It was as if a bloody incident was occurring on the ship, and they were desperate to disembark. Danitz and Klein trailed at the very back of the crowd, Danitz clicking his tongue. What a bunch of cowards. By the way, what about that guy? Isn't he getting off? Or did he oversleep? Why don't you care about your companion at all? Klein maintained German's coldness and gave him a sidelong glance. None of your business. Danitz pursed his lips and gave a dry laugh, subconsciously looking around to shift his attention, just in time to see Captain Erlin and several imposing passengers discussing something near the bow while looking in their direction. Withdrawing his gaze, he silently moved his steps from German Sparrow's right side to his left. Klein glanced at him, said nothing, and followed the flow of people off the ship in silence. On the pier, the feeling of being watched from behind vanished, and Danitz let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Those punishers hiding their identities couldn't have seen through my disguise, could they? It must have been that guy Captain Erlin who snitched. Klein suddenly spoke up, interrupting his muttering, "You're free." Huh. Danitz didn't react for a moment. "You're not planning to take my head to exchange for that 3,000 gold pound bounty?" Syrian leaned close to his ear at some unknown point and said eerily, "Or maybe he plans to fatten you up before slaughtering you, so he can earn even more." The voice suddenly ringing in his ear made Danitz shudder, but he quickly reacted and glared at him, saying, "Damn, when did you show up?" Syrian shrugged. "I've been here the whole time, it's just that all of you subconsciously ignored me." Oh. Danitz froze for a moment, memories flashing through his mind. It seemed there really had been someone beside him since they got on the deck, he had just been ignoring the person the whole time. Shit, what kind of weird Beander ability did you use? Forget it, I don't care what Beander ability you used. Goodbye, no, better if we never meet again. Saying this, he gave German Sparrow a wary look, then pushed through the dense crowd and ran toward the other side of the street. Before completely disappearing from the street, he looked back from time to confirm if German was really letting him go, or if he was using him as bait. Klein turned halfway to look at Syrian and asked calmly, "What are your plans next?" "Me." Syrian recalled for a moment and said, "Find a place to stay quietly without being disturbed, wait for things to happen, and then be a scribe who watches the show. My intuition tells me that this trip to Bayam can completely digest the last part of the scribe potion. Hearing his words, Klein felt a vague sense of foreboding. Is something going to happen here? I don't know. Syrian shook his head slightly, then changed the subject. But some people are born to be the protagonist. As long as they appear, all sorts of events and troubles will follow one after another. This is a challenge, but also an opportunity. Quote. After half a second of silence, Klein used the clown's ability to control his expression and said coldly, "You are very similar to a former colleague of mine. Just as handsome." Quote. Just as Chunabu. After a brief exchange, the two tacitly chose different directions to leave. In Backland, inside the Adra family manor, Emlyn followed Kasimi back to the hall from the underground where Nibis was sleeping. In the reception room, which was mainly black and red, Kasimi looked at Emlyn with a not-so-good expression. He took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, and said, "Wait here for a while. I'll go prepare the anonymous bank accounts." After speaking, without waiting for Emlyn's reply, he turned and walked quickly out the door. Emlyn sat on the sofa in the reception room with a curl of his lip, eating the fruit provided for guests in a very good mood, completely ignoring Kasimi's attitude just now. He had just met Marquis Nibis and settled the matter of recovering the characteristics belonging to the moon. This sanguine big shot was willing to pay 4,000 gold pounds for each vampire characteristic. Calculating it this way, he could make a net profit of 2,000 gold pounds. Adding the money earned during this period to my previous savings, the total has exceeded 3,000 gold pounds, but it's still far from buying that Baron's legacy found by Mr. Hangman. To earn another 1,500 pounds in a short time, either the Sun can hunt more vampires in the City of Silver, or I sell a batch of collected dolls. No, absolutely not, dolls are the bottom line. To save up money, I won't be able to add any more dolls for a long time, I absolutely cannot lose them. While his thoughts were churning, Kasimi had already returned to the reception room holding an unsealed light-colored envelope. These are 2 anonymous bank accounts, the total amount inside is 12,000 pounds. I hope you can hand over the money to the other party after you get those 3 characteristics. You can keep the other party's identity a secret, but you also need to be responsible for your identity as a sanguine. Our transactions are all completed through Mr. Fool, no one dares to cheat in front of such a great existence. With thoughts racing, Emlyn nodded seriously to the other party. I understand. Thump, thump, thump. Hurried and messy footsteps rang out faintly amidst the wailing wind. At the street corner, Klein stopped his steps thoughtfully and turned to look behind him. His excellent spiritual intuition allowed him to notice the movement behind him in advance. The moment his gaze met with the stumbling Danitz, the latter collapsed with a thud. Do pirates now need to rely on staged accidents to get rich? Muttering to himself, he walked forward slowly. As he approached, he noticed the smell of blood in the air, as well as a hideous and exaggerated wound on Danitz's chest and abdomen that he was clutching. He calmly stated a fact to Danitz, who was lying on the ground, "You're dying." Danitz's eyes were filled with unwilling and sorrow, and he interrupted Klein's following words with difficulty and intermittency. "Yes, help me tell the captain, Tell the captain, our stronghold has been discovered. It's Steel, Mavati. He's coming for that treasure. Phew," and his voice suddenly stalled. He saw Steel, Mavati, who had followed the trail he left behind, saw the other's clenched fists and the malice in his eyes, and saw the other suddenly pause and then flee in panic. Amidst a face full of daze and disbelief, he heard Syrian's voice, "The prey you were eyeing seems to have been scared away by me. Aren't you going to chase him?" Klein looked at Syrian, who could refresh himself anywhere and anytime like a busybody NPC, and only by relying on the clown's excellent facial muscle control was he able to keep the corners of his mouth from twitching. "When did you get here?" Syrian pointed at Danitz lying on the ground and said, "Along with your 3,000 pounds. As a qualified scribe, I naturally follow the center of the event from beginning to end." Following his movement, Danitz noticed the sketchbook in his hand and saw the picture on the paper of himself being punched and sent flying by Steel, Mavati. Danitz suddenly felt a breath stuck in his chest, and it wouldn't go down no matter what. Quote. You've been watching from the side. Watching me step into the trap, watching me being hunted, and watching me flee. No wonder you're always picking on devils, you're the real devil. Looking at Danitz, who was staring at him, Syrian kindly reminded him, "Your last words, aren't you going to finish them?" Danitz froze for a moment. The stinging pain in his chest and abdomen and the increasingly strong sense of weakness brought his thoughts back to reality, and then he looked at Gehrman Sparrow with grief and indignation. Compared to a certain malicious guy, he even felt that the unfeeling, cold, and crazy Gehrman was more like a good person. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the weakness in his body and continued, "Help me tell the captain my legacy. And, help me say, sorry. His eyes were already moist, and his voice was intermittent. He looked like he was taking more breaths in than out, as if he were on the verge of death. He opened his mouth but could no longer speak. Just as his vision went dark and he felt his life was about to end, he suddenly felt the pain in his chest and abdomen disappear, replaced by a bone-breaking pain in his left hand. He looked at Klein with a blank expression, then looked at Syrian, who had let him finish his last words. His thoughts, which had been immersed in the sorrow of his impending death, were gradually filled with absurdity and anger. There was no part where you confessed to Edwina in your last words. What a pity. I was planning to write a letter to your captain. Danitz stared wide-eyed at Syrian, his face gradually turning red, as if steam were coming out of his head. No, how do you know? Wait, why didn't you guys show up earlier, or treat me first? Syrian shrugged and said, didn't you successfully find Gehrman Sparrow under my escort? Klein looked in the direction where, Mavati had fled and said in an unperturbed tone, you interrupted me just now. I was waiting for you to finish. It's polite. Danitz's face was wooden, turning red, white, and black in turns, looking like a knocked-over paint bucket. Escort my ass. You were clearly watching the show from the side and even had time to draw. Politeness my ass. I was really giving my last words just now. What a load of crap. How did I meet such abnormal guys, and two of them at once? What kind of secret organization would train two such talents like you at once? Syrian looked at the somewhat distracted Danitz and asked casually, do you need a copy of that sketchbook just now? Danitz opened his mouth, and the curse words that were about to come out suddenly stopped. His returning sanity reminded him that the person in front of him was a big shot with a bounty higher than his own captain, someone who could easily deal with him with one hand. Gulp. His throat bobbed. He exerted force with his waist and back, flipped himself up from the ground, and then shook his head very politely. No need. I'm just a pirate, I can't appreciate such art. True. Syrian nodded in agreement. Danitz's face contorted again. Shit, how can there be such an annoying guy, even more annoying than Gehrman Sparrow? Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he then asked, aren't you going to chase, steal, Mavati? His bounty is as high as 6,000 pounds in Loan alone. Klein shook his head. It's raining. Danitz. Infinity. He really wanted to get angry, but thinking about the difference in strength between the two sides, he wasn't so angry anymore. A drop of rain fell on the tip of his nose. He reached out and touched it, saying somewhat incredulously, it really is raining. After he finished his exclamation, he found that Syrian and Klein had already started walking toward another street. Hesitating for a moment, Danitz finally trotted to catch up with them. Before Mavati was dealt with, it was safer to stay by these two annoying guys. After returning home from the Audra family manor, Emlyn went to the bank and another Sanguine's place, transferred 2,000 pounds from the anonymous account, and obtained the fruit of the Radiant Spirit Covenant tree. After preparing everything, he drew the curtains in his bedroom, set up a wall of spirituality using a potion, and then prepared the sacrifice ritual to Mr. Fool. Lighting the two candles in the center of the ritual and dripping in essential oils and hydrosols, he took a step back and recited the prayer in ancient Hermes language. The fool that does not belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, you are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Your faithful believer prays to you. Praying for you to open the gates of your kingdom. Praying for you to accept my offering. Above the gray fog, as Klein's spirituality spread and touched that illusory star that was constantly expanding and rippling. The originally quietly flowing gray fog was stimulated by an invisible force and surged wildly, condensing an illusory cyan black door in the hall behind the mottled long table. Immediately after, an unsealed light-colored envelope and a fruit that emitted a faint light on its surface, looking like a miniature sun, flew out from behind the illusory door. After confirming that everything was fine through divination, he reached out and summoned 3 hearts, the size of a fist, bright red all over, and stained with quite a bit of dark color from the pile of junk in the corner. These hearts were slightly expanding and contracting, their surfaces semi-transparent, with liquid faintly flowing inside. These were the vampire Beander characteristics that the son Derek had already sacrificed and sent up 2 days ago. Klein pushed his hand forward, sending the 3 contaminated vampire characteristics into the illusory door. Then he spread his spirituality to touch the illusory stars representing destiny and the sun, passing the information to them. After doing this, he looked at the envelope containing the anonymous accounts and couldn't help but mutter, how is it that every single one of them is richer than me? Greater than. Chapter 345, Respective Developments. City of Silver, Berg Home. After Derek received the hint from Mr. Fool, he immediately held a bestowal ritual, taking down the Beander materials from Mr. Moon and the mystical item from Mr. Destiny. After observing curiously for a while, he stored the fruit that emitted a faint golden glow like a warm sun and the brass-colored ring separately. Prepare for the advancement first. Once the other mystical item promised by Mr. Destiny arrives, I'll hand them over together to the companions who hunted the vampires before. Muttering to himself, he sat on the bedside and adjusted his state through meditation. A few minutes later, Derek reopened his eyes and clasped his hands in prayer. After a brief delay, a warm and clear light cascaded down, brightening the room as if illuminated by continuous lightning. Then, he took out all the materials he had prepared, strictly measured the portions, and poured them all into a glass container. There were no volcanoes near the City of Silver, nor the ability to create lava. This part of the materials was provided by the Hanged Man. These weren't spirituality-rich Beander materials, so Alger only asked the Sun for some history of the City of Silver and information about the surrounding monsters. Mr. Hanged Man is truly a good person. While he spoke to himself, the materials in the cup had completely melted and fused, turning into a golden-colored liquid that emitted its own scorching temperature. Phew. Taking a long breath, he brought the cup to his lips and downed it in one go. Derek only had time to set down the cup in his hand before falling into a daze. His skin became transparent, with golden light seemingly flowing within, which continuously spread outward, draping him in a golden coat. After a minute or two, Derek suddenly emerged from this dazed state, supporting himself on the edge of the table and gasping for breath. The layer of light draped over him quickly faded, and his skin was no longer transparent, but his eyes turned golden, as if containing two miniature suns. In this state, he gained the ability to see in the dark. He then raised a hand, and in an instant, illusory golden flames emitting the majestic aura of the sun ignited out of thin air in the room. After the flames vanished, another holy, clear, brilliant, and pure warm light descended from the sky. After testing the Beander abilities of a solar high priest, Derek turned his attention to his own changes. My constitution has been strengthened again, and I have considerable resistance to diseases and harsh environments. Besides that, my spells and sacrificial abilities in the sun and holy domains have been greatly enhanced, and my mind is filled with a lot of deity-like knowledge. Compared to the light supplicant stage, I am now more powerful and more well-rounded. Backland, in the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey, who now had her own exclusive laboratory, took out the materials she had just finished collecting over the past 2 days and, with excitement and restraint, concocted the psychiatrist potion. With her previous experiences, she quickly succeeded in the concoction, pouring the slightly golden liquid into a glass bottle prepared in advance. The liquid rippled gently in the container, looking like a deformed, giant pupil, a pupil whose gaze could peer into everyone's hearts. Phew. Composing her emotions, she tilted her head back and drank the psychiatrist potion. The cold liquid slid down her mouth into her esophagus and was then absorbed by her body. Her hearing suddenly expanded, hearing the sounds of the entire castle and manor, sensing everyone's hearts and consciousness. On the other side, south of the bridge, in Syrian's home. 2 identical Syrians, though dressed slightly differently, stood opposite each other. One of them suddenly became illusory and transparent, merging into the other's body like an invisible ghost. After retrieving the clone, Syrian lightly rubbed his brow, digesting the other's memories and emotions from this period. Phew. There's a sense of mental fragmentation, as if I've become 2 people doing different things at the same time. I should do less of this separating and retrieving identities in the future. I'm not a spectator and haven't researched or controlled my own mind that deeply. Doing this too much could easily lead to schizophrenia. However, the scribe potion has been digested a bit more. I'm now more confident about completely digesting the potion in the Rorstad archipelago over the coming period. After pulling his thoughts together, he looked sideways at Edfarna, who was standing quietly by the side, and asked in a low voice, "Is your current state any better?" Edfarna shook her head slightly, the difference between bad and worse. But I can already accept another contamination from you to establish a new balance where I can liberate more of myself. Okay. After nodding slightly, he took out the crystal ball containing only a blue eye and pressed it against his chest. The crystal ball suddenly became brilliant with starlight, and the blue eye reflected the phantom of a white and noble swan. At the same time, white, illusory feathers condensed on Syrian's back. They intertwined tightly, forming a pair of wide, heavy, pure white wings. Mystical reenactment, ugly duckling. This was the mystical reenactment spell knowledge that Bernadette had given him earliest. After a long period of study, the crystal ball activated by Adam had finally learned it. Beneath the wings, Syrian's figure turned into a human form condensed from countless transparent membrane-like wings and layered, changing colorful starlight. Beneath Edfarna's feet, the shadow suddenly deepened, rippling outward. Within the shadow that seemed to encompass all colors, the figure of a grayish-white, lizard-faced ancient dragon with a clear sense of old age emerged. It seemed to be a collection of all of Edfarna's dark sides, filled with various extreme and negative emotions. After a brief appearance, it collapsed into pure deep black, causing the shadow beneath Edfarna's feet to boil and surge upward. But soon, these boiling shadows were blocked by the colorful starlight overflowing from her body, gradually sliding down and eventually turning into an ordinary shadow flat on the floor. A few breaths later, the pure white wings created by the ugly duckling vanished, and Syrian's figure returned to normal. As he looked around, he noticed that the shadow beneath Edfarna's feet was denser than a normal person's, carrying a heart-palpitating feeling, as if some terrifying monster was hidden within. Noticing his gaze, Edfarna chuckled and said, "The spectator is the pathway least likely to lose control because we can constantly soothe ourselves, stripping, suppressing, and clearing those negative thoughts that don't belong to us." Syrian nodded thoughtfully, "But the spectator is also the pathway most likely to lose control." Edfarna nodded slightly. "The world of the mind is deep and dangerous, even for an ancient dragon like me who has lived for thousands of years." After some exchange, Edfarna transformed into a grayish-white ancient dragon and sank into the world of the mind, disappearing. After seeing Edfarna off, Syrian's right hand holding the crystal ball shook slightly, and clear, brilliant, and warm sunlight immediately cascaded down, condensing into a carriage cast of gold. Once he boarded the carriage, it turned back into brilliant sunlight and vanished from the room. In St. George Burrow, in Haven's laboratory, brilliant sunlight suddenly flooded in, making the originally messy and dim laboratory bright and golden. When the light receded, Syrian's figure appeared out of thin air in the laboratory. Bach Griffin stood there dazed. After seeing Syrian's figure clearly, he subconsciously said, "Haven went to the Academy of Sciences to find Mr. Momont." Syrian looked at the dazed Bach Griffin, smiled, and said calmly, "I'm here for you, Mr. Artificer." 6. After a brief silence, Bach retracted the dazed expression on his face and became calm and rational. "When did you find out?" "From the beginning." After a half-second silence, he asked again, "Then why did you only come to me now?" Syrian shrugged, "Because I didn't need to craft mystical items before, but now I do, and you are the only artificer I know who doesn't belong to a church." "What is your charging standard?" After a moment of silent hesitation, Bach said seriously, "For items from sequence 9 to sequence 7, I only charge 10% of the material's value. Sequence 6 requires 15%. For sequence 5, it's also 15%, but I can't guarantee the specific effects. There might be relatively strong negative influences or weak Beander effects. As for materials above sequence 5, I am powerless." "No problem." Syrian nodded, then took out all the Beander characteristics he had prepared in advance. Opening parenthesis, semicolon closing parenthesis. The expression on Bach's face froze for a moment, his throat bobbed slightly, and he took half a step back, cold sweat continuously seeping from his back under his clothes. His perception of his boss's brother changed from a somewhat handsome ordinary person to a mysterious Beander, and now to a terrifying, bloodthirsty mysterious Beander. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he said in an unsteady tone, you want to turn all these characteristics into mystical items." Syrian nodded. There are two types of payment, cash, or you pick one from these characteristics. The disciplinary knight and unwinged angel are not options, they've already been reserved." "Okay." Bach nodded hurriedly, then couldn't help but ask, "Are these all your harvests from the sea?" Syrian raised an eyebrow and asked back, "You could say that. Do you also want to go to sea and be an adventurer?" Bach shook his head with a bitter smile. "I'll pass. My pathway only gains some combat ability after sequence 5. On the peril-filled sea, I would only become another adventurer's harvest." Pausing, he added very seriously, "I was previously an artificer trained by a certain secret organization, but due to a disagreement in philosophy, I chose to leave. Coming to Backland was also to avoid their pursuit. I didn't want to shrink back in a place like the East Borough all day, so I changed my identity and found myself a formal job. If you think my staying in Haven's laboratory will bring him danger, I can leave at any time. Secret organization, disagreement in philosophy. Isn't that just desertion?" Pulling his thoughts together, he asked curiously, "Moses' ascetic order? Bach nodded without hiding anything. Yes. They are all lunatics, even the ones who look normal are just lunatics hidden very deeply. Because of my Beander pathway, I am less affected by the hidden sage. During a conflict between them and Oravi Island, I found an opportunity to break away from the Moses ascetic order. In the city of generosity, Bayam, in a hotel named Blue Wind, in the Docklands. Countless fine bits of starlight flew out from the void, quickly outlining the shape of an illusory door, and then Syrian stepped out from behind the door. As soon as he appeared, gazes in the room fixed on him. Glancing at the wall behind him and then at Klein, who was sitting by the fireplace looking over, he shook his head awkwardly. There was a slight deviation in the positioning. Without a traveler's positioning ability, it's inevitable for some errors to occur when entering and exiting the spirit world. Klein maintained Gehrman's coldness and said casually, "You weren't here last night." Went back to Backland. Syrian nodded slightly. He wasn't surprised that Klein could discover his departure. The seer was naturally a pathway with high spirituality, and he hadn't made any attempt to hide. After a moment of silence, as Syrian pressed his hand against the wall, intending to return to the next room, Klein suddenly asked, "Do you know about the key to Death's treasure that Vice Admiral Iceberg obtained?" Syrian stopped his movement, turned around, and nodded, "I know. I saw it before when I was onto the Golden Dream." "What, do you also believe that's the key to opening Death's treasure?" Klein shook his head directly. "I don't believe it. Even if there really is a treasure of death, the so-called key should be some special object or simply a descendant of death like Mr. Azik. A literal key, that's not mysticism at all. In a way, Mr. Azik really is the key to opening the treasure left by death. More accurately, he himself is part of the treasure." Letting his thoughts wander for a bit, he chuckled, "Indeed. Judging by the size of that key, it should belong to a giant. And the giants of the past weren't active on the northern and southern continents, so they wouldn't have left treasures in these places. Normally, it's a useless key, but there are always some fools who think they're clever." After saying that, a faint blue, insubstantial, blurry door suddenly appeared under the hand he had pressed against the wall. Then he passed through that faint blue door as if passing through a water curtain. After he'd passed through, the blurry door disappeared, as if it had never existed. It really is a convenient ability. If only the wriggling hunger could graze a traveler. Muttering softly, Klein rose from the easy chair, took his top hat and cane, and headed out. Chapter 346, Edfarna's Discovery. Backland, in the manor of the Audra family. A swarm of vampire bats, suspended between reality and illusion, flapped their wings as they flew into the hall of the manor's villa. The vampire bats gathered in the center of the hall, transforming into a thick, solidifying black mist before reforming into a tall, slender figure. He wore a long trench coat that was black on the outside and red on the inside, inlaid with dark red gems, paired with a white shirt featuring lace trim. His hair was light, nearly silver, and his eyes were blood red, as if they held actual blood within them. Seeing this, Cassimi, who had been waiting in the hall, hurried forward. "Count Mistral, grandfather is waiting for you in the basement." Mistral nodded slightly and then followed Cassimi to the basement where Nibis lay in slumber. Standing before the iron-black coffin in the center of the basement, Mistral said in a heavy tone, "Emlyn has already obtained the 3 vampire, Beander characteristics he mentioned, they are in his own bedroom." That little fellow cautiously set up a wall of spirituality, but he seems to have forgotten that conjuring things out of thin air when he hasn't been in contact with anyone else is inherently suspicious. He took the items to the Harvest Church and should be coming over tonight. I've checked his bedroom. For a long time, no second person or creature besides him has entered, so those characteristics weren't placed there beforehand. Well, it's also possible that some non-living entity placed the items in his bedroom in advance, or someone who, like me, has a way to erase their own scent. However, I am more inclined to believe that, the fool, has already responded to him. After a slight pause, he asked, "What do we do next?" Nibus's raspy voice echoed from within the coffin. "Once Emlyn brings the characteristics, I will send them to Duke, Full Moon. We will make further plans after the origin is confirmed. If it can be found, the Sanguine will join the hunt. If not, then we will continue the trade. Recycling characteristics belonging to the Moon, using some gold pounds and increasing the number of Sanguine newborns is a very profitable deal for us, isn't it? Of course, we will appropriately increase the volume of the trade to strive for more and higher sequence characteristics." Mistral nodded seriously. "I will continue to keep an eye on Emlyn. However, I suspect he has a special method of contact with the organization that believes in the Fool. Just following him like this won't uncover any valuable information." Inside the coffin, Nibus's voice remained very calm, even carrying a hint of a smile. Is finding nothing not a discovery in itself? Besides, this is also a form of protection for Emlyn. Regardless, he represents our sanguine. Bayam, Azure Wind in. Syrian sat in a lounge chair by the fireplace, holding a sketchbook and a charcoal pencil, drawing Danitz's previous encounter as if it were a picture book. Suddenly, his spirituality was stirred, and he saw a stack of bound letter paper appear on the small round table in front of him. Then, Edfarna's voice rang out softly in his ear. There is something related to dragons in that, Vice Admiral Iceberg's, collection. It is a very ancient book, you can find a way to trade for it. Grossel's Travels. How did you find it? Syrian looked up in surprise but did not see Edfarna's figure. The other's voice continued to echo in his ear as if talking to himself. Grossel's Travels, E.H. 1. I seem to have some impression of this book, perhaps I saw it in someone's dream before. That book should have come from the hands of a certain dragon, likely an ancient dragon. It is worth studying. He didn't explain the matter of Grossel's Travels but instead asked with some surprise, with your ability, it shouldn't be difficult to either take it directly or study it silently on the ship, right? Edfarna snorted coldly. I felt Harabergen's gaze on her. HMPH, that dragon who betrayed the dragon should have already noticed, or predicted my existence in advance. Leaving such an obvious trail of his gaze was meant as a warning to me. As early as the second epoch, he was the most outstanding sage and prophet among the dragons. After ascending to the divine throne, he would only be even more exceptional in this regard. Sensing the complex emotions in the other's words, Syrian asked curiously, is your relationship bad, or do you just hate him? After a moment of silence, Edfarna's voice rang out again. It's not exactly hate, I just didn't quite like his choice back then. As one of the few dragons with reason and wisdom, my relationship with him was actually quite good during the second epoch. Although I didn't like his choice, his later betrayal of the ancient sun god was actually well done. The ancient sun god, whose resurrection arrangements were interrupted, finally turned into that lunatic, the true creator. Even though you say it so calmly, I still feel some personal grudge in there. As soon as his thoughts began to wander, he immediately reined them in and changed the subject. What did you feel from Grossel's Travels? Some familiar auras, Edfarna replied calmly, then asked, you seem to know this book very well. What's the story behind it? Syrian never thought he could hide anything from an angel of the spectator pathway, so he said quite frankly, well, it came from the hands of the dragon of imagination, Anquelt. There is a world within the book. Next time we go to the Golden Dream, we can go inside and take a look. Edfarna's voice sounded in his ear as if realizing something. A resurrection backup. No wonder Harabergen didn't want me to come into contact with that book. I wonder what that deep-thinking dragon is planning. After a pause, he added, remember to call me the next time you go to the Golden Dream. Syrian, okay. After he answered, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. The spiritual intuition of an astrologer told him that Edfarna had already left. I remember the world within Grossel's Travels seals the polluted persona that the dragon of imagination stripped from himself. Will Edfarna, who carries the pollution of the Chaos Sea, really be okay going in? Forget it, anyway there's still Hera, well, the god of knowledge and wisdom. Since he has foreseen it, he should have made preparations. I have a feeling that before long, I'll be able to see the only 3 remaining ancient dragons and achieve the Ancient Dragon Collector achievement. After whispering to himself for a while, he turned his gaze to the stack of bound letters sent by Vice Admiral Iceberg, Edwina. This was the knowledge Edwina had previously promised to compile after researching the devil corpses. The pale yellow letter paper was filled with elegant and neat handwriting, using many professional terms and jargon. After looking at it for just a while, a sense of weariness welled up in Syrian's heart, giving him a sense of déjà vu, like a slacker reading a top student's thesis. As expected, I am not research-oriented talent. Muttering a sentence, he rose from the lounge chair, took the sketchbook, walked toward the wall behind him, pressed his hand against it, and then passed through it without any obstruction. In the room on the other side, Danitz, sensing the movement behind him, reflexively jumped up from his lounge chair. Because the movement was too sudden, the wine in his cup splashed out. Snap! Syrian raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the spilled wine returned to the cup exactly as it had come out. After seeing clearly who had suddenly burst into the room, Danitz asked with suppressed anger, how did you get in? Syrian glanced behind him, walked through the wall. After a moment of silence, he took the initiative to break it. Your captain just sent me a letter. I intend to reply. Do you need me to pass on a message for you? Danitz's eyes suddenly widened, filled with disbelief. Holy shit, why would the captain write to you? Syrian didn't answer but instead waved the sketchbook in his hand. Since you have no other requests, then I'll add your previous last words to it. Danitz froze for a moment, then suddenly reacted, pointing at the sketchbook in his hand and asking, "You plan to send this drawing as a reply to the captain?" Syrian nodded. "Of course, I am a person who likes to share. Quote. Share my ass." Danitz gritted his teeth. "No, I don't agree. Wait, the Golden Dream hasn't even docked yet. How are you going to send something to our captain? Are you planning to go to the Golden Dream in person? Then can you take me along as well?" Syrian glanced at him and calmly spat out a single word, "Messenger." What kind of messenger can send letters across the sea? It's not like it's something from mysticism. Wait, it probably is a messenger from mysticism. I remember the captain saying before that, except for special pathways, basically only high sequences can recruit their own mystical messengers. As expected of a guy with a bounty exceeding 40,000 gold pounds, the means he possesses are even more numerous than the captain's secret arts. After a pause, having reined in his thoughts, he gave a flattering smile. Can we discuss this? Don't add my last words. If that's really not possible, then just change the content of the drawing a bit. It would be best if it could highlight my bravery and spirit of being unafraid of sacrifice. Is that okay? Syrian shook his head. That's an extra charge. Danitz gritted his teeth. How much? Syrian, 3,000 pounds. Holy shit, why don't you just say you want my head? After loudly complaining in his heart, he sat back in his lounge chair dejectedly. Then help me pass a message to the captain. I want to tell her that the Admiral of Blood has his eyes on that key. Also, the Admiral of Blood's pirate fleet has 7 ships. Their overall strength is above ours. If we are caught off guard, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. By the way, this doesn't cost money, right? Syrian nodded and picked up a fountain pen from the nearby desk. You speak, all right. After adding the words Danitz needed to convey to Vice Admiral Iceberg, he pulled out the harmonica for summoning his messenger, brought it to his lips, and blew hard after infusing it with spirituality. After a few seconds of silence, Edfarna's figure quietly appeared in the room. Syrian tore a few pages from the sketchbook and handed them to the other, saying, "Help me send these to Vice Admiral Iceberg. You can still locate her, right?" Edfarna gave a light chuckle and nodded. "Of course. I'm very interested in that Grossel's travels. I left a psychological coordinate on her ship from the very beginning." After Edfarna left, Danitz, who had been staring blankly, finally reacted belatedly. "What just happened? Why does it feel like I lost my memory for a while?" Syrian shrugged. "Probably because my messenger didn't want you to remember him." Holy shit. Danitz turned his head and glared at the floor, angry but not daring to speak out. After a period of silence, the sound of the main door opening suddenly rang out, and then Gehrman Sparrow walked in from outside. After his gaze swept over Syrian and Danitz, he silently walked to the fireplace, letting the heat dissipate the chill clinging to his body. Thinking about Gehrman Sparrow's way of speaking, he looked at Syrian and asked, "Hunting, Steele, McVitie, and the Admiral of Blood behind him, do you have any thoughts?" Syrian, "Hanged man, quote. Hanged man, Mr. Hanged man, he's also in Bayam, and he can provide help in this matter." Klein looked at Syrian with some surprise. After nodding slightly, he skipped over this topic. Danitz was still here, it wasn't suitable to discuss matters related to the Tarot Club. "You don't want to hunt, Steele, McVitie." Syrian shook his head. "I've already caused a stir once in Bayam. Plus, with the events on the White Agot, Captain Erlin definitely won't keep it a secret, nor can he. The officials here have likely guessed that I've come to Bayam again. If I dare to show my face at this time, that Sea King will definitely send me a big lightning gift package at the first opportunity. I don't mind, anyway, I'm definitely faster than the Sea King. As for you guys, quote. After a moment of wordless silence, Danitz gave 2 dry laughs. To deal with a small pirate like Steele, there's no need for a big shot like you to take action. Just leave it to me. And Gehrman, Syrian raised an eyebrow. Remember to call me, I can be a spectator for you. After saying that, he turned and walked toward the wall. A deep blue brilliance rippled out, and he passed through the wall without obstruction, returning to his own room next door. Danitz let out a long breath and slumped into his lounge chair. That's a nasty and terrifying guy, even worse than a cold-blooded lunatic like Gehrman. After saying that, he looked back with some wariness, only to find that Gehrman had already left, and the bedroom door had clicked shut. Curling his lip, he continued to lie in the lounge chair, leisurely drinking his wine. Above the gray fog, within the palace that seemed eternally unchanging. Klein sat in the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, manifesting the dummy the world and having him pretend to pray in the dim environment. Great Mr. Fool, I intend to hunt, steal, McVitie and Bayam and require a certain amount of cooperation. May I pray to you for a hint? After completing the prayer, he tossed the information into the crimson star representing the hanged man. Chapter 347, The Hermit, Eric Drake. At the docks, inside the captain's cabin of the Azure Avenger. Suddenly, vast swaths of gray-white fog surged before Alger's eyes. He saw a person praying in a dimly lit room and heard his voice. Great Mr. the Fool, I plan to hunt, iron, McVitie and Bayam and require some assistance. After the scene and voice of the prayer vanished, Alger immediately fell into deep thought. That was the world. He has already arrived in Bayam. He needs assistance, yet Mr. the Fool told me about this directly. Is it a warning, or simply because I can help the world, or perhaps both? Mr. the Fool is not indifferent to the members of the Tarot Club. At the very least, our identities, whereabouts, and even every action are likely under his gaze. That's true. Since Mr. the Fool gathered the Tarot Club, it couldn't just be to let us interact, gain channels to each other, and thereby grow stronger quickly. When necessary, we also need to help and cooperate with Mr. the Fool, or his blessed, to accomplish certain things, just like what Justice did during the Great Smog of Backland. However, why would the world directly seek help from Mr. the Fool? Normally, seeking help from a deity is the last resort when one cannot complete a task on their own. Judging from previous interactions at the Tarot Club, he should be staying with Destiny. Wouldn't it be more convenient to go to him directly? Have they separated? Or does he not want Destiny to be involved in this matter? Alger frowned for a long while before finally thinking of a reasonable possibility. The mission to hunt, iron, McVitie came from Mr. the Fool, and Destiny has other identities besides being a member of the Tarot Club. The world is wary of him and does not want him involved in a mission directly under Mr. the Fool. At the same time, in the eyes of Mr. the Fool, the multifaceted Destiny is more of a link for cooperating with other existences and organizations, rather than a core member who can be truly fully trusted. If this is true, then this is my opportunity, an opportunity to show my stance to Mr. the Fool, while simultaneously establishing a connection with his blessed, the world. Thinking of this, he quickly gathered his thoughts and responded through prayer. After agreeing on the time and place to meet the world, Alger looked down at his sailor suit, frowned slightly, and then returned to his room to change his attire. A few minutes later, he appeared in the captain's cabin dressed in a classic dark robe, wearing a soft hat similar to that of a cleric, looking like a wizard who had stepped out of folklore. He turned his head to look at his reflection in the glass window, curled the corners of his mouth, and then left the Azure Avenger. Inside the captain's cabin of the Golden Dream, Edwina, who was diligently writing something in a notebook, suddenly stopped. She looked up at the desk in front of her, where a stack of drawings had appeared on the neat and tidy surface at some point. Is it that mysterious messenger of Randolph Carter? She had just seen this kind of hiding ability, one where spirituality cannot detect it at all, and her own observational abilities cannot find any traces, not long ago when she sent a letter to Surain. Pausing, she took the face-down drawings from the desk and flipped through them page by page. Her gaze quickly skipped over the content about Danitz stepping into a trap and then being hunted, landing on the last page where Danitz's last words were written, covering half the paper. Danitz encountered an attack from Iron, McVitie. Has, Admiral of Blood, Senor also set his sights on that key in the Golden Dream. After thinking quietly for a moment, she called a crew member to bring the personal items Danitz had left on the ship and then performed a divination using a secret art she had invented. Danitz is fine, but the Golden Dream is still some distance away from the Rorstad archipelago. It will take another 2 days before I can contact Danitz through ritual magic and learn the specific situation over there. As she spoke, she looked at the crew member who had just brought Danitz's personal items. The crew member was reading the comic strip featuring Danitz with great relish. The crew member, realizing what was happening, awkwardly raised the drawings in his hand. Captain, these drawings are quite good. Can I take them to show everyone on the ship, and by the way, remind them to be careful of those insidious guys under the Admiral of Blood? Edwina was silent for a moment. Since a crew member had already seen the content of the drawings, Danitz's last words would definitely spread throughout the ship. There was no need to hide it for him, so she nodded. You may. In the afternoon, at a cafe themed around mysticism on Olive Avenue near the docks. Alger, dressed as a folk wizard, pushed open the brown wooden door. After ordering a cup of specialty coffee from the southern continent, he found a conspicuous seat in the hall and sat down. On the round table in front of him, he placed a brand new deck of tarot cards he had just bought, with the Hanged Man card face up on top. After sitting for about 2 or 3 minutes, the brown wooden door inlaid with thick glass was pushed open from the outside again. A young man wearing a black woolen coat and a silk top hat walked in. Alger picked up the coffee at his side, taking a sip while observing the other person out of the corner of his eye. Although he couldn't see anything similar to the world about this young man, he intuitively felt that the other person might be the one he was waiting for. As soon as this thought arose, he saw the other person's gaze sweep lightly over the tarot cards he had placed on the table, and then walk straight towards him. "I would like a divination." Alger pushed the deck of cards on the table towards the other person and said, "This requires you to cut and shuffle the cards yourself." On Fragrant Tree Avenue, in the famous local Old John restaurant, Serain and Danitz sat on opposite sides of a dining table. Danitz glanced at Serain from time to time, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. After a few minutes of silence, Serain couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to ask?" Just after he finished asking, Danitz blurted out, "Has the captain replied to your letter?" "No." "That's good." No, I mean that's terrible. I still wanted to know the captain's next instructions. A qualified crew member should learn to take the initiative to share the worries and responsibilities of their captain, so that you can become the brightest star. The brightest. While they were talking, the waiter placed a plate containing grilled fish on the table, wrapped in straw-like things and covered with many spices, some he recognized and some he didn't. A strong, complex aroma immediately entered his nostrils, making Serain's spirit slightly stir, and saliva began to secrete in his mouth. Then, the waiter placed 2 branch-like things on each side of the plate. Danitz very skillfully picked up the 2 branches, and then used somewhat unskilled techniques to pick up a piece of grilled comb-thorn fish, introducing it as he did so. When eating grilled comb-thorn fish, you have to use this kind of tableware. It is said that this was an inspiration Emperor Rosal gained from elven customs. Of course, if you are not used to it, you can also use. Danitz stared dumbfounded as Serain picked up the tableware carved from 2 branches, and with movements so skillful that it was as if it were a dining habit formed since childhood, picked up the fish from the plate and put it into his mouth to chew. It wasn't until Serain swallowed the fish that he reacted. "Have you used this kind of tableware before?" "No, your skillful technique clearly shows it's a habit that can only be formed by dining like this every day. Could it be, you? Are you actually a descendant of elves?" After swallowing another piece of fish, Serain shook his head slightly and said, "I am not a descendant of elves, I should be the ancestor of elves." Danitz's mouth twitched slightly. "Bullshit, why don't you say you were an ancient god of elven worship?" Serain glanced at him with some surprise, asking, "You even know about ancient gods? It seems the knowledge Edwina taught you in class is quite comprehensive." Danitz seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, and his face immediately turned bitter. But soon, he raised his neck again. "We are treasure hunters, not those uncultured and uncouth pirates. Various ancient cultural and folklore knowledge are also compulsory courses. Besides force, one must also master sufficiently rich knowledge to become an excellent treasure hunter. Otherwise, many times the treasure is clearly right in front of you, but you miss it because you don't recognize it." Serain raised an eyebrow slightly, leaned back, and said, "This doesn't sound like something you would say, nor does it sound like Edwina's tone. Whose words are you repeating?" You can even tell that." Danitz's expression stiffened. "All right, this is actually something a guy named Anderson Hood said while bragging. That guy always calls himself the strongest hunter in the Fog Sea. Maybe you have heard of him. Didn't he claim to be the strongest hunter below demigod level in the Fog Sea?" "No, you actually know that guy." He looked at Serain in astonishment. "I remember Randolph Carter has been active in the Sonia Sea ever since he became famous. The reputation of the strongest hunter in the Fog Sea shouldn't be big enough to be known by everyone in the Sonia Sea. Could it be that this guy used to hang around the Fog Sea? It doesn't seem impossible. This guy is very good at disguising himself. Who knows what other identities Randolph Carter used before arriving in the Sonia Sea?" After letting his thoughts wander for a while, Danitz came back to his senses and found Serain staring very seriously at the empty chair on the other side of the table, nodding from time to time. He glanced at the empty chair and then at Serain, not understanding what he was staring at the air so seriously for. This guy didn't finally go crazy, did he? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he suddenly saw Serain talking to the air on the chair. "How should I address you? This guy is crazy after all. Won't he turn into an out-of-control monster in the next second?" Thinking this, Danitz very wisely moved his body backward. Then he heard a voice with a sense of age ring out from the empty position next to him. You can call me Eric Drake. I am a hermit. Danitz suddenly froze there, his expression stiff as he turned his head and saw that a middle-aged to elderly gentleman wearing a gray-white robe had appeared at some point on the chair that had clearly been empty just a moment ago. His hair was combed neatly back, his conspicuous light yellow eyebrows were very long, there were some wrinkles on his forehead, and his face presented an unnaturally pale color. Noticing Danitz's astonished and direct gaze, he turned his head to look over and smiled back. An identity that had almost been forgotten flashed through Danitz's buzzing mind, the famous hermit of the Central Sonia Sea, Eric Drake. Eric nodded slightly. That's right, it's me. A flash of shock appeared in Danitz's eyes, and his thoughts couldn't help but wander. My goodness, I remember the captain saying that the hermit of the Central Sonia Sea is very likely a demigod in charge of maritime affairs for some secret organization. I didn't expect him to actually know Randolph Carter. Is this the connection of having a secret organization to back you up? After letting his thoughts wander for a while, Danitz suddenly felt a wave of sleepiness hit him. He couldn't hold on for even 2 seconds before his eyes closed heavily, and his body instinctively slumped onto the dining table and fell asleep. Eric looked at Serain and said in a gentle tone, some topics are not convenient for outsiders to know. Serain nodded and then asked, does the Twilight Hermit Order have a new mission again? Eric shook his head slightly. No, it is I who have some questions I would like to ask you. About Bansancy. He paused slightly. Seeing that Serain had no extra reaction, he continued, as far as I know, an ancient angel family, the Medici family, is hidden there. They worship an evil god known as the God of Weather, advocate bloody sacrifices, have been developing in secret, and even once influenced the local bishop of the Church of Storms. But these problems should have been solved by the Church of Storms in the aftermath caused by your last mission. Why did problems break out there again, and why did the Lord of Storms directly destroy a sea area? I am very curious about what the secret there really is, to be able to make the Lord of Storms take action twice. Serain controlled the expression on his face and asked, half curiously and half seriously, what is the situation in Bansancy now? Eric recalled slightly and then said, that sea area was destroyed once. I cruised from the sea of collective subconsciousness to observe nearby, but all traces were covered by dangerous lightning, and no information could be seen. I suspect the Lord of Storms is deliberately covering up something. You once investigated the secret there, and I guess you might know some of the reasons. I am very curious about this matter, and I happened to be passing by in the mine nearby when I saw you, so I came to ask. After a moment of silence, Serain said, the God of Weather has been corrupted. Corrupted. Eric nodded as if in realization, seemingly connecting some of the guesses and thoughts in his mind. Chapter 348, Dream. Danitz reached out to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth, yawning as he sat up straight. It's been a long time since I've slept this comfortably. Right, just now that. He looked dazed for a moment, subconsciously turning his head to glance at the empty seat beside the dining table, shaking his head in confusion before asking, did you pay the bill just now? You said you were treating before you fell asleep. Is that so? Then I'll go pay the bill. After speaking, Danitz stood up unsteadily and walked toward the bar. Syrian watched Danitz's dazed back, a gold coin in his hand flicking into the air with a metallic ring. Eric Drake, probing Danitz's memories using a dream while talking to me. As expected of a veteran spectator. It's a pity that Danitz was just an ordinary passenger at the time, and he wouldn't know much more than those ordinary people. I just wonder if he can discover anything through the spiritual world, such as German Sparrow or Mr. Azik. If he goes to probe German Sparrow, I wonder if he can get a one-way ticket to the foggy town. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but curve his lips, then tossed the gold coin in his hand again. In the occult-themed cafe on Olive Avenue. After meeting the hanged man, Alger in reality for the first time and having a conversation full of circumlocution and mutual probing. Klein stood up slowly, looking at Alger, who was dressed as a folk warlock behind the table, and chuckled softly, to be honest, you aren't suited for this outfit. Alger was stunned for a moment, failing to keep up with the other party's train of thought, but he didn't ask further. Compared to this inexplicable sentence, he had a more curious question. Why did you think of coming to me for divination? Klein smiled and drew a card from the stack of tarot cards on the table, a card with a 3-ringed wheel hanging in a blue sky, the Wheel of Fortune card. The hanged man, Alger stared at the revealed Wheel of Fortune card, his pupils contracting slightly. So it really is related to destiny. It seems my guess was correct. This is a task that isn't convenient for Destiny, who has multiple identities, to participate in. Or rather, this is a task directly belonging to Mr. the Fool's faction. For me, this should also count as a test. I must do it as perfectly as possible. No, I must achieve perfection. Thinking of this, Alger's excitement settled down. By the time he regained his senses, the world, wearing a half-top silk hat and a black woolen coat, had already pulled open the brown door and left the cafe. I wonder if destiny is also in Bayam. Could the existence or organization behind him be related to the destiny pathway? While muttering to himself, his gaze suddenly caught his reflection in the mirror in the corner. A guy who looked rugged and weather-beaten, seemingly ready to pull out an axe and chop down a crowd at any moment, was wearing a very mysterious classical warlock robe. This discordant temperament made him look very awkward. No wonder the world said I wasn't suited for this outfit. At the Blue Wind Hotel, Klein, who had returned from meeting the hanged man at the cafe, pushed open the door and returned to his room. After he stepped through the door, he didn't arrive in his hotel room, but in Danitz's first-class cabin on the White Agot. Klein, who had just been thinking about problems, instantly woke up and realized what had happened. A dream. Which dream demon has targeted me? As thoughts flickered, he walked toward his bedroom with an unchanging expression, intending to observe first and adapt to circumstances if any problems arose. Pulling open the bedroom door, he didn't see the familiar bed, but rather thick white mist permeating the surface of the sea, with crimson flames flashing from time to time. Then he saw Danitz appear silently at his side. He looked at the sea shrouded in mist with terror, his tone trembling. What happened? Did this shitty White Agot sail into the fog sea? Pretending quite well, Klein muttered in his heart, maintaining German Sparrow's coldness on the surface, and said coldly, I don't know. Just as he finished speaking, Randolph Carter also appeared to the side, looking at him with a faint smile as he said, I might know a little. Someone is hunting that god of weather in Bansancy. Hunting might not be quite accurate, it should be said they are cleaning up the corruption. German, what do you think? Klein looked back at the other person expressionlessly. This disguise isn't convincing, that guy would never call me German. However, this seems a bit different from the abilities of a dream demon. Is it a higher sequence Beander, or another pathway with similar abilities? Sorry, that was my mistake. Another voice sounded behind him. Before Klein could turn around, the person walked directly in front of him. It was a middle-aged to elderly gentleman wearing a grayish-white robe over a tuxedo. His face was an unnaturally pale color, with only a few wrinkles on his forehead, and his light golden hair was combed neatly backward. A flash of surprise passed through Klein's eyes. He didn't know this strange Beander at all, but he felt that the other party had likely already discovered that he could remain conscious in this dream. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he saw the gentleman opposite him speak to him gently and politely. You are clearly not a dream demon, nor are you a dreamwalker, yet you can remain conscious in a dream. I am seeing this for the second time. It seems you have quite a big secret. Klein felt his heartbeat suddenly accelerate quite a bit. Taking a deep breath, he relied on his clown ability to maintain surface-level calmness and asked without the slightest ripple in his tone, second time. Then who was the first? The gentleman opposite smiled gently, someone you also know. Randolph Carter. He possesses extraordinary blessings and favor, so his mind will never be lost, and naturally, he can remain conscious in a dream. Does he know Syrian? No, it could also be that he knows the identity of Randolph Carter and has likewise used a dream to probe him as he is doing now. Or, did he simply discover something from Syrian and then followed the trail to find me? As his thoughts wandered, he expressionlessly diverted the topic, which sequences, Dreamwalker. This is sequence 5 of the spectator pathway. Beyonders of this sequence possess abilities similar to the dream demon of the darkness pathway. It's just that a dream demon can forcibly pull people into a dream, while a dreamwalker cannot, unless combined with hypnosis. The other party seemed very happy to answer his questions, even answering quite in detail. A flash of surprise surfaced in Klein's heart. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't think of what it was for a moment. Don't be so defensive and nervous, I have no malice. I'm just investigating what happened in Bansancy not long ago. I discovered your existence from that pirate named Danitz. You seem to have a very deep understanding of what happened that day, can you share some information with me? Klein opened his mouth, but the words of refusal just wouldn't come out. It's just sharing some news, this won't cause you any harm, will it? If you really don't want to, you can decide for yourself what information to tell me, or even false information, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference anyway, right? Klein nodded slightly. He felt that what the other person said made a lot of sense. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knocking interrupted their conversation. After a brief silence, the door behind them clicked and was pushed open from the outside. Syrian glanced at the two people talking face to face and walked up very familiarly. "Nice to meet you again, Mr. German and Mr. Eric." Eric looked with some surprise at Syrian, who had suddenly intruded into this dream. "How did you know I was here? And what method did you use to enter the dream world?" "You used my image, this is exclusive copyright. As for entering the dream, it's very simple. You just need to open a door wherever your gaze reaches." While speaking, Syrian took out the crystal ball that sealed a blue eye. Inside the crystal ball, the phantom of a towering mountain peak emerged in the night. Under the sporadic twinkling stars, an invisible veil seemed to drape down. At the same time, the light in this dream suddenly became dim. The sounds of waves crashing and the sea wind wailing all disappeared, leaving only a silence where even the sound of breathing vanished. Mystical reenactment, the vanished night country. Eric looked around with curiosity, then his gaze fell on the crystal ball Syrian was holding. Magic to create concealment. What do you want to do? Syrian tossed the crystal ball in his hand and chuckled. Of course, it's to remind you to take confidentiality measures before doing bad things, so you don't let people catch your trail. I was just asking your friend, who hides many secrets, some questions, and I didn't force him. Eric explained, paused, and added, of course, if you are willing to tell me directly, I don't have to be so circuitous. You know each other. Klein interjected, but no one answered him. The three of them were suddenly quiet for 2 seconds. Until Syrian pulled a piece of drawing paper from his pocket and handed it to Klein, but Eric reached out and took it first, unfolding it in front of the two of them. On the drawing paper was the holy emblem of darkness, with a deep black background, dotted with brilliance, and surrounding exactly half of a crimson moon. Holy emblem of darkness. Klein and Eric exclaimed in surprise at the same time. The next second, the surrounding light became even dimmer, as if they were deep in a night with only a few scattered stars, and the air was filled with the fragrance of night vanilla and moon flowers. Klein felt as if he had returned to Tingen, returning to the time when he listened to the bishop's sermon in St. Selena Cathedral. Syrian looked around curiously. In his feeling, the surrounding darkness was like a black veil that was as soft as a dream, peaceful and deep. It clearly felt like a veil that would break at a touch, but no matter how he reached out, he couldn't touch it. In less than 2 breaths, the dream returned to brightness, and Eric's figure had disappeared without anyone knowing when. After looking around, Syrian picked up the drawing paper with the holy emblem of darkness that had fallen to the ground. Klein examined the dream and suddenly felt his spirit and mind much more relaxed. That Eric had secretly exerted a spiritual influence on me, and now that influence has dissipated with his departure. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, he looked at Syrian beside him and asked, where did he go? Perhaps he went to be a guest in the night country. But it's a one-way ticket, it only covers the drop-off, not the pickup. Night country. Is it related to that mystical reenactment you used just now? While speaking, he looked at the crystal ball in Syrian's hand. Previously, when discussing this crystal ball above the gray fog, Syrian had told him about the Beander ability, mystical reenactment. It allows one to draw power from mastered occult knowledge to create various magical and powerful sorceries and spells. And the fewer people who know the corresponding occult knowledge, and the less it is circulated, the more powerful such a spell becomes. Syrian nodded and thought, it could be considered related, but it was mainly your contribution. Me. Klein didn't quite understand his statement. Let's leave first. Syrian didn't explain much, turned and walked toward the door behind him, reached out to press the doorknob, and twisted it gently, click. As the door was opened, a dim blue, intangible, blurry water curtain appeared in the door frame. On the other side of the water curtain, the appearance of the hotel room in reality was vaguely visible. Syrian stepped forward, easily passing through the water curtain and returning to reality. In less than 2 seconds, Klein also broke free from the dream. Looking at the tightly closed door in front of him, as well as his right hand still pressed on the doorknob, he suddenly realized that he had been pulled into the dream when he opened the door just now. Was the hypnosis planted on me the action of opening the door? When? Or perhaps, that guy named Eric is no longer a dreamwalker, but a more powerful demigod, which is why he could pull me into the dream without me noticing at all. If he hadn't directly turned my room into the one on the white agate, I wouldn't have realized I was trapped in a dream for a while. After whispering for a while, he exerted a little force on his wrist, twisted the handle, and pushed open the door. As the door opened, the first thing he saw was the middle-aged to elderly gentleman sitting on the sofa in the living room, eyes closed and feigning sleep. He's still here. Klein instinctively took a step back, only to bump into someone else. He almost reflexively threw out a few playing card throwing knives. It's me. Hearing the familiar voice, he could no longer maintain German Sparrow's indifference and said irritably, "Why don't you make any sound when you walk? Is it possible that you were too focused?" "Oh right, to prevent being detected by the guy impersonating my image, I previously interfered with divination and spiritual intuition." After a half-second of silence, Klein pointed at Eric, who was feigning sleep on the sofa in the living room, and asked, "What's wrong with him? I feel like he's dead, but also like he's not dead yet." Chapter 349, Ambush and the Unexpected. Syrian sized up Eric on the sofa, thinking as he spoke, it seems his spirit and consciousness were transferred, but because his body didn't enter the dream, it was left behind, falling into a living dead state. Clink. As he spoke, he tossed a gold coin into the air. After spinning a few times, it fell back into his palm. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain, Taiwan Novel Network. Smooth and worry-free. Close black lens bracket. Heads up, an affirmation. After putting the gold coin away, he smacked his lips and said, "Tisk, a wild Beander characteristic." After a pause, he turned his head to look at Klein nearby and asked, "You or me?" "You." Klein had returned to German Sparrow's cold state. Syrian nodded and took a step forward. An illusory, shining crystal ball formed in his hand, then shattered silently, turning into fine starlight that merged into the surrounding void. After completing the interference against divination and spiritual intuition, he tilted his head slightly, an illusory, slowly flipping book reflected in his eyes. "I came, I saw, I recorded." Azure flames rose in the air, quickly condensing in his hand into an azure flaming spear tinged with blazing white. Whoosh! The flaming spear flew out, easily piercing Eric's body. The azure flames instantly spread across him and the sofa beneath him. In the rising flames, Eric's body began to swell and gradually deform, like a lizard-like monster. Two exaggerated lumps of flesh bulged high on his back, as if something were about to tear through the flesh and extend out. His eyes turned into dark gold vertical pupils, and fine, grayish-white scales grew on his body's surface. Incomplete dragonification. Under the fatal threat, Eric's unconscious body showed instinctive resistance. A strange power that could affect and even contaminate the mind spread through the room. Under the warning of his spiritual intuition, Klein closed his eyes immediately. But he could still feel an invisible power stirring his mind, making his emotions gradually irritable. Syrian curiously observed the incomplete dragonification state for a while, then continuously compressed the flames, controlling them within a safe range so as not to set the hotel on fire. In the repeatedly compressed flames, the scales on the incompletely dragonified Eric began to crack and fall off one by one, and his flesh gradually carbonized. After a minute or two, the flames in the room finally dissipated. Where the sofa had originally been, only a patch of charred marks remained on the floor, along with a monster skeleton covered in charcoal. In the air, specks of grayish-white light began to precipitate, slowly floating and aggregating. As expected of the giant dragon pathway, it's quite burn-resistant. Syrian raised his hand to wipe the seeping sweat from his forehead and let out a light breath. Klein glanced at the skeleton that no longer looked human at all, then looked at the missing sofa and the large patch of charred floor that would clearly be difficult to clean, silently calculating in his heart how much he would need to compensate the hotel. An unforeseen disaster. After sighing in his heart, he asked curiously, "Do you know him?" Syrian nodded. "The famous hermit of the Central Sonia Sea, Eric Drake. He has several other identities, such as the Black Throne King, Barrows Hopkins, one of the 4 kings of the seas, the president of the Psychology Alchemists, and a member of the same organization as me." The expression on Klein's face froze for a moment, and he looked at him with some surprise, as if to say, "You just offed your colleague for the greater good like that?" Syrian shrugged. "It's just a separated identity, his main body is still hidden somewhere in the mind world. Besides, this guy has already tested me twice. Isn't it normal for me to take a little revenge? Furthermore, although I burned his body, his spirit and consciousness are still staying as a guest in the night country. It shouldn't be considered a true death. And this whole thing has nothing to do with me, nor will there be any evidence pointing to me. Our leader might very well discover the truth, but he won't hold this against me for such a small thing. He'll only say it's a necessary sacrifice." Quote. After 2 seconds of silence, Klein asked his most concerning question, "Will your leader come for me?" "Probably not for now. If you're really worried, you can take this as an amulet." As he spoke, Syrian pulled out the drawing paper with the Darkness Holy emblem and threw it into his hand. Klein reflexively reached out and caught the paper. He looked at the Darkness Holy emblem on it, remained silent for a moment, and then put it away. Perhaps that burst of darkness in the dream just now really was related to the goddess, but how did this guy do it? Does he still have connections with the Church of the Night? And if the goddess really did cast her gaze just now, wouldn't I be exposed? His thoughts wandered for a while. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Syrian had already walked to the easy chair in front of the fireplace and was slapping the sleeping Danitz's face, making slapping sounds. A few seconds later, Danitz slowly woke up, rubbing his cheek and muttering, "I think I dreamed someone was slapping me. Damn it, I finally had a successful confession, but I woke up at the most critical moment." As he spoke, he suddenly twitched his nose, smelling something burning. Then he found Gehrman standing at the door, looking at him with an indescribable expression. What a reassuring quality of sleep. After lamenting in his heart, Klein said coldly, "Drool." After saying that, he stepped to the charred skeleton and picked up the aggregated grayish-white object. It was a fist-sized heart covered in grayish-white folds. The folds on the surface made it look like an alternative brain. On each fold, countless symbols and strange patterns overlapped and extended, penetrating into the surrounding environment and connecting to a world that was difficult for beyonders of other pathways to see. Just looking at it gave one a sense of dizziness, as if seeing something indescribable. This is definitely a demigod-level Beyander characteristic. As the thought floated, he turned his head toward Syrian, intending to ask how to distribute this characteristic, only to see the back of Syrian leaving through the wall. Doesn't need it. It's also possible that people from that organization can locate this characteristic through some means. To be safe, I should temporarily put it above the gray fog. Collecting his thoughts, he took the characteristic that had precipitated from Eric and went back to his bedroom. Danitz, who had fully woken up and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, didn't even have time to speak before he found himself alone in the living room. Two psychos, waking me up from a beautiful dream and then not saying anything. His words suddenly stopped as he looked at the charred monster skeleton in the middle of the living room and the charred marks on the floor, falling into a daze. Shit, a monster broke into the hotel and was killed by those two guys. And I was sleeping on the side the whole time. Back in his room, Syrian sat at his desk and took out the glass crystal ball to perform a divination on the aftermath of this matter. Although Adam won't care that I killed a colleague's avatar, the Black Throne King, Barrows himself will certainly care, and might even seek revenge. Quite troublesome. I just don't know why he's so obsessed with me and the secrets on Bansancy Island. There's no discerner characteristic there. Could it be that Hermes said something to him and tricked him into being a pawn to scout the way? As the thought floated, fine starlight emerged within the crystal ball he held, weaving into a brilliant starry sky. Staring at the crystal ball, Syrian fell into a brief daze. A few breaths later, his eyes regained clarity, and the starlight in the crystal ball quickly disappeared. There is an aftermath to this matter, but no danger. Above the gray fog, inside that ancient palace that seemed eternal. Klein threw the characteristic that looked like both a heart and a brain into the junk pile in the corner. Sequence 4 Manipulator. Quote, "This is the demigod with the most casual death I've ever seen. He didn't have any demigod style at all. But I can also infer one thing from this: the power to silently turn a demigod into the living dead definitely doesn't belong to Syrian. In the dream earlier, the Evernight goddess most likely acted from a distance. But can just drawing a darkness holy emblem draw the goddess's gaze and power? Could it be related to that mystical reenactment he used before? There's an even more important matter. The goddess must have discovered by now that I'm not dead and instead took the opportunity to leave the church. What is her attitude toward me?" Thinking of this, he couldn't help but raise his hand to rub his brow, feeling like his head was twice its size. He took a deep breath and let out a long sigh. Whatever. Then he took out the wriggling hunger and released the nightmare soul it had been grazing. He intended to free up a grazing slot to use on Iron Makevati. 15 Fragrant Tree Avenue, one of Danitz's properties in Bayam. Danitz, wearing a black cloak, appeared in a shadow at the corner of the street. He looked around cautiously, and after confirming there was no ambush, he pushed the door and entered the house. After his figure disappeared, several figures emerged from the nearby and opposite houses, rushing toward house number 15 where Danitz was. After everyone had entered the house, the melodious sound of bagpipes suddenly rang out in the air, and a dense night mist enveloped number 15 house. Immediately after, several more figures rushed out from hidden places toward house no. 15. In the shadows of a corner where no one noticed, Syrian looked thoughtfully at the three-man Punishers team remaining in place. The person surrounded in the middle held a heart-like object in his hand. It was deep black, full of holes, and was constantly emitting a melodious melody like bagpipes. The person holding it had heavy eyelids and their head was nodding, seemingly on the verge of falling into a deep sleep. He knew the information on this sealed artifact, number 2037, Eternal Dream. How would the Church of Storms react if I stole this sealed artifact? Would they raise my bounty by a level, or send a separate Punishers team to hunt me down? While thinking, his spirituality was stirred, and he turned his head to look at the other side of the street. A frosty white, piercing cold wind wailed into formation. Wherever the gale swept, beautiful and dreamlike snowflakes fell from the air, while transparent and crystalline layers of ice spread across the ground, and cone-shaped white icicles hung from the eaves on both sides of the street. The two Punishers standing on either side of the dozing one looked at each other. There are other Beyonders hidden nearby. What should we do? Wait for the captain and the others, we can't leave. Just as they finished speaking, they heard a sudden finger snap behind them. Before they could react, a golden box engraved with many symbols and magical marks, held by one of them, suddenly flew out of his hand and was caught by a hand stretching out from the nearby shadow. The faces of the two Punishers were filled with shock and horror. Painter, Randolph Carter. What do you think you're doing? His Excellency, Sea King, has been watching every movement in Bayam, he'll discover you soon. Quote, you didn't even attack immediately. That's not like you hot-tempered guys' style. After a pause, he tossed the golden box in his hand and smiled. I'll borrow this for a bit and return it to you in a while. After speaking, regardless of the two Punishers' opinions, he took a step back. An illusory book emerged in his eyes, and his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. On the other side, in the battlefield where Klein and Danitz were fighting, Iron, McKevity and the others, they fell into a 4-on-2 disadvantage. Boom! Using a spear of blazing light to force back the werewolf who was approaching him again, Danitz couldn't help but complain, shit, why are there so many of the Admiral of Blood's men here? As he spoke, his gaze constantly scanned the surroundings, looking for a place to break through. Not far away, Scarlet Thorn, Huntley, sitting on a flying carpet, seized the opportunity to scatter a handful of powder made from some kind of tree, muttering an inaudible elvish incantation. The powder scattered into the air erupted into a crackling sound, and before Danitz could react, it turned into a burst of silver-white lightning that fell on his head. The hair on Danitz's head immediately stood on end, a patch of charred black appeared on his face, and his body was completely numb, making it difficult to move. The werewolf, grinning hideously, gradually grew larger in his eyes. I haven't lived long enough. Fool, you dare to ambush us with just some rookie adventurer who just started his life at sea. Exile. A voice carrying an indescribable majesty, making one instinctively want to bow, prostrate, and obey, suddenly rang out. A vast, invisible power erupted between the werewolf and Danitz, sending both the charging werewolf and Danitz flying backward. The flying Danitz was caught by a hand wearing a silver-black glove and pressed to the ground. Hiss. Danitz's charred eyebrows twitched. The force coming from his shoulder made him feel like his shoulder blade was about to be crushed. Shit, can you fucking be a bit more gentle? After shouting in his heart, he turned his head to look at Syrian, forcing a stiff and ugly smile with a face that hadn't yet recovered from the numbness. NKS. Syrian released the hand on his shoulder and then pushed his palm forward. Confinement. Layer after layer of transparent walls appeared out of thin air, turning the battlefield into an area isolated from both inside and out. Greater than. Chapter 350, Admiral of Blood. Danitz stared blankly at the scene, opening his mouth as if to say something but ultimately remaining silent. He had thought Randolph Carter was here to save him and Gehrman, only to find that the man's first move was to cut off everyone's retreat. Shit, at least let me, an injured man, out first. Syrian ignored Danitz's colorful expression and let the golden square box in his hand, inscribed with numerous symbols and magical sigils, open on its own, emitting bursts of warm light. At the same time, under the influence of this sealed artifact, the entire enclosed area became bright, as if suddenly transitioning from night to a heavy clouded afternoon with a scorching sun hanging high. Within the warm light, countless golden translucent liquid droplets fell, raining down, sun-holy water. Syrian watched the rain falling like golden threads, an illusory book flipping continuously reflected in his eyes. He spoke in a flat yet majestic voice, notarization, effective. Streaks of golden light emerged, becoming purer and purer, finally manifesting into a seal-like projection in front of him. Meanwhile, the sun-holy water, rain falling from the sky intensified, and the pure, holy aura of the sun within it grew much stronger. As the golden rain fell on him, Danitz suddenly felt the weakness and fear within him rapidly receding. Black gas rose from the scratches left by the werewolf on his waist and abdomen, and the blackened flesh at the wound returned to its normal color. On the other side, the werewolf and Iron McKevity stiffened, their entire bodies turning bright red. Sizzling sounds, like water being poured into hot oil, constantly emanated from them. Klein, who had been clutching his own throat with a flushed face, suddenly released his strength as a transparent figure was pulled out from him. It was a man wearing an old tricorn hat, about 40 years old, with 2 streaks of black mustache above his lip. His eye sockets were sunken and dark, his face terrifyingly pale, and his gray eyes were filled with malice. Seeing this figure, Danitz cried out in shock, "It's Admiral of Blood, Senial. What is he doing here in Bayam? I don't know, but clearly your hunting plan has encountered a variable." Syrian shook his head slightly. His right hand, clad in a silver-black glove, clenched into a fist and extended forward as he spoke in a low voice, "Revenants are forbidden from appearing here." With his proclamation, Seniol's transparent figure rapidly solidified, turning into a flesh and blood body that turned red and emitted black smoke in the sun-holy water, rain. Freed from the influence of revenant possession, Klein immediately leaned back with his arms spread. A thin layer of golden sunlight shimmered on the wriggling hunger on his right hand. In the next second, a grand, pure, and blazing pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping both him and Seniol. Divine light. Under the golden, blazing light, Seniol's skin became so pale it was transparent, as if it were about to melt into the light. On the flying carpet, Huntley, the only one unaffected by the sun-holy water, rain and divine light, scattered a handful of translucent powder. Whoosh! A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere, sweeping the surrounding golden rain away and creating a safe zone without a single drop of rain. Then he took out a handful of leaves, petals, and thorns and threw them down, chanting an elvish incantation in a low voice. The leaves, petals, and thorns he threw down either grew wildly or connected together, eventually turning into a growing net of vines that trapped Syrian and the others in place, making it impossible to move. Syrian glanced at Danitz beside him and said coldly, "Set it on fire." "Huh, okay." Danitz dazed for a moment, then nodded hurriedly, condensing one fire raven after another in front of him, letting them fly out to ignite all the vines. An illusory, constantly flipping book appeared in Syrian's eyes, and his figure then quietly dissolved into the flames. Danitz stared blankly at this scene. Isn't that Gehrman's Beyander ability? In the next second, a flame beside him suddenly surged, and Gehrman leapt out from it. Before his figure could even land, a wave of fire swept over, and he disappeared again. Danitz stood there in a daze, feeling like he was being excluded. A famous pirate with a bounty as high as 3,000 pounds, my only use here is to set fires to create a favorable environment for them. Behind, Admiral of Blood, Seniol, Syrian, who had appeared from the flames, waved his right hand. Whip. Seniol's attempt to dive to the side faltered, his body feeling as though it had been struck by an invisible whip, tearing his clothes and rending his flesh. As if unable to feel pain, Seniol swung his hand back expressionlessly. 2 thin ice crystal arrows shimmering with eerie green light quietly formed with his movement and shot toward Syrian, only to become chaotic the moment they neared him. 1 ice crystal arrow sank into the ground, spreading a patch of white frost tainted with a thick aura of death, while the other slid toward the sky, hitting the transparent wall enclosing the area before disappearing. Syrian tilted his head slightly, watching Seniol in front of him, whose mouth was wide open in a silent scream. A pair of transparent, dragonfly-like wings grew from Syrian's back, and his figure became illusory, as if detached from reality. In the next second, invisible sound waves swept through. Both Danitz and Klein stiffened, their heads buzzing, and warm liquid flowed from their noses. Huntley, sitting cross-legged on the flying carpet, also stiffened. Then, with a pained expression, his body convulsed, and he fell off. Seeing Syrian completely unaffected by the wraith scream, a flash of startled confusion crossed Seniol's deep gray eyes. Hesitating for less than half a second, he turned halfway and pointed at Klein. An illusory skull wreathed in black gas instantly formed and charged out, carrying a heavy aura of death, like an envoy sent from the underworld. In the blink of an eye, the illusory skull wreathed in black gas hit the fallen Huntley. The latter's body twisted, his mouth wide open, eyes bulging and nearly popping out of their sockets. His skin turned grayish-white, losing all color and life. Seniol was stunned to see that he had killed Huntley, his target and intention had been distorted. Exile. A sudden burst of invisible, majestic force erupted, and Seniol was sent flying. Syrian locked his gaze on Seniol, then clenched his right fist, leaned forward, and swung his arm. Death. At the same time, the werewolf, with patches of gray short fur and long, sharp, sturdy nails, happened to appear in his field of vision, blocking the strike. Bang! Amidst the dull thud, a blossom of bright red blood exploded at the werewolf's shoulder. His body was thrown back like a ragdoll, one arm separating from his body. Whoosh! A piercingly cold wind swirled, and crystalline, dreamlike snowflakes fell once more, while frost and ice carrying the aura of death spread across the ground. Swish! Bang! An arrow wreathed in black gas struck, but Syrian blocked it with the golden square box in his hand. As if stimulated, the surface of the golden square box he had borrowed from the Punisher's squad was dyed a brilliant gold, spreading outward in layer after layer of ripples. Wherever the golden radiance passed, snowflakes dissipated and ice crystals melted. Iron, Makevati and Admiral of Blood, Senial stiffened, turning bright red as if dropped into boiling water, their breathing becoming difficult. Immediately after, a grand, pure, and blazing pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping Senial. Then Klein switched the soul within, the wriggling hunger, again, silver lightning flashing in his eyes. Mental piercing. Syrian clenched his right fist and whispered a passage in ancient Hermes language, mirror blink is forbidden here. Evil recedes here, and light grows. The auras of Mikvati, Senial, and the werewolf instantly weakened, while the sun holy water, and divine light, falling from the sky grew significantly more intense. Boom! A ball of repeatedly compressed, white-hot fire exploded on Mikvati. Within the firelight, Klein's figure appeared, stuffing a small glass bottle filled with golden liquid into the wound on Mikvati's body. Seeing this, Syrian raised an eyebrow. An illusory book flipped in his eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared. Behind Senial, Syrian blinked into existence, silver electric currents flashing across the flipping illusory book in his eyes. Mental piercing. Senial's body stiffened. The muscles on Syrian's left hand, which held the golden square box, bulged, veins popping as he pushed forward with force. The golden square box was forcibly shoved into the wound on Senial's body caused by the whip. A flash of ice-blue crystalline radiance shimmered under his hand, and frost-white ice crystals immediately spread, firmly fixing the golden square box to Senial's body. Having done this, he blinked away before Senial could launch a counterattack. In the next instant, ice crystals carrying a bone-chilling cold and the aura of death spread out with Senial as the center, turning this enclosed area into a world of ice and snow. Countless transparent, malicious revenant shadows emerged along with the ice crystals, only to disappear with silent screams under the washing of the sun-holy water, rain. Syrian, who had blinked behind Mikvati, clenched his right fist and swung it forward violently. Death. His body merged with a peculiar power, and his clenched right hand was covered in a layer of silver white. In an irresistible and unavoidable manner, it accurately struck the back of Mikvati's head. Thud. After the dull sound, the entire back of Mikvati's head caved in, with red and white matter vaguely flowing out. Klein watched the collapsing Mikvati, the silver electric sparks in his eyes dissipating. You. Rumble. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a sudden clap of thunder. The sound echoed repeatedly in everyone's ears, piercing straight into their spirit bodies, inevitably plunging those who heard it into a state of numbness and shock, as if struck by lightning. Following that, one silver electric bolt after another fell. The invisible transparent wall creating the enclosure effect quickly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks under the successive bolts of lightning, then shattered with a crash. Syrian clenched his right fist and proclaimed in ancient Hermes language, "Storms are forbidden here." As his words fell, the lightning falling from the sky visibly thinned out, and the frequency decreased. At the same time, his face turned deathly pale, and his chest heaved violently as if he had lost all strength. The effect of forbidding a Beyonder ability used by a demigod nearly drained his spirituality dry. Phew. Let's go, Sea King is here. Just as he finished speaking, his spiritual intuition was suddenly triggered, followed by several bolts of lightning striking down toward his position. These bolts of lightning instantly became chaotic as they approached, striking the surrounding empty ground instead. But the fine electric snakes that scurried about after the lightning disintegrated still made his body stiffen, falling into a state of numbness and sluggishness. One batch of lightning fell, and soon new lightning bolts struck toward them again, as if someone had installed lightning rods on them. Damn it! Syrian gritted his teeth and barked in somewhat disfluent ancient Hermes language, and closure. Layer after layer of transparent walls appeared in the air, only to be shattered by the lightning. Klein raised his hand and snapped his fingers, his figure disappearing into the surging flames. In the next second, he leapt out from the flames beside Danitz and kicked him toward Syrian. The firelight flickered, and his figure disappeared again. Then, using a match that hadn't finished burning earlier, he returned to Syrian's side. With one hand pulling Mikvati's corpse and the other resting on Syrian's shoulder. At the same time, he looked at Danitz, who was still screaming while clutching the spot where he had been kicked, and said coldly, "Shut up. Grab onto me." Danitz reflexively reached out and grabbed the corner of his clothes. The illusory book appeared in Syrian's eyes, and then the figures of the three people and the corpse disappeared from the spot like a fading oil painting. Boom, boom, boom. Several thick bolts of lightning followed closely, charring the ground and sending bricks and soil flying. On the other side, Senial was lucky enough to avoid all the lightning, but just as he was about to leave the area affected by the rules, a swirling gust of wind pushed him back. In midair, several bolts of lightning struck him, charring his body and sending him crashing to the ground, twitching continuously. At the same time, the golden square box Syrian had forcibly stuffed into his body was struck out. After the golden square box fell, a charred hole the size of a bowl suddenly appeared in his chest and abdomen. One could even see the charred flesh, bones, and internal organs around the hole. He fell exactly where Hudley's corpse was, right in front of those bloodshot, bulging eyes. As the lightning grew more frequent and Syrian left, the rules he had created with the mystical item finally vanished. The moment he felt the invisible force that had been suppressing him disappear, Seniol's body became transparent and then vanished. Within the eyes of Hudley's corpse, Seniol's figure flashed by. He used the mirror blink ability to escape from here. Immediately after, a figure wearing loose storm priest robes descended along with the lightning. Sea King, Yarn Courtman, arriving from the cathedral, happened to be a step slower than Admiral of Blood, Senial. He glanced at the crippled werewolf, not far away, who was charred by lightning but still struggling. A flash of tyranny crossed his deep blue eyes, and the surrounding wind turned into blades, severing the werewolf's head from its body. Greater than. Chapter 351, Bad Luck. In the azure wind, several figures with their hands on each other's shoulders and pulling at each other's clothing were quickly outlined. Click. The bathroom door was pushed open, and a sleepy-eyed figure walked out of the bathroom while yawning. Then, their eyes met, and they fell into a speechless silence. After being dazed for a second, the guest who had come out of the bathroom finally had his dull, sleepy brain react. He opened his mouth, but just as he was about to speak, his mouth was blocked by a hand that suddenly reached out, leaving him only able to make some muffled whimpering sounds. Thwack! A dull pain hit the back of his neck, and the unlucky fellow who had just finished his physiological needs slumped to the ground on the spot. Danitz's eyes widened as he looked at Gehrman Sparrow, who withdrew his hand expressionlessly, and opened his mouth but couldn't say a word. Klein looked at him indifferently and said, "Put him back on the bed." "Ah, he's not dead." Danitz looked a bit dazed. He had thought Gehrman Sparrow had killed the unlucky guy directly. Even if he didn't kill anyone, based on that practiced technique just now, this fellow Gehrman Sparrow must frequently knock people out from behind in his daily life. He complained inwardly while dragging the slumped, unlucky guest back to the bed in the bedroom. Returning to the living room, Danitz asked curiously, "It's really a hassle. What if this guy remembers us when he wakes up tomorrow?" Syrian shook his head slightly. "He won't. I've already planted a psychological suggestion. To him, this was just a dream. Otherwise, why do you think Gehrman Sparrow didn't knock him out immediately?" Danitz. "Hey, your teamwork is quite tacit." Ignoring Danitz's hesitant expression, Syrian turned to the wall with the fireplace and pressed his hand against it. With a slight twist of his wrist, a faint blue, ethereal door suddenly appeared. "Let's go." Saying that, he took the lead and stepped through the door. After crossing several rooms, the three finally returned to their respective temporary rooms. Looking at that familiar charred mark on the living room floor, Danitz mumbled in amazement, "Is that guy's teleportation always this unreliable? No wonder he had to make an emergency stop on the Golden Dream before." Klein gave him an indifferent glance, and the latter immediately covered his mouth, laughing as he shook his head. "I was just joking, lightening the mood, hee. Just the fact that we escaped from under the nose of the Church of Storms' Sea King is something I can brag about on the ship for a year." Klein crouched down and pressed his right hand, wearing the wriggling hunger, onto the corpse of Iron Makevati. While waiting for the wriggling hunger to feed and graze a new soul, he said, "A big fellow just passed through the nearby spirit world. Huh, how come I didn't know?" Danitz blinked in confusion. If he weren't aware of Gehrman Sparrow's temperament, he would have suspected the other party was fooling him. Klein shook his head expressionlessly. "Your spiritual intuition and perception are too weak. Of course, I only sensed that aura full of evil, ominousness, and tyranny at the moment I left the spirit world." As they spoke, the corpse of Iron Makevati on the floor had been mostly devoured by the wriggling hunger. Above the mouth that had split open in the palm of the thin glove made of human skin, two blood-red eyes also split open. Woo! A bone-chilling wind suddenly blew in the room, swirling over the remains of iron, macavity and twisting into a nearly transparent human figure. Vaguely, one could see the transparent figure's thick lips and steel ball-like curly hair. It looked extremely pained and resistant, but it was powerless. It could only scream in agony as it slowly slid into the mouth of the wriggling hunger, becoming one of the many souls it grazed. Gulp. Daneth shrunk his neck and jogged back to his room somewhat disheveled. After closing the door with a click, he leaned against it and finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was definitely the wriggling hunger. I didn't expect the terrifying and powerful mystical item to fall into Gehrman Sparrow's hands after Hurricane General Kilangos died. Perhaps Kilangos's death itself was related to the secret organization behind him. He must have shown the wriggling hunger in front of me as a warning. If I don't behave, I'll become food for that glove just like steel. As he thought about it, Daneth's expression suddenly turned into one of grief and indignation. Back in his room, Syrian let an illusory, shimmering crystal ball shatter silently, turning into starlight-like fragments that dissipated into the air. After completing a round of anti-divination and anti-tracking interference, he took out a gold coin and flicked it into the air with a metallic ring. After repeating this a few times, he put away the coin and let out a light breath. There will be follow-ups to this matter, but there won't be much danger. I didn't expect the Sea King to arrive so quickly. And Admiral of Blood Senial, he actually appeared in Bayam too. Is it a chain reaction from some of my previous actions? Klein should have performed a divination before the operation. It's possible that when he divined, he included me, which led to some errors. Senial has a mystical item that can temporarily increase luck. He'll likely escape the Sea King, but the subsequent backlash of bad luck will definitely be intense. I'll meditate now to recover my spirituality. I might still have time to catch him during his luck's lowest point. While whispering, he looked down at a dark red fragment embedded under his left fingernail. It was a piece of flesh he had torn off when he stuffed the sealed artifact, borrowed from the Punishers, into Senial's body. Reining in his wandering thoughts, he leaned back against a chair and closed his eyes to enter a meditative state. Above the gray fog, inside the ancient palace that looked like a giant's residence, Klein sat in the seat belonging to the fool, holding a citrine pendant and performing divinations repeatedly. A few moments later, he opened his eyes and let out a soft breath as he watched the pendant, which was defying natural laws by rotating slightly counterclockwise. I can't blindly trust divination. I initially thought the certain level of danger came from the Church of Storms' Punishers, but I didn't expect it to be Admiral of Blood Senial. This pirate general not only sneaked into Bayam silently but also personally participated in the hunt for Danets. It seems he's very interested in Vice Admiral Iceberg's key to Death's treasure. But the problem is, that key had nothing to do with Death's treasure from the very beginning. Mumbling a few words, Klein put down the citrine pendant and summoned the charred skeleton left by Eric Drake from the pile of junk, while also manifesting a pen and paper. He wanted to divine the reason Eric Delane had targeted him and the man's current state. After writing the divination statement and reciting it several times, he quickly entered a state of sleep through meditation. In a daze, he vaguely saw a small town shrouded in dark mist and an ancient-looking spire cathedral. At the same time, a familiar whisper he hadn't heard for a long time appeared in his ears: Hornassus. Phlegre. Quote. Hornassus. Phlegre. Quote. Amidst the trance brought by the whispers, he saw several familiar-feeling blurred figures. They were all screaming the same name: Adam. In the blurred, highly surreal images, the surrounding dark mist seemed to be brushed over by an invisible hand, obscuring all scenes and sounds. Then, he withdrew from the dream divination state. Night Country, it's related to the ravings I heard during my previous advancement. Is screaming Adam's name meant to get the attention of the Twilight Hermit Order leader, the one who must know whenever his name is spoken? But why are there so many people shouting Adam's name together? Wasn't it only the famous Central Sonia Sea Hermit, Eric Drake, who was sent to the Night Country? Are there his companions there, or can he create clones, or are they people he's controlling? The sudden appearance of the divination scene is also a bit strange. I feel like it appeared quite a while after I fell into a deep sleep, as if it were intentionally being shown to me. Quote. Is it the goddess? After murmuring for a while, he made the content on the paper disappear and wrote a new divination statement. After reciting it several times, he entered a state of sleep through meditation again. At a private pier on the outskirts of Bayam, in the bathroom of the underground casino run by the pier owner, Senial's pale, almost transparent face suddenly appeared in the sink's mirror. A gambler who was taking care of his physiological needs in the bathroom froze. His brown eyes reflected the figure of Senial, who wore an old tricorn hat, had a pale face, and deep-set eyes. Then, with somewhat stiff movements, he pulled up his pants and turned to walk toward the bathroom door. The negative effects of the luck balance on him were about to erupt. In his current terrible state, it would be difficult to survive the luck backlash, but fortunately, this was Bayam, and a saint from the Rose School of Thought was staying here recently. His early arrival in Bayam was partly due to that saint's will. As long as he obtained their help, he would surely be able to endure this period of misfortune. With his thoughts drifting, he arrived at the second floor of the casino. Just as he raised his hand, the door in front of him creaked open on its own. As he stepped into the room, the door closed behind him with a snap. Immediately after, a transparent figure quickly outlined and solidified on the sofa in the center of the room. His skin was brownish black, the wrinkles on his face formed deep furrows, and his white hair was as sparse as autumn leaves. He carried a sense of decay, as if he had lived for many, many years. Seniol's figure manifested behind the gambler. He looked at the old man on the sofa and said urgently, "Mr. Jax, the misfortune on me is about to erupt. Could you please help me get through this period?" The old man called Jax glanced at him, the blatant malice in his eyes almost condensing into substance. Seniol lowered his head even further. Even as a member of the same organization and his superior, his fear for the man outweighed his respect. Jax nodded slightly, and then his figure quickly became transparent, disappearing from the sofa. A second later, Seniol raised his head. His deep gray eyes reflected Jax's aged figure. Then, the flesh in the charred hollow at his chest and abdomen began to squirm, and granulation tissue sprouted. The original bull-sized wound was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He looked back at the gambler he had possessed. The latter fell straight to the ground, his body twitching and foam leaking from his mouth. On the gambler's exposed neck, face, and other areas, black handprints of various sizes emerged, as if pairs of invisible hands were groping and tearing at him. Crack! The floor beneath Seniol's feet suddenly shattered. Caught off guard, he fell straight toward the floor below, dropping toward a furnace that had just been lit. Before he fell into the furnace, his clothes suddenly tightened, supporting him to float in midair and drift out of the room. Just as he floated out the door, a pot of prickly southern continent plants suddenly fell from a third-floor window, stopping abruptly just as it was about to hit Seniol's face. Smash! Only after Seniol had left did the potted plant fall to the ground with a smash, shattering into pieces. Rumble! The suddenly gathering dark clouds and the booming thunder in the sky gave Seniol an ominous premonition. The very next instant after the thought arose, a silver-white bolt of lightning streaked down from the sky. Boom! At Seniol's original position, bricks and soil flew everywhere as the lightning disintegrated into fine electrical snakes, darting towards surrounding conductive objects. Whoosh! A sudden gust of wind blew an unlatched window hard against the wall, causing the glass to shatter with a crash. Seniol's figure was forced to manifest where the glass had shattered. Amidst the whistling wind, a melodious song like waves crashing against rocks rose and fell. Seniol and Jax both fell into a state of daze and absent-mindedness. A second later, several silver-white lightning bolts struck down. The old tricorn hat on Seniol's head was instantly charred and carbonized. His hair stood up one by one, and his soot-covered body trembled slightly, beyond his control. Jax's figure manifested behind Seniol. He looked up at the figure quickly approaching, surrounded by the gale, and his tightly closed mouth suddenly opened, emitting a silent shriek. Under the shriek full of malice and curses, even the wailing gale seemed to freeze for a moment. Within the gale, the figure wearing deep blue clerical robes briefly lost balance and control over the wind, falling straight toward the ground. In the next moment, countless faint green ice arrows and illusory skulls wreathed in black gas attacked the falling figure. Boom! A muffled sound vibrated outwards, kicking up a shockwave of black-green energy and fine ice crystals. Wherever the shockwave swept, the roadside trees on both sides of the street quickly withered and decayed, and the surrounding ground and houses aged by decades in an instant. Chapter 352, Walking into a Trap. Amidst the howling wind, the street suddenly brightened, shifting instantly from night to a heavy clouded afternoon with a high-hanging blazing sun. Open black lens bracket. Remember this site's domain, the Taiwan novel Chasing Tulkan. Read anytime. Close black lens bracket. Within the warm light, countless shimmering golden semi-transparent droplets fell, beginning a rain of solar holy water. Under the wash of the golden rain, the dark green mixed in the air currents quickly vanished. All surrounding auras related to death and curses were receding, being purified. Transparent soul bodies appeared one by one, only to vanish with silent screams. Jax gave a light snort, and a chilling wind instantly swirled around him, pushing away the golden rain. But in the next moment, the swirling chilling wind directly lost control, collapsing into spiraling and contracting air currents that carried the golden rain towards Jax and Senial. Jax turned his head to look at Senial, whose figure instantly became transparent and vanished rapidly. He had completed a mirror jump with the help of Jax's eyes. After Senial left, Jax turned his gaze toward the Sea King, Yarn Courtman, who was attacking again accompanied by fierce winds. His figure twisted and contracted, turning into a secret technique puppet made of withered branches, rags, and straw that bore a 40 to 50% resemblance to the Sea King. The golden rain carried by the air currents immediately poured onto the puppet, while a bolt of silver-white lightning also struck down. The secret technique puppet that resembled the Sea King immediately became charred and tattered. Simultaneously, Yarn Courtman's figure, riding the fierce winds, lost control again and fell awkwardly to the ground. Under the deep blue storm priesthood robes, the Sea King's body turned bright red, with many areas showing signs of charring and occasional streaks of electricity passing through. Jax's curse caused the damage he received to be reflected onto the cursed person at the same time. However, as the golden rain fell on him, the aura of the curse on Sea King, Yarn Courtman began to fade. The swirling air currents turned into invisible hands, placing the golden yellow square box back into his hand. Instantly, a layer of gold enveloped Yarn Courtman, rippling outward layer by layer, purifying all evil and curses in the vicinity. In the mirror world, a majestic voice that made one instinctively want to prostrate and obey suddenly rang in Senial's ears. Mirror traversal is forbidden here. As the words fell, an invisible force originating from rules instantly took shape. Senial felt an irresistible force strike from all directions, and in the next second, he was pushed out of the mirror world by this power. Imprisonment. Just as he left the mirror world, Senial saw countless flowing, extremely viscous transparent liquids surging toward him. These liquids enveloped him, forming a transparent amber around him that even a spirit body would find difficult to penetrate, firmly confining him in place. This is what you call luck. I hadn't even gone looking for you, and you delivered yourself to my door. Syrian looked at the battered Senial, whose clothes were so torn they were almost rags, his hair standing on end, and his face charred black. An undisguised smile played on Syrian's lips. As he spoke, an illusory, constantly flipping book was reflected in his dark eyes. I came, I saw, I recorded. In his eyes, pale flames leapt silently, and an aura of cold, silence, and withering spread. Senial, imprisoned, in place, stiffened, his body trembling uncontrollably like chaff. His body was gradually becoming transparent, his aura weakening irreversibly, his life withering, rapidly approaching death as if crossing the river named Death inch by inch. This was the ferryman, meander ability that Syrian had recorded from Agot while on the white Agot. Whoosh! A piece of drawing paper in the room suddenly self-combusted, crimson flames leaping up more than 2 meters high. Amidst the flickering firelight, Gehrman Sparrow's figure emerged from the flames. Upon seeing the imprisoned and battered Senial, he was clearly stunned for a moment, then decisively raised his hand. Fine golden scales appeared on the wriggling hunger, and his eyes turned into dark gold vertical pupils. Deterrence. Senial's struggling movements froze, and the illusory skull that had just begun to take shape before him instantly collapsed. Klein expressionlessly continued to use the meander ability of the psychiatrist, grazed by the wriggling hunger. Frenzy. Senial's body suddenly stopped trembling, and the skin covered in rotting black spots split open silently. Pale yellow pus and dark red, foul-smelling flesh flowed out uncontrollably. Seeing this, Klein switched the soul grazed by the wriggling hunger. The fine dark gold scales on the glove disappeared, replaced by brilliant golden sunlight. He leaned back slightly, his arms open in an embracing gesture. A magnificent, pure pillar of blazing light descended from the sky, enveloping Senial and causing his already collapsing body to evaporate at a visible rate. No, 6. Quote. Senial's lips moved slightly as he struggled to squeeze out a few words until he could no longer speak. His body finally gave out completely, turning into a pile of rotting, foul-smelling, disgusting meat, pus, and fragments of bone stained with black spots. Under Syrian's gaze, his life reached its absolute end. Clink. A gold coin was tossed from Klein's hand. After confirming Senial was truly dead, he then looked at Syrian and asked in confusion, "How did Senial end up in your room?" Syrian raised his hand to pinch the bridge of his nose, his recently recovered spirituality was nearly dry again. After letting out a soft breath, he looked at the pile of rotting meat on the floor and said, "As lucky as he was before, that's how unlucky he is now." For him, the greatest misfortune was running into his enemy while severely injured. Pausing, he raised his hand to manifest a shimmering crystal ball, then let it shatter silently. After completing the anti-divination interference, he looked at Klein and asked, "Are you going to graze him?" "Yes, I will compensate you with gold pounds." After some thought, Klein nodded, but looking at that pile of shredded meat, he suddenly felt a bit hesitant. Could a corpse in this state still be fed to the wriggling hunger? Though it was a bit shredded and smelled a bit, it shouldn't be a problem, right? If the wriggling hunger really found it distasteful, he could only temporarily throw it above the gray fog. Furthermore, the souls grazed by the wriggling hunger were full. He had to release one. "I still need the psychiatrist ability for now, and Miss Justice's dog probably won't advance that quickly, so I'll release the demoness soul." After making his decision, Klein directly released the demoness soul he had grazed on the white agate. After watching the demoness soul dissipate, he reached out toward the space above Seniol's corpse. A greedy mouth and eye opened in the palm of the wriggling hunger, and a chilling wind that constantly spiraled within the room instantly took shape. Seniol's somewhat transparent and blurry figure was outlined by the swirling wind, sliding bit by bit into the open mouth of the wriggling hunger. Klein frowned slightly. The resistance to grazing Seniol's soul was much stronger than when he grazed Iron McVitie earlier. Seniol's spirit body and the wriggling hunger struggled for nearly half a minute before he was finally grazed. Phew. Exhaling a long breath, Klein walked over to the pile of rotting meat on the ground, crouched down, and extended his right hand wearing the wriggling hunger. The illusory mouth in the palm of the wriggling hunger stayed open for quite a while without biting down. Even though it was a glove without emotions, Klein could feel its distaste for this pile of shredded meat. Klein didn't indulge it, pressing his hand directly onto the pile of meat. A crunching sound echoed. The wriggling hunger began to feed, though its eating speed was significantly slower than the previous times. Syrian shook his head as he watched from the side. "Tisk, since this glove started following you, it's been full for 3 days and starving for 9. It's rare to get something to eat, and it turns out to be expired food." Quote. Klein gave him a speechless look. "This is just a glove, it doesn't have living characteristics, and its food is people." Syrian chuckled, then changed the subject. "Does the ability you gained from grazing Seniol's soul include being able to stick his head back on? That's a bounty of up to 42,000 pounds. 6. Quote. Klein's face stiffened for a moment, then he said through gritted teeth, "No. I only obtained 2 abilities, Revenant Scream and Mirror Jump." After a pause, he added, "Iron McVitie's head is still kept. I won't participate in the distribution of his bounty, just give a portion to Danitz." He acted as the bait. "As for Admiral of Blood, Seniol's bounty, if you haven't recorded flesh and blood magic, then we'll just have to give up those 42,000 pounds. By the end, his voice was full of helplessness. "This is the largest sum of money I've ever lost. If I had known, I wouldn't have used that demigod-level Beander ability." After a few sighs, he bent down and picked up the silver necklace that had been revealed after the flesh was consumed by the wriggling hunger. Hanging from the necklace was a silver pendant shaped like an ancient coin, with mysterious patterns and symbols engraved on both sides. On the edge, an ancient Hermes language inscription was carved: "How lucky you are now, how unlucky you will be later." Klein noticed the necklace he had picked up and, thinking of his initial remark, couldn't help but ask, "You knew about this mystical item from the start and understood its negative effects?" "Obviously." Syrian nodded slightly but did not explain the source of his information. Though Klein was curious, seeing that the other party had no intention of elaborating, he didn't press further. Once the wriggling hunger had completely consumed the rotting meat on the ground, he slowly stood up and shook his gloved right hand with some distaste. Even though there was a layer of glove in between, pressing his hand on a pile of rotting, foul-smelling meat for so long still made him feel a bit dirty. "There shouldn't be any more surprises, I can have a good sleep now." After saying that, feeling it wasn't safe, he took out another gold coin and performed a simple divination. In the docklands, the sudden fierce winds and thunder and lightning subsided just as abruptly. Sea King Yarn Courtman stood in midair on solidified air, looking down at the streets and houses below, his majestic and powerful spirit sweeping through every corner of Bayam. A moment later, he withdrew his spirit and vanished into the gloomy dark sky riding the fierce winds, leaving only a faint sound dissipating in the wind. Rose School of Thought. On the second floor of the underground casino at the private dock, Jax's transparent figure rapidly solidified in the air. His furrowed face looked a few years older than before, and every part of his body exuded a sense of decay as if he were nearing his end. His cloudy eyes, filled with blatant malice, stared forward somewhat blankly. After a few seconds, he withdrew his gaze and murmured with a sigh, "Seniol is dead." In a severely injured state, the backlash of misfortune brought by the luck of escaping from Sea King's hands, it's normal for him to be dead. But I cannot see who killed him. Did he encounter another demigod hidden in Bayam after the misfortune erupted? What a waste. I'll have to find someone new to take over his fleet. It's an important informant for the Rose School of Thought at sea and cannot be lost. After whispering a few words, his figure became transparent again and disappeared from the room. In the North District of Backland, at the Audra family manor villa, Emlyn, led by Cassimi, arrived once again at the underground area where Nibis slept and saw that iron-black coffin. Emlyn suppressed the urge to yawn, looked at the coffin before him, and said seriously, "Lord Nibis, Cassimi said you have important business to see me about." Ever since being kept at the Harvest Church as a volunteer, his daily routine had become increasingly anti-sanguine. Over time, he had picked up the habit of being active during the day and sleeping at night. At this time, for a normal sanguine, it was equivalent to high noon for humans, a time of peak energy, but for him, it was exactly when he was sleepiest. From within the iron-black coffin placed on the platform, Nibus's voice rang out flatly. "Duke, Full Moon, is very interested in the 3 vampire characteristics you traded for before. He hopes you can trade for more in higher sequence Beander characteristics from that party. Do you think the person or organization you traded with last time can obtain more contaminated characteristics?" Full Moon. Duke. The grogginess in Emlyn's head was swept away instantly. His crimson eyes looked at the iron-black coffin in front of him with shock and amazement. Hey, no need to be surprised. Purifying the contamination in those characteristics requires a Duke to take action personally. Do you think those people can obtain more characteristics belonging to the Moon? This is a very important matter for a sanguine. If a long-term trade can be established, we don't mind you taking some kickbacks from it. Emlyn scratched his head awkwardly, took a deep breath to calm his fluttering thoughts, and then said, "I'm not sure, but it should be possible. From my previous communication with that person, it doesn't seem to be very difficult for them to obtain those characteristics." Very good. Nibus's voice, now with clear emotion, rang in Emlyn's ears. Greater than. Chapter 353, Rising Bounty. After seeing Emlyn out of the villa, Cassimi returned to the basement and stood before that iron-black sarcophagus. "Grandfather, why did you let that fellow Emlyn continue to purchase characteristics that already belong to our sanguine, and even promise him he could earn the price difference? The prices offered by the people in the organization behind him show no sincerity at all. Wouldn't it be better if we bypassed them and hunted directly?" Nibus's voice echoed hollowly from within the sarcophagus. "The prerequisite for bypassing that organization is that we can find the place where they hunt those contaminated vampires. This is something Duke, Full Moon, personally attempted, even using a grade 0 sealed artifact belonging to our sanguine, yet failed to achieve." After a moment of silence, Nibus continued, "Either that fool personally acted to provide concealment, or the place where the members of that organization hunt those contaminated vampires is not on the northern or southern continents." "Not on the northern or southern continents. Then it's at sea?" Cassimi asked, somewhat puzzled. Inside the sarcophagus, Nibus's voice continued to resonate. Those were the original words of Duke, Full Moon. He seems to have some conjectures, but did not explain in detail. This involves certain secrets. Restrain your petty thoughts and do not investigate. In any case, it's just spending some money. To our sanguine, that is the least important thing. Cassimi pursed his lips, then nodded seriously toward the sarcophagus in front of him. "Yes, grandfather." "Very well, I shall return to my slumber. Mistral will be responsible for this matter hereafter." Bayam, in an office beneath the Cathedral of Waves. Sea King, Yarn Courtman sat leaning back in the head seat with his eyes half closed, listening to the report from the Punisher Deacon in charge of this operation, Cordova Royer. Single quote. Admiral of Blood, Senial infiltrated Bayam. Iron, Mikvati and others used a group of adventurers to draw our attention. During this period, they engaged in a fierce battle with Blazing, Danitz, Painter, Randolph Carter, and an unknown Beander. The sealed artifact 2-1 we carried was seized by Carter, but was later recovered at the battlefield where he and Admiral of Blood, Senial fought. Preliminary judgment suggests he took the sealed artifact at the time to counter Admiral of Blood and the others and did not proactively take it away when retreating. Not long ago, we confirmed through a sealed artifact and a Punisher colleague skilled in divination that Admiral of Blood, Senial is completely dead. Tonight, all members of the Blood Pirate crew who appeared on Fragrant Tree Avenue are dead. Yarn Courtman nodded slightly and looked toward a robust old man sitting to his right, wearing priest robes with gray hair and a ruddy complexion. He was Georgi, the bishop of the Church of Storms stationed at the Cathedral of Waves. Noticing the Sea King's gaze, Georgi nodded slightly and said, "The process for the Level 1 sealed artifact requested from headquarters has been approved. Someone will deliver it to Bayam within the next 2 days." Sea King nodded slightly. "Very good." In the morning, just as Danitz walked out of his room yawning, a head with white eyes and a face full of ferocity and resentment flew straight toward him. Danitz was stunned for a moment, stepping back as flames rose in his hands. In the next second, his feet slipped as if someone had applied oil, and he fell face first toward the floor. Fortunately, the excellent physical coordination and fitness of a hunter allowed him to forcefully twist his back and waist, regaining his center of gravity and steadying himself after a few staggers. Then he saw the head take a turn in midair and lunge toward his chest again. Dogshit. The flames in his hands flared up and then quickly extinguished, as he switched to catching it with his hands. He recognized the head that had lunged at him. It belonged to Iron McVitie, worth 6,000 pounds. "Take it to exchange for the bounty. I want 3,000 pounds, and the rest is yours." Danitz looked at Syrian, who was speaking from a reclining chair, and asked subconsciously, "What about German Sparrow? He already took his share last night." "No problem, I still have some connections in Bayam." Syrian turned his head to glance at him and reminded, "You'd better use a disguise, a truly effective one. After last night's events, your bounty will surely rise significantly. Many pirates, adventurers, and official personnel will be eyeing that head on your shoulders." Danitz's mouth twitched silently. "Dogshit, isn't my bounty rising because I was dragged down by you two troublemakers?" Just as he finished complaining in his heart, he saw Syrian's figure on the reclining chair suddenly grow faint, eventually turning into a portrait of Randolph Carter. Filled circle, oh. He widened his eyes, staring blankly for a good while before coming to his senses, muttering enviously under his breath, "This guy seems to have an endless supply of spells and abilities. Is he on the same pathway as the captain?" As soon as he finished speaking, German Sparrow's voice rang out nearby, "Does your captain master many Beander abilities? How can you walk without making a sound?" Startled, Danitz took a few steps back, gave him a resentful glare, and then said, "You really went out to sea without gathering any information at all. Our captain can use all the Beander abilities she has seen, and she also masters more spells with various effects than a whole notebook could hold. Even among the 7 pirate generals, our captain is one of the more powerful ones. Although the captain's bounty is slightly lower than Admiral of Blood, Seniols, that's entirely because we are a pirate crew focused on treasure hunting. We haven't developed many subordinates or fleets, nor have we done much evil at sea. The bounties from various governments are entirely due to the title of Pirate General, otherwise, we would just be a group of law-abiding treasure hunters. Law-abiding pirates and treasure hunters. You've redefined the meaning of the word, law-abiding, in my mind." After muttering a few words in his heart, he said in a flat tone, "There is no Admiral of Blood on the sea anymore. His soul is here." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, which wore the wriggling hunger. Danitz was momentarily stunned, reacting half a beat late as his eyes widened and he stumbled back several steps. Gulp. His throat moved as he swallowed the saliva secreted by his mouth due to nervousness. Danitz, who had just been boasting that his captain was more powerful than the Admiral of Blood, was now so nervous he couldn't speak clearly. Him, when? Last night." After saying that, Klein placed the half-top silk hat on his head and then walked out the door without looking back. He was going to West Mim Island to attempt acting as a faceless. Bang! Hearing the sound of the door closing, Danitz finally came to his senses. "Dogshit, this guy killed the Admiral of Blood. Didn't we come back together last night? When did he go out alone again?" Pausing, he looked at the portrait of Randolph Carter lying quietly on the reclining chair. "It's also possible they both left me behind and went out together. Dogshit, why leave me behind? I'm at least a famous pirate worth 3,000 pounds, the 4th bosun of the Golden Dream, blazing, Danitz. I have to find a chance to pass this information to the captain. 2 guys who can hunt pirate generals at will have appeared on the sea, things definitely won't be peaceful from now on." After muttering for a bit, Danitz carried Iron McVitie's head back to his room. After meticulously disguising himself, he left the house carrying a black bundle. On a street with local customs where a large number of indigenous people gathered, Syrian, having changed his attire, walked leisurely, taking every detail of his surroundings into his eyes. This was a place he hadn't visited during his last trip to Bayam. Such culturally distinct places were most suitable for digesting the scribe potion. As he passed a bar named Blue Scale, he saw a familiar figure walking out of the main entrance. It was the hanged man, Alger, wearing a deep brown sailor's suit, his seaweed-like blue hair slightly messy and draped over his shoulders. Their gazes met briefly. He curled his lips and nodded slightly to the other. We meet again. How much reward did the Church of Storms give you for last night's matter? Alger's pupils contracted as various thoughts flashed through his mind, eventually turning into an abrupt sentence. The mysticism-themed coffee on Olive Tree Avenue is quite good. Is that so? I'll try it when I have time. After saying that, without waiting for the other's reaction, he stepped through the passing crowd and disappeared from Alger's sight. After withdrawing his gaze, Alger took a deep breath and turned to walk in another direction. Randolph Carter, he's truly bold, active in a large city like Bayam yet not wearing even a bit of disguise. Is he confident enough in himself? This point is quite similar to Destiny. Is it really him? He knew about last night's operation and even knew I was involved. It's impossible for that intelligence to have come from the Church of Storms unless his informant in the church is Bishop Georgie. Then it could only have been the world who told him, or he has been watching this matter in the shadows. Unfortunately, Bishop Georgie didn't tell me the specific details of last night, only that several Beyonders died. Among them were Admiral of Blood, Senial, his second mate, Iron, McVitie, and 2 captains from his fleet. Losing so many Beyonders at once, and with the death of the Admiral of Blood himself, the Blood Pirate crew now exists in name only. A pity. There's a high probability that the Rose School of Thought is behind the Admiral of Blood, and someone new will likely come to take over the pirate crew he left behind soon. Amidst his drifting thoughts, he arrived before a bounty wall that had just been updated. The bounty posters for Admiral of Blood, Senial, Iron, McVitie, and others had already been torn down, and in their place were 3 brand new bounty posters. Painter, Randolph Carter, bounty £60,000. Blazing, Danitz, bounty £5,000. Gehrman Sparrow, bounty £10,000. Withdrawing his gaze, he was just about to leave when he suddenly glimpsed the portrait on the wanted poster seemingly move. In the next second, Randolph Carter's wanted poster ignited with crimson flames, burning several adjacent wanted posters to ash along with it. Truly a bizarre ability. Muttering a sentence, he quickened his pace and left the street. On the other side of the street, Syrian suddenly stopped and looked back at the crowd behind him, his gaze meeting several wandering eyes nearby before he continued forward as if he hadn't noticed anything. The Church of Storms bounty posters came out quite quickly this time. Is it because an Admiral of Blood died? It seems I can't just show my face on the streets like this anymore. Although those people don't dare to rush up themselves, they certainly dare to report to the authorities. I also need to change hotels. When we checked into that hotel earlier, none of the 3 of us wore any disguise. There are probably people watching it now. At the pier, outside the Azure Wind Hotel, Danitz, who had just returned from the bar, was dragged into a side alley by a hand. Phew. The words he had just started to say were swallowed back under Syrian's gaze, and he asked instead, what happened? Syrian didn't answer, directly dragging him through the wall behind them. After passing through several walls and doors in succession, they left the street where the hotel was located. Clink. A gold coin flipped from his hand, spinning several times in the air before falling back into his palm. After completing a simple divination, he stopped and looked at Danitz, who still hadn't figured out the situation, and said, "Congratulations, you've gone from Mr. £3,000 to Mr. £5,000. However, your reconnaissance skills are a bit poor. Didn't you notice you were being followed?" Danitz's mouth twitched, his face showing none of the excitement of becoming a great pirate with a £5,000 bounty. A bounty that didn't match his strength would only make him the most delicious little cake in the eyes of all pirates, adventurers, and bounty hunters. Dogshit. Why did it turn out like this? Syrian reached out to pat his shoulder and comforted him not so sincerely. Don't worry, £5,000 is just a phase. Sooner or later, you'll become Mr. £10,000. Danitz twitched his lips, looking like he didn't want to talk to him. After a few seconds of silence, he couldn't help but ask again, where are we going now? Gehrman Sparrow, who captured you, has left. You're free now. Free my ass. I'm currently carrying a £5,000 bounty and just wandered around while knowing nothing. By now, every pirate and adventurer in Bayam has probably smelled the scent of gold pounds on me. After a burst of internal grumbling, Danitz said with a forced smile, "Hey, don't I still need to help you turn Iron's head into a bounty? Of course it's more convenient to follow along." Syrian nodded and smiled lightly. "Then let's go to your property in Bayam. They're just sitting empty anyway." Danitz's face darkened, and he hurriedly said, "That place is definitely being closely watched by the official punishers. Besides, I haven't renovated it yet, there's nothing in the house except doors and windows." Not necessary. But, Chapter 354, A Lively Dream. Danitz wanted to say something more, but he was ignored by Serene Gray. Sighing, he jogged a few steps to catch up with Serene Gray, who had already walked some distance ahead. Son of a bitch. Why did I leave my last words in front of him? Now all my secrets are known. Damn it, he isn't eyeing my properties, is he? No, I have to find a time to cash out these properties, and then move to another street, no, another city, to buy new ones. After his thoughts swirled for a while, he finally gathered his courage and asked, why must we stay in that house of mine where there's nothing at all? Serene Gray tilted his head and replied casually, because there's nothing there, no one will think we are staying there. And I don't have to pay you. 6. After being silent for several seconds, Danitz opened and closed his mouth, silently spitting out a word. Shit. 14 Aromatic Tree Avenue. Danitz stood in the empty room that didn't even have a chair and said helplessly, "See. There really is nothing here. It's impossible to live in. And the weather right now isn't suitable for sleeping on the floor without a blanket." Serene Gray didn't answer, asking directly, "Is there running water and gas?" Danitz was a bit dazed, but he still answered honestly, "Of course, those are standard." "That will do." Serene Gray nodded, then, amidst Danitz's dazed and surprised gaze, pulled out several sheets of drawing paper, tossed them into the air, and snapped his fingers. Snap! Amidst the crisp sound, brilliant colors surged out from the drawing paper, quickly covering the entire room. In less than 2 seconds, the originally empty room had dark red flooring, a soft and comfortable sofa, an exquisite chandelier, a coffee table, a cabinet, and all the furniture that should be there. Even the tattered curtains hanging on the window were renewed. Danitz blinked hard. Seeing that the scene before him hadn't changed, he reached out and slapped his cheek. Slap. Serene Gray turned his head and gave him a look as if he were looking at an idiot. The renowned pirate with a bounty of 5,000 pounds lowered his hand in embarrassment and chuckled dryly, "Is this an illusion? It's quite impressive. I couldn't see any flaws at all." "No." Serene Gray shook his head calmly and lay down directly on the sofa in front of him. Danitz stared at this scene, dumbfounded. He confirmed that this wasn't an illusion, but now he suspected even more that he hadn't woken up yet. He reached out and pinched his thigh hard. After confirming he wasn't asleep, he would lie down to knock on the floor, pull on the curtains, and then pat the coffee table and walls. After confirming that the furniture that had suddenly appeared in the room was completely real, he lay down on another sofa without hesitation. By my ocean, what kind of Beyander ability is this? It's too powerful and too practical. With this ability, wouldn't I be able to enjoy myself wherever I go? He paused, thought of the limitations of some Beyander abilities, and quickly asked, "These things you conjured up won't suddenly disappear while I'm using them, right?" Serene Gray, "Of course they will." Thinking that it was very likely he would fall to the floor in the middle of sleeping, Danitz suggested again, "Why don't we just go stay in a hotel? Anyway, for the official wanted notice, I just need to use a disguise and change my identity." Serene Gray shook his head, "No need. I will set up a simple ritual magic to fix these things that have been manifested from the void. It only needs to be infused with spirituality periodically to exist for a long time." "You can do that." A flash of confusion crossed Danitz's eyes. His knowledge of ritual magic was still limited to the few simple rituals Edwina had taught him. Serene Gray looked at him with the gaze of a top student pitying a slacker. "Hasn't your captain told you? Knowledge is power. Go prepare some materials for setting up the ritual. Standard ritual materials will do." "All right." Danitz nodded, got up, and left the house. After watching Danitz leave, he leaned back on the sofa and used prayer to tell Klein Moretti about the situation in Bayam. The next day, in the house at 14 Aromatic Tree Avenue, where the conjured furniture had been temporarily solidified using a ritual, Serene Gray, who was drawing by the fireplace, paused his movements and looked thoughtfully at Danitz, who was sleeping soundly in an armchair beside him. His spirituality sensed some quiet changes. A strange will had intruded into the space where he had set up the ritual and descended upon Danitz. The ritual he used to solidify the illusions was a simplified version of a totem-setting ritual. Within the range of the ritual, he could easily communicate with all the spirituality in the surrounding environment and perceive the dimensions of space beyond reality. In this state, he easily detected the changes in Danitz. "If I can learn the ritual magic of Vice Admiral Iceberg, can I use my own uniqueness to respond to prayers on a larger scale?" As he whispered, he put down his drawing board and charcoal pencil, stood up, walked to Danitz's side, reached out to press against the air, and gently twisted his wrist. A deep blue radiance rippled out silently, forming a vague door that lacked substance. On the other side of the door, one could vaguely see the scene of Danitz talking with a lady. Serene Gray curled the corners of his lips and stepped into the door. Suddenly, everything around him became bizarre, as if he had dived into a constantly rotating vortex, causing a nauseating sense of vertigo. This feeling lasted for less than half a second before the surrounding environment stabilized again. He saw Danitz and Edwina, who had stopped talking and were looking towards him. Damn, I actually dreamed of this guy. This must be a nightmare. Danitz muttered in a low voice, then approached him in a few steps and waved his hand at him. All right, whatever kind of dream you are, I don't want to have this dream anymore. Hurry up and get out of here. Serene Gray grabbed his hand expressionlessly. Several bolts of lightning flashed across his palm, making a crackling sound. Danitz's body suddenly began to twitch uncontrollably, causing the room in the dream to shake as well. Edwina, who was standing to the side, quickly reminded him, too strong a stimulus in the dream will make him wake up. Serene Gray let go and moved some distance away from Danitz, who had turned charred black and had a few wisps of white smoke rising from his head. As the owner of the dream, everything here was changing according to Danitz's subconscious, even himself. Therefore, after being electrocuted by Serene Gray, he turned into a charred appearance as if struck by lightning. Ignoring Danitz, who still hadn't figured out the situation, Serene Gray looked at Edwina and asked seriously, "You shouldn't have arrived at Bayam yet. Is this the effect of ritual magic?" Edwina did not hide anything. "Yes, this is a spell I modified based on Rosal's dream-sending technique. The Golden Dream only just entered the Rorstad archipelago waters this afternoon and is currently 1,000 nautical miles from Bayam." Serene Gray nodded and then asked again, "That's a very impressive ritual magic. Can I learn it? If I can, what price do I need to pay?" Edwina thought for a moment and said, "The modified spell is a secret technique that belongs uniquely to me. Theoretically, others could learn it, but it is very difficult. I can compile the corresponding knowledge and Rosal's dream-sending technique into a document and send it to you via that messenger later. But I cannot guarantee that you will be able to learn it. This requires a large amount of occult knowledge and spellcasting techniques as a foundation. It is only suitable for beyonders of those pathways who master knowledge and are good at spellcasting. In addition, I hope you can protect Danitz's safety during this period. The sudden increase in his bounty is very dangerous for him, especially in a place like Bayam." "Captain." Danitz's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a feeling called being touched surged in his heart. "No problem." Serene Gray quickly nodded, interrupting the rest of Danitz's words. He had come to the dream to talk about serious business with Edwina, not to watch a sycophant. After the two of them communicated for a while, Edwina looked at Danitz and raised her right hand, manifesting a small blackboard in the dream. "I need you to perform a ritual. It is called the spirit mediumship ritual. It allows my spirit to pass through the spirit world, attach to your body, and communicate directly with the people around you." "No problem, Captain." Danitz quickly nodded and replied. Edwina nodded slightly and began to explain the specific process and principles of the spirit mediumship ritual. It involves reason and communication, which is the domain of the God of knowledge and wisdom. When performing the ritual, you must depict the corresponding symbolic signs and magical markings. Serene Gray watched Danitz's expression go from excitement to confusion, and then to pain. It was just like a high school student who had finally made it to the holidays running into their homeroom teacher on the street. The two chatted happily, only for it to turn into an impromptu remedial class as they talked. It was clear that Edwina didn't just want Danitz to learn the spirit mediumship ritual, she also wanted him to understand the principles of this ritual, the meaning of each step, and ideally, be able to apply it to other situations. As his thoughts wandered, Serene Gray heard the sound of the door lock turning behind him. He immediately turned his body to the side, clearing a path. The next second, the door opened with a bang, and Klein Moretti, in the appearance of Gehrman Sparrow, also entered this dream. Danitz and Edwina noticed the movement and turned their heads to look over, almost simultaneously. After seeing who it was, the expression on Danitz's face could no longer be held back. "No, how did you get in here too? This is my dream. The captain came to give me a lesson, Randolph came to find the captain to learn spells, and now even this guy Gehrman Sparrow has snuck in. Isn't the dream realm a very mysterious domain? Why does it feel like just anyone can easily break into someone else's dream?" Serene Gray tried to hold back his laughter as he walked over and patted Danitz on the shoulder, comforting him. "Although you are a bit pathetic in your own dream, think of it on the bright side, how many people can gather so many big shots in their own dream." Quote. Danitz looked at him speechlessly. Serene Gray smiled back and even reached out to manifest a painting depicting the scene of Danitz taking class earlier. There was even a title on it. That year, I was studying even in my dreams. 6. Danitz burned the drawing paper he had manifested into ashes with a dark face. On the other side, after Klein Moretti and Edwina said each other's names, they fell into a long silence. Danitz looked left and then right, and finally his gaze landed on the drawing paper Serene Gray had manifested again. On it were Edwina and German Sparrow, looking at each other and remaining silent. At the very bottom was a line of small text. This game is called, no talking, no moving. PFF'd. Danitz couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then everyone's gaze turned to him. Feeling the gazes landing on him, Danitz's smile froze on his face, and he scanned the surroundings with a guilty look. Shit, why are you all looking at me? This is my dream, can't I even laugh? Thinking of this, he simply reached out and snatched the drawing paper Serene Gray had just manifested and displayed it in front of Edwina and German Sparrow. After a silent pause, the painting in Danitz's hand suddenly ignited spontaneously. Klein Moretti let out a long sigh in his heart. He had almost broken character. How do these two guys have such a talent for being comedic when they get together? And, Vice Admiral Iceberg, aren't you a rigorous scholar? Why do you have to compete with me to see who is more aloof? Serene Gray's gaze swept across everyone's faces, and then he reached out and patted Danitz on the shoulder. Your dream is truly a place full of inspiration. When you wake up in a while, I'll give you a few paintings. No, no need. Danitz refused, his mouth twitching. If I take your paintings, I'm afraid I'll be assassinated by German Sparrow. No, he would probably openly slaughter me and finally take the corpse to feed to the wriggling hunger. As his thoughts swirled, he leaned closer to Edwina. Only the captain could give him a sense of security at this time. To break the strange atmosphere on the scene, he looked at Edwina and said, Captain, German Sparrow has some questions he would like to ask you. Edwina nodded slightly, then looked at Klein Moretti. Mr. Sparrow, have you received an education? Huh, what kind of question is this? If I were an uneducated illiterate, would you not bother answering my questions? Klein Moretti looked a bit dazed by Edwina's strange and baffling question. Serene Gray stood to the side like a loyal audience member under the stage, continuously manifesting one sheet of drawing paper after another in his hands. Danitz watched from the side, his eyebrows twitching, as if he had already foreseen a future where German Sparrow and Randolph would argue over these paintings and end up in a brawl. On the other side, after asking several questions in a row, Edwina explained, I must consider how to answer your questions based on your level of knowledge. This will make it easier for you to understand. Klein Moretti maintained his expressionless look, while he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the captain who teaches her subordinates every day, she really has personality. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.